that it was from debris.
Megan, are there any alerts going out to people? I don't really know what it's like in Dubai infrastructure-wise. Like, are people told to take cover, or is it just that they hear the blast?
Yeah, there have been no alerts that I'm aware of. I mean, people seem to be going to the beaches. The traffic is as thick as always here. You may even be able to hear it behind me, but it's a very noisy city. Again, constructions continue. So, they're just, apart from the flights being canceled and these loud booms, you don't get a sense of emergency. I mean, people are aware that Iran is being attacked and that it is sending missiles into the region. You mentioned, Qatar was attacked as well. They've downed some missiles. Bahrain, its Navy base was attacked. So the whole area is under alert. But I don't get a sense at this point anyway that there's people are feeling in danger.
That's good to hear. Megan Williams, thank you for being in Dubai. I suspect we will be speaking with you again. Once more, we are keeping an eye on the clock. We're also keeping an eye on a podium in Mumbai, where we expect to see the Prime Minister step up any moment now. As soon as we do, we will take you to him. It's important to hear what he has to say on this day. It is also important to hear what this next guest has to say, Janice Stein. Janice is a founding director of the Monk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy. I never know where you are, Janice, but you're in the Cotswolds in England right now.
We are in the middle of a conference about the future of the Middle East.
Okay, well, right place, right time, as always. Can you help me understand how it got to this so fast? Was there ever an intention to follow through with diplomatic talks?
I think there was, Adrienne, but the easiest way to explain this is in the last week, as more and more military assets flooded to the region, very valuable ones, like U.S. stealth aircraft that have never been deployed outside the region before, everybody has their fingers on the trigger. The United States worried that the Iranians could preempt and destroy those valuable assets, some of which parked on the ground and you could actually see from space satellites. The Israelis worried that the Iranians would start first. The Iranians feeling an imperative to go because we're seeing these waves of drones and ballistic missiles coming out of the country, but they only have roughly 100 or so missile launchers. So the easiest way to explain this, use it or lose it. That is the dynamic that often leads to the result that we're seeing today.
Do you use it or lose it? Has Iran used it? I mean, where's the rest of it then?
Well, again, remember, they have got thousands of ballistic missiles, but they're short on launchers. And they don't have many their air defenses are weak. So they have to move the launchers, load the missiles. And that's why you're not seeing the mega blasts that the Iranians, in effect, have said they would launch. They have to be careful not to lose those missile launchers, or they will have no offensive capability. Adrienne, they will really be exposed.
Is it your anticipation that Khamenei was moved, or
yes,
really?
Yes, okay. Yes, for sure. I mean, the expectation by everybody who watches this region closely that something was going to come, because you can't sustain the level of deployment that the U.S. had in the region for long. You just can't. So he has been moved. I would be shocked if he had not been moved out of the city to a very secure location. Now, remember again that Iran is one of the most penetrated countries into, intelligence operators, human intelligence operators, spies are all over. So how secret they can keep that location for how long, but clearly he and others, I would suspect, are not where they would normally expect it to be.
I think we've talked about this in the past when there's a big buildup. Big buildups can also lead to big misunderstandings and mistakes. How concerned are you about not an act of intention, but a fatal oops?
Oh, for sure. This is a huge risk. What we saw in June is no guide to this. Those were almost orchestrated attacks. Each side is now firing at the other simultaneously. Each side is doing it as quickly as possible because of that use it or lose it dimension. One thing we haven't talked about, Adrian, is the vulnerability that the United States and Israel have. They have drawn down their stockpiles of missile interceptors. So you could think about these next few days as a contest between missile launchers, of which Iran has not enough, and missile interceptors, of which Israel and the United States have not enough. That's why you're getting this pace. And that, you build in the possibility of accidents.
I wouldn't dare ask this of anyone but you, but how does this end?
That's the $64 million question. I think all our listeners know, Adrian, there's no example of regime change from the air. Anytime regime change has taken place, one of your reporters was talking about 1953, it was done by people on the ground. So how does this end? Iran realizes that there's no way out but negotiation. I'm pessimistic about that. Adrian, there was that opportunity. They really didn't take it. Eventually this ends, I think, if there are people on the ground inside Iran, Iranians, who are organized, to have anticipated this was coming, and who see a regime that is weak, and who move against some of the institutions of repression that have operated there. That's the only way there is a quick end to this.
So we're starting to see statements, Janice, from other countries, Germany, France, the UK, saying, we didn't participate in these strikes. We're in close contact with our international partners, including the United States and Israel. What are other countries to do in this moment?
You heard, I think, statements, from Oman. I'm struck by two things. One, I saw the Prime Minister's statement, and we're going to hear from him. This was a very supportive statement by the Prime Minister because of what happened in January. We don't have good numbers yet, Adrian, of how many were killed by the Iranian regime, how many Iranians the regime killed. But there was large-scale killing within 72-hour period. Iran does not have the support, not in Europe, not in the Middle East, that it would have had even 6 months ago in response to an attack like this. It's not good enough to be in contact with the United States and Israel. In order to be effective at this moment, you would have to have contact with two groups of people, the regime and the opposition groups that are fractured inside Iran, but some of them are malicious.
So, Janice, just to give you a sense of time, that they're asking people in Mumbai to take their seats, so I would anticipate that we would see the Prime Minister shortly. But while I just keep an eye on that podium to see if he's showing up, have you been in contact, or have you been in contact with anyone who's been in contact with people in Iran? And what's your sense of how they are holding up? Because with the currency effectively collapsing, the protests, the threats, they must be terrified and kind of out of resources.
They are. I mean, there is 90% inflation in Iran. Just think about that, Adrian. It's extraordinary. Many people are grieving. We're just coming out of the 40-day mourning period in Iran. for thousands of Iranians who were killed. This is a really divided Iran. And there are elements within the Iranian population who welcome this attack.
Janice,
The
I'm
Republican
going
Guard.
to, if I may, I'm going to interrupt you because Prime Minister Carney is in Mumbai and he is heading to the podium. So why don't we take a moment and listen in to what he has to say.
Thank you very much. It is a privilege, a true privilege to be here in Mumbai this evening. I'd like to thank everyone in this room for taking the time to share with me, and in particular, the Chief Minister, for being here, welcoming your delegation here, and I'm very much looking forward to the discussion. Well, we had a good discussion beforehand, discussion over dinner. We take so much inspiration from what has happened in Maharashtra over the course of a number of years, but particularly over the course of the last decade. Many lessons about how to build infrastructure, how to build out, how to build clean, how to re-green. So I'm going to go through some remarks. I'm going to give a bit of context to how we see the world and what it means for Canada, what it means for Canada-India. But there have been obviously developments today, and I would like to make a few comments on those developments, and I will do so in both of Canada's official languages, beginning in French. So bear with me for a moment, please. En ce qui concerne la situation au Moyen-Orient, la position du Canada reste claire. La République islamique d'Iran,
The Islamic Republic of Iran is the primary source of instability and terror in the Middle East. It also has one of the worst human rights records, and under no circumstances must it be allowed to acquire or develop nuclear weapons. Canada and its international partners have on multiple occasions called on the Iranian regime to terminate its nuclear program, in particular at the G7 summit in Kananaskis, and when the UN reimposed sanctions in September. We imposed sanctions on more than 50 Iranian entities, and we have listed the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization. But in spite of diplomatic efforts, Iran has not completely dismantled its nuclear program, nor has it terminated all its enrichment activities, and has not stopped supporting regional terrorist groups. Canada stands shoulder to shoulder with the Iranian people in its long and courageous struggle against an oppressive regime in Iran. Canada reaffirms Israel's right to defend itself. Canada supports the steps taken by the United States to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons and to prevent that regime from continuing to threaten international peace and security. The Government of Canada is calling for the protection of all civilians in this conflict.
To translate, Canada's position on the developments in the Middle East remains clear. The Islamic Republic of Iran is the principal source of instability and terror throughout the Middle East. It has one of the world's worst human rights records and must never be allowed to obtain or develop nuclear weapons. Canada and our international partners have called consistently upon the Iranian regime to end its nuclear program, including at the G7 summit in Kananaskis and with the United Nations reimposition of sanctions this past September. We've sanctioned over 250 Iranian entities. We've listed the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist entity. And despite numerous diplomatic efforts, Iran has neither fully dismantled its nuclear program, halted all enrichment activities, nor ended its support for for regional terrorist proxy groups. Canada stands with the Iranian people in their long and courageous struggle against this oppressive regime, and we reaffirm Israel's right to defend itself. Canada supports the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. And the Canadian government urges the protection of all civilians in this conflict going forward. So with that, I'd like to put in context where the world is, as I said before, where our relations are, where Canada is going.
All right,
and let me
so
start
that
by,
is Prime Minister Mark Carney in Mumbai, India. He just finished speaking about Iran. With all due respect to his agenda there, he is moving on to talk about India, but we need to stay focused on Iran right now because this is huge and this is developing. Interesting to hear the Prime Minister there talk about how Iran has among the worst human rights records in the world, that must not be allowed to develop nuclear weapons. It stayed focused on the threat that Iran poses to the rest of the world and the nuclear threat. Interesting, did not reference or repeat the U.S. president's desire for regime change. So I just want to bring in CBC's Catherine Cullen in Mumbai with the latest here. I'm curious what you made of what you heard there, Catherine.
Well, one thing that struck me, Adrian, I mean, the Prime Minister said Canada's position remains clear, and certainly much of what he said, the criticisms of the Iranian regime, are consistent. But it is worth noting that it was just hours ago, in fact, minutes before these strikes actually took place, that Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand was saying that Canada's position was clear, which is that it supports a negotiated resolution to the state of affairs, and that was going to happen at the table. But of course now, the U.S. and Israel have engaged in these strikes, and obviously the Canadian government has made the assessment that given the fact of the matter, they are backing what the United States is doing here, talking about the ambition there to stop Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and preventing its regime from further threatening international peace and security. I mean, the Prime Minister's remarks there were in very many ways consistent with the statement he put out earlier today. Again, emphasizing the faults of the Iranian regime, but surely not just in Canada, in world capitals across the planet, but people all over the world wondering about what the effect of all of this is going to be on Iranian citizens, and of course the question of what happens, as you say, vis-a-vis regime change.
Indeed. So, Catherine, just so you know, as you and I speak, on the right side of the frame, people are still seeing the Prime Minister at the podium. In part, we're doing that because there is a moment after he delivers his address where he will take questions. We are most curious to hear what some of those questions are, so we will endeavor to return to him when he starts taking them. I'm just curious. Any sense of surprise from the Canadians you interacted with today? Did this catch any of them off guard, or was it,
Obviously, I mean, the fact that the Foreign Affairs Minister spoke to us about 30 minutes or so before this happened, I would suggest that they did not realize perhaps that it was that imminent, but it certainly didn't catch anybody entirely off guard. Part of what we wanted to talk to Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand about, certainly, yes, about this trip to India and some of the questions surrounding this, but we were interested in the advice that she had put out online just a few minutes before we spoke to her about Canadians in the region, suggesting that people in Iran, well, now the advice from Canada is shelter in place if you're a Canadian in Iran. Again, Canada doesn't have diplomatic relations with the Iranian regime, hasn't, going all the way back to 2012 under Stephen Harper, but also advice to people in the region more broadly, suggesting, according to the Canadian government, that if people are in Lebanon, if they're in Palestine, if they have ways of getting out safely by commercial means, that's something that they should do. So I do think, some amount of surprise. And what I will say too is this is just the beginning of 9-10 day international trip that the Prime Minister is embarking on. it's going to what is happening in Iran is going to reshape undoubtedly the conversation that the Prime Minister will have with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Monday. They're going to certainly, and their officials, be interested in getting one another's read of where things might go now. Also, the Prime Minister is expected to address the Australian Parliament in Canberra in a few days' time. In many ways, the question was, will this be the next step of this Davos speech? The Prime Minister talking about the world order, what middle powers like Canada should do. Well, this is another moment where middle powers are finding themselves facing a question of a changing world. So undoubtedly, this is going to reshape or at least influence a lot of his agenda. Although at the same time, he continues to attend this speech at the Indian business reception and will be trying to keep a certain amount of attention on his main objective in coming here and throughout this trip to Japan as well, which is growing Canada's international trade and investment in Canada.
Indeed, I know that's what he wants to talk about. The world has other plans today. And in fact, just as you and I were talking, Pierre Poilievre, leader of the opposition Conservatives, issued his own statement. I'll just read it for you, Catherine. I don't expect you've seen it yet. He says, the regime in Tehran is the principal source of terror in the Middle East and around the world. It tried to build nuclear weapons to annihilate our allies. It massacred tens of thousands of its own people. It orchestrated the attacks of October 7th, murdered Canadian passengers on flight PS 752, sought to kill prominent Canadian leaders, and ruthlessly targets Canadians of Jewish and Iranian descent. It has shown no good faith in negotiations. He goes on to say, that's why Conservatives support the courageous people of Iran in toppling this terror regime and reclaiming their destiny after 47 years of the regime's occupation. Conservatives support a democratic, free, and permanently denuclearized Iran that lives in peace and security with its neighbors. And Conservatives support the United States, Israel, and our allies across the Gulf to defend their sovereignty and dismantle the clerical military dictatorship of Iran. So, in some ways, similar to the Prime Minister's statement, but going much further, and stop me if I'm reading this incorrectly, in terms of the reference to toppling the regime.
Well, and I would say that is very consistent with the Conservative Party's position on Iran, particularly under Pierre Poilievre, but really for quite some time they've been very pointed in their criticisms of the Iranian regime and very critical of the federal government, suggesting that they have not gone far enough to crack down on potential agents of the Iranian regime in Canada. This is something that the Conservatives have been very pointed about. And I was curious, as you were reading it out, I was wondering, is there going to be a reference to the United States here? It's interesting because Pierre Poilievre is also embarking on his own international tour soon, going to Germany and London, sort of flexing his statesman chops at the same time that Mark Carney is on the world circuit. And again, bringing it back to the principal issue here. In both cases, these leaders, in this case, the leader of the official opposition, will have to adapt to and address these questions of world events and how they're reshaping, certainly, yes, their own agenda, but more broadly, what is happening in this already incredibly complicated geopolitical time.
Indeed. All right, thank you. That is CBC's Catherine Cullen, who is in Mumbai. So, because we cut her off, let's go back to Janice Stein, who is the founding director of the Monk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy. But she joins us now from the Cotswolds in England, happens to be at a conference about the future of the Middle East, which is changing as of today. That may have been a current conference. I suspect the papers there now fall into the category of history because this is history, what's happening here, is it not?
It really is history making, Adrian. You alluded to it before. This is a region-wide war. And so many things are striking about it already. First of all, let me just say that I do not think allies of the United States were informed beforehand about this attack.
How do you say that, Janice?
I do not think they were.
But why is that? What makes you say that?
What makes me say that? It was so closely held on piecing together the pieces of the puzzle. Catherine talked about the fact that our foreign minister almost before this attack started, issued a statement urging negotiation. But I think this was so closely held. It was focused on a tactical surprise. That's why it started in the morning, not in the middle of the night as it normally would. I think there were literally the people around the president and the senior U.S. military leaders knew. There were no leaks. Because if there had been, there were enough people at this meeting that would have heard. And nobody heard anything. It's really astonishing. And it says something about the way the United States is leading now. The second really stunning statement came out of Saudi Arabia. I don't know if you've had a chance to look. Very, very critical of Iran, very critical of Iran. And, this was somebody who had urged diplomacy. He had done a pivot to Iran. That was all true. But wow, when push came to shove, the Crown Prince very, very critical. And that's stunning in and of itself.
So what is, Janice, what does that tell you? Because it seems like, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but the Middle East is divided into groups, if you will, that are certainly some very supportive of Israel, some that are kind of, I'm not really sure where they are today. So when you see Saudi Arabia do that, what does that tell you?
So what that tells you is when the issue is the Palestinians, there was a broad coalition in the Middle East, the Gulf and Iran. There was not a lot of daylight on that issue. Mm-hmm. There was support for the Palestinians. When the issue is Iran's, what happened in January was stunning, frankly, for many of the governments in the Middle East, many of whom are not democracies. But this was the most intense killing by a regime of its civilian population in a period of 48 hours, probably since Rwanda in 1994. It was stunning. And it showed a face of Iran to its Gulf neighbors, which explains why it is not only that Iran is now firing missiles at U.S. bases throughout the region, there has been a shift back again from Iran by leaders in the Emirates, by leaders in Saudi Arabia. Yes, you hear all the time, we want a negotiated solution. The Omanis and the Qataris have worked so hard on this, Adrian. But Iran has it's stunning, has almost no support in the region right now.
And are you surprised at all that we've heard nothing or not much from China or Russia today?
No, I think we'll get statements for sure. And both China and Russia's just agreed to sell, man-pad, shoulder-held missiles and more advanced ones. China has committed to sell more to Iran, more advanced, and anti-ship missiles, but they are not coming anytime soon. But neither of these two countries, Russia is not going to risk what remains of its relationship with Donald Trump over this, nor will China. So this is a sobering moment, I think, for the Iranians as they watch the kind of ebbing away of support in the Gulf. The biggest question is the one you asked me: how long does this go on? Not for a very long period of time, Adrian, because stocks are drawn down from the war in June. That's the only thing I think that people can look at, because the Middle East right now is, to one degree or another, are in shelters.
And sorry, one last thought for you, Janice, because I know you have over the years had many interactions with, secretaries of defense and the Pentagon, and you understand the sort of the spasms of war. What kind of moment are we in this second, in the sense that 6-7 hours ago there was a flurry of airstrikes into Iran, cruise missile strikes, and then there was a flurry of reaction. And now I don't know what this is. Is this an assessment period? Is this a lull?
Yeah.
Is this another calm before another storm?
Yes. It's two things, okay? it is an assessment. They want to assess the damage. They want to assess whether they're hitting targets, and they can, recalibrate. But they're also, and this is, I think, the big difference from June to now, they're also being careful not to use up everything in a massive outburst in the first 24, 48 hours, because their stocks are low. And that's going to affect the pacing of all of this. So, there are gaps here. Iran, it depends. We have to see who is running the government in Iran right now after all this. That's part of the assessment. It was Laryani, the head of the National Security Council, because Khamenei had delegated authority to him. There are factions in Iran. It's so important to remember there are factions in the Republican Guards. There are multiple opposition groups. Who is going to make the critical decisions for Iran over the next week? That's going to be material.
Okay. Janice, again, thank you very, very much. I'm sorry to take you away from your conference, although I suspect
that's just fine.
Everyone there is watching is watching their screens anyway.
We are.
That is Janice Stein, who today, where in the world, is in Cotswolds, England. Thanks, Janice. So let's go back to Mumbai if we can. As you can see, the Prime Minister is still at the podium there in Mumbai. The reason why we're staring at this picture, he's already made his statement on Iran, is that we are anticipating him taking questions any moment now. And we also anticipate that some of those questions will be about Iran, about Canada's position. And so while we wait for that, I want to go back, if we can, to Catherine Cullen in Mumbai. So, Catherine, anything more that you've been reading or listening to and want to add here?
Well, one thing I would just want to highlight is these questions that the Prime Minister is taking. So as I said earlier, this is an India business reception. It is a journalist, and my colleagues who are in the room tell me somebody from CNBC who's going to be asking the questions in this Q&A. I would expect that primarily they are going to be about the Canada-India relationship and about trade. But we are hopeful that given events unfolding right now, that this journalist might choose to ask him a question about Iran, the impact. Some of the other questions that we will have certainly in the coming days, Adrian, because we do anticipate, predictably, when the Prime Minister travels internationally like this, he does take questions from journalists. One is that, what does the Prime Minister have to say now that he has, in essence, backed the United States action here about the extent to which a case can be made that this in any way complies with international law? Certainly that is a big part of the conversation. We will be looking to see what kind of conversations Mark Carney has with other allies. I had wondered if perhaps, in fact, the initial reaction to this might come as a statement from many allies. In the end, It was the Prime Minister and Minister Anita Anand.
So, Catherine, I'm just going to interrupt you because, as you predicted, the first question is about Iran. Let's have a listen.
Diplomatic efforts to resolve the situation, to end the nuclear enrichment, to end the state-sponsored terrorism of Iran. Those efforts have made episodic progress, but not comprehensive progress. Those efforts intensified in recent weeks without resolution. It's led us to this. It is a serious conflict. In a serious conflict, you have to make choices. We have a consistent position. Prevention of Iran obtaining nuclear weapons, prevention of the state-sponsored terrorism that has plagued the Middle East in multiple forms, and support for the Iranian people. And the consequence of that will be determined by whether Iran de-escalates. We call on all parties to protect civilian lives as best as possible in what is a very serious situation.
If Iran chooses not to de-escalate at this point in time and we continue to see a protracted escalation, when you say that you support the US and you support Israel, what could that support entail? Do you see Canada getting involved as well?
Well, look, we have not been party to the military buildup to this or the military planning of this, so it is not envisioned that we would be part of it moving forward. But certainly we have both the Minister of Finance, myself with the President, the Minister of Finance with their counterpart, Minister of Foreign Affairs, I should say, and myself with the President. We've had a series of discussions over recent weeks about the possibility of this happening if the diplomatic efforts were not successful. It's been very clear the threat of what has now been realized in terms of military action. It should have been clear to an Iranian regime which has refused to dismantle fully its nuclear program and continues to pose a serious threat to the region.
As a former central banker, what could this mean now potentially for the commodities markets, and what sort of a challenge does it pose for central banks as well as for fiscal policy around the world?
In the very short term, you get a risk premium in situations like this. You'll get a risk premium, particularly obviously in energy markets, oil markets. There is military activity around the Straits of Hormuz, which is an obvious choke point. It comes at a time. First and foremost, this is about human lives. It's about establishing stability in the region, the will of the Iranian people being respected. That, first and foremost, that. When you go back to commodity markets and inflation, it comes at a time when commodity price inflation has been lower. I mean, oil markets have been soft as a whole, so there'll be some firmness and some spike on that, but I don't view it as I view the issue as a fundamental issue of geopolitics, of ending state-sponsored terrorism, ending nuclear proliferation in Iran, and of course protecting civilian lives as much as possible, as opposed to majoring on the economic side, which I don't view as being, in the fullness of time, that material.
Let me now talk to you about India and your visit here to India. As you pointed out, this is the first bilateral visit by a Canadian Prime Minister.
All right, and so with that transition, we're going to go back to Catherine Cullen, the Prime Minister there, saying effectively not much different from what he said in his statement. He was asked a question about what this means for the commodities market. He answered as diplomatically as possible. Given his history as a central banker, he certainly has a lot to say about that, but says effectively that is a discussion for another day. This day is about the people of Iran and the very real anxiety around the world about what's going to happen. What did you make of what you heard, Catherine?
A few things that stood out. The point about waiting to see whether Iran de-escalates, calling on all parties to protect civilian lives. And certainly that was essentially baked into the statement he made earlier, talking about the emphasis on civilian life, but all parties. That does include Israel and the United States, as well as the Iranian regime itself. And it is something that he consistently comes back to. And I think something you're going to hear from a lot of Western leaders is the concern about what happens to the people in Iran in this moment of great uncertainty. He also talked about the fact that I thought I was appreciative as a fellow journalist to this journalist for asking him several questions about such a pressing topic. But I was surprised by the question of whether or not Canada would be a part of this. The Prime Minister being explicit that Canada has not been a part of the planning or the build-up for this, which I think is what we would have expected. You asked me earlier, Adrian, to what extent the Canadian government was surprised by this. I don't think anyone would have expected that they would have been given a heads up. Perhaps not surprised insofar as there has been, as you've been discussing over the past several hours, this build-up, a growing sense of tension. They knew something was coming, but the specific timing, I think, certainly caught them unaware. I mean, he even said to the Iranian regime itself, very aware of the growing threat. Everyone has been aware of the growing threat of an attack that has now been realized. So many questions about how all of this is going to play out, how the Iranian regime will respond, how the United States will respond as all of this continues. And as I say, as Mark Carney embarks on these series of international meetings, this is undoubtedly going to reshape his agenda. He has the opportunity to speak to several world leaders over the course of the next several days about it. We will look for phone calls calls and particular discussions that he might have with other counterparts. I would think allies in Europe in particular about all of this over the course of the next few days as they compare notes, share their sense of where things might go from here, and some of the knock-on effects in terms of the humanitarian situation, and how the world might respond in the coming days as we see what shape all of this takes.
Catherine Cullen, thorough and smart as always. Thank you for your analysis on this. It is possible we will be speaking with you again. That is CBC's Catherine Cullen in Mumbai. I just want to bring you up to speed on some things we're learning about what is happening in Iran at the moment, because we've been talking about what this means for the people of Iran. We now know that they have been lining up at very long queues at gas stations across Tehran, in northern Tehran, rushing to supermarkets, stocking up on supplies. That comes from the Associated Press because it's very difficult to get information, confirmed information out of Iran right now. But we do know that the supply of critical things like the basics, milk, bread, have been difficult. They are not available in some stores. So there's got to be some anxiety on the ground there that this is going to be around for a long time. CBC is also writing about how we're hearing from Iran's foreign affairs minister, who's calling the U.S. and Israeli attacks illegal, and taking an opportunity to effectively troll Donald Trump while doing so, saying, quote, Netanyahu and Trump's war on Iran is wholly unprovoked, illegal, and illegitimate. Trump has turned America first into Israel first, which always means America last. He then went on to include an image of a tweet from 2012 in which Donald Trump then said, now that Obama's poll numbers are in a tailspin, watch for him to launch a strike in Libya or Iran. He is desperate. Clearly a nod there to Donald Trump's polling numbers. That's the politics of this. It's the weapons that are doing the real speaking today, though, and they speak with a violent, loud, and bloody voice. And certainly people across the Middle East are very anxious right now, rightly so. Marianne Demain is joining us to talk in particular about that, about the effect in the Middle East. Can we talk about airspace right now? We've heard from Air Canada, Marianne, saying that, listen, flights to Dubai are not happening right now, that they didn't have flights planned to Tel Aviv today, but who knows what will happen tomorrow. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, you're right. We just got that statement from Air Canada this morning confirming that, yes, flights to and from Dubai right now suspended because that's part of the area where the airspace is currently closed, not just in Iran, but also in Israel and other parts of the Gulf. So let's look at this flight radar map. It gives you a sense of the cancellations and suspensions as a result of what you were just looking at there, the smoke and the aftermath of those airstrikes in Iran this morning. But looking at this map here, you see all of those yellow plane icons. That represents where planes are still allowed to fly right now. In the center, though, you see that area where they are not flying. And again, that is where the airspace is closed, not only for Iran and not only for Israel, but also for Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, United Arab Emirates. We're also seeing closures there. So essentially that means that planes are not allowed to fly into those areas. So global airlines now canceling their flights if they had any destinations or flights planned today and in the coming days to any of those areas and the countries where the airspace is now closed. Those are currently not happening. I want to take you back to Air Canada, though, and that statement that was released this morning, because we do have that for you this morning, where they outline the cancellation and suspension of their flights to and from Dubai and what this means for them, and the fact that there was no planned flight to or from Tel Aviv today. But we know that it's not just Air Canada, other airlines as well, including the airlines from Finland, Swiss, so that's Finnair, Swiss, also Lufthansa, also canceling their flights to and from Dubai. We've got a shot from inside the airport in Dubai. This is normally a bustling airport, as is the case for so many of these large airports in the Middle East. A big travel hub, a big connector to so many other areas of the world. The boards there you can see canceled and delayed, and we're going to see a lot of that throughout the day. But again, because the situation is so uncertain and they're doing this out of the obvious concerns around safety and security, we're going to see more cancellations and more delays on flight boards like that one there in Dubai. Looking at other areas, Air India Virgin Airlines also canceling flights to parts of the Middle East. We know British Airways also canceling flights to Bahrain, also Tel Aviv. We have this statement also from Turkish Airlines. They released this morning, not long after these strikes began, saying due to the closure of some countries' airspace in the Middle East, our flights to Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Iran, and Jordan have been canceled until March 2nd. The statement then goes on to say that flights to Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, and Oman have been canceled for February 28th, going on to say that it's being monitored. The situation is being monitored in real time. But Adrian, that is the case for all aspects of this case in the aftermath of these strikes, which, by the way, are still going and are expected to continue over the next few days.
And we've been talking about Canadians in the region. They've certainly been told, get out if you can. Register if you can. Am I missing anything on what they're hearing?
Yeah, that was the message from Canada's Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand and Prime Minister Mark Carney releasing a statement this morning saying if you are in Iran specifically and if you are Canadian, get out safely if you can. Now, that seems like a simple enough instruction. What complicates this is the fact that Canada does not have a government office in Iran. So if you can get out while you can and do so safely and also follow the local advice, shelter in place and take necessary precautions, it still is on the Canadian in Iran to create their own contingency plan that does not rely on any additional help from the Canadian government while they're in that country. There is a Canadian embassy in Ankara, Turkey. If Canadians can get there, there is consular responsibilities for that embassy that includes Iran. They can help you if you can get there. But if you're Canadian in that country right now, it really is up to you to try to get out safely. We also know that people in the surrounding areas need to get out. Again, that's complicated by the fact that the airspace is closed in so many parts of the Gulf region right now. But really, it's looking at the Canadians who are registered. That number is still unclear. We did reach out to Global Affairs Canada to try to get a confirmation on that number. But again, Adrian, all dependent on Canadians who actually register. So we're still waiting for that information this morning.
Indeed. All right. Thank you. Marianne Domain in our newsroom here. Also joining us, David Common. Thank you so much for being here. There is so much that you know about this region, about all things military. Can we talk about what is happening on the ground? We're having a hard time, as you understand, getting through to people in Iran. In part, that is what the regime has done by blocking off the internet. But what else is going on there?
Let's talk about the three immediate objectives, because this is likely to be an enduring campaign, not just days, quite likely weeks. So what are they trying to do today and in the opening hours? They're trying to kill the ability of the Iranian leadership to command and control its response to all of this. They're also trying to kill that leadership.
Right.
And then they are trying to degrade their ability to respond militarily. So let's unpack that. How do you kill command and control? You get rid of communications, and that means you take out the satellite systems, you take out the key buildings, but you also try to take out cell phones, because you may try as a military leader on your secure communications, but you will go down to the cell phone that everybody has. If you are somebody who has family in Iran, you are quite likely trying to reach out to them right now and quite likely not having any success. And that is because either the Iranians have switched it off or the Americans and the Israelis have bombed some of those key sites. That restricts their command and control.
Well, that certainly speaks to, just to interrupt you for a second, we were speaking with Margaret Evans earlier, who was in the middle of a conversation with a friend in Iran when everything went out.
And then boom. Yeah, so that could well be that. It could be systems being overwhelmed, but I would expect that you take out command and control. It is an ordinary thing you do in the opening hours of a major campaign. This is one of them. The Trump administration has said regime change is the key outcome here that they're seeking. There's a whole lot of baggage associated with that when we think about what the Americans have tried to do in the past. But in trying to do so, they will be, they will have identified, they think, where the leadership, the most senior leadership will be, but along with the Israelis, a combined operation to try to take out key sites. Jenna Stein talking to you about this from the Munk School of Global Affairs. No doubt that the supreme leader and other key leaders will have been hidden, will have been anticipating something like this, given the huge military buildup there. Then there's the response, and we are seeing some of Iran's response. No question that their ability to respond, to stop some of the missiles that are striking, has been severely degraded by the last strike, by ongoing campaigns that have happened there. And so that's why we are seeing some success in things that are being hit on the ground. Is it unsafe for ordinary Iranians? I mean, look, it is a war. There's no question about that, or it is warfare that is underway. But you have talked about people lining up at gas stations and grocery stores for what little supplies they can get. They're doing that partly because they see a long road ahead, partly because it is possible to do that, because this is not carpet bombing. This is trying to strategically take out certain areas. It doesn't mean everything lands where it's supposed to. Right. Doesn't mean that there aren't going to be secondary casualties, but they are not just bombing everything everywhere. They are trying to take out their ability to respond. And some of that will be, you know, those mobile missile launchers that are mounted on trucks. Some of it will be, we've seen them hit a port, whether it's the Israelis or the Americans, I don't know who. What are they trying to do there? They're trying to prevent the IRGC, the Republican Guards Navy, from getting into the Strait of Hormuz and shutting it down by putting sea mines out there or whatever form of warfare they employ.
So those are the intentions. Can we talk about the implications should these things happen? We don't know the fate of the senior leadership. We have no idea. Nothing has been verified as yet. In the event that we learn that a major figure has been killed, or that a leadership has been, I think the Americans would use the term neutralized. What are the implications on the ground? So, because then you head into deeply unstable territory, even though Margaret said that the regime is designed to replicate itself.
Well, Margaret has deep, as you do, and as you know, has deep experience in that region. Look, the IRGC has been trained for a moment like this, so that if there is a decapitation at the top, that the struggle continues. And that struggle is both trying to respond to an external threat, but trying to respond to an internal threat. And so there are people with guns in neighborhoods who are there to put down any kind of resistance, the very thing that President Trump is now calling on people to do, to try to take back their own government. There will be people with guns to try to stop them who have successfully done so in recent weeks. That doesn't mean that there won't be a power vacuum and a struggle and a shift. And Iran as a society is not unified. It is an incredible society. I've been there just once. The cradle of civilization, many Iranians will tell you. Deeply educated, incredible people, but up against a wall of a regime that has figured out how to keep itself alive against the odds for 5 decades. And that says something to us. How might they respond externally? That's the question. You know, that they can block that key corridor, that Strait of Hormuz. They can attempt to block it. They are right now striking at American targets that don't move. So Al Udeid Air Base, for instance, outside of Doha and Qatar. They're hitting that. There are Patriot missile systems there to try to take things out. Something might get through. If you hit a tarmac, that doesn't necessarily mean bad things. But then you have the targets that move around. It's hard for them to hit an aircraft carrier because it's always on the go. You don't know where to send a missile. And even if you did, the Gerald Ford, the Abraham Lincoln have deep anti-missile systems, air-to-air missile systems to take out threats, including drone systems.
So you talked about the USS Gerald Ford, right? This is the largest aircraft carrier in the world. It has been on the move for 11 months already. It is close to breaking the record for the longest amount of time on the move since like the post-Vietnam era. How long can the United States keep all these assets where they are?
Forever is the short term. Yeah. So the Gerald Ford and the Abraham Lincoln, these 2 aircraft carriers are nuclear powered. They have decades worth of fuel on board. In terms of the ability to move the ship. Okay, what about the ability to move the aircraft? 90 or so on the Gerald Ford, for instance, at its maximum capacity. You need jet fuel for that. You do something called a RAS, a resupply at sea, and they literally shoot over a long pipe from one tanker over to the aircraft carrier and fill it up. You can do that with food. You can do that with all sorts of other things. They have transport aircraft that can take off the deck, bring in new personnel, take out other personnel. They have the ability to sustain this. I mean, forget about weeks, months and months and months. And with 2 aircraft carriers in that region, let's remember, it's not just those ships. It's all the vessels that they sail with, the missile cruisers, the destroyers. They have the capacity to remain in that region for months to come. And this is, as you've pointed out this morning, the largest military buildup that we have seen since the Iraq campaign in 2003. That should tell us something about the U.S. military's capacity to A, come in with overwhelming force, B, to sustain it.
So that certainly, if we're having that conversation, the Iranians are having that conversation too. Janice sort of indicated that they are very limited in their capabilities. What are we missing about what they are capable of doing at this moment?
The worry will be the asymmetrical. It's a word you've used over the course of this morning, Adrian, and that will be the big one. So we are seeing, as we speak, a large number of drones being directed at Israel, for instance, a key U.S. ally, but also a participant in this action against Iran. Will some of those drones get through? It is quite possible. You send thousands of them in. We look at what has happened in Ukraine, Russia, the way in which warfare has changed, that if you don't have the big intercontinental ballistic missiles, if you don't have the aircraft carriers, you use something that will overwhelm or hit soft targets. And so the ability to strike at things that aren't big defended military areas is one consideration. Sending drones into civilian areas, whether it's Israel or beyond. But also, I would watch in coming days for things like, will a U.S. consulate be targeted? Will certain areas, will U.S. aircraft be targeted? That will be mindful of airlines, for instance, because a regular commercial airliner doesn't have the same defense systems. I would watch for that asymmetrical, and that is what the IRGC, the Iraqi Republican Guard, what they have prepared to do, because they know they can't take on the Americans at their own game. And so they have to respond differently. They have practiced for this. It is a very dangerous time right now.
It is different from what the Prime Minister was talking about in terms of the de-escalation.
It is the opposite of that, no question.
It is. Yeah. All right. David Common, as always, thank you. Please don't go anywhere. I feel like we live here right now, and we will until there's some sort of answer here.
And I feel for, this country, and you've been referring to it, Adrian, this country has a huge Iranian diaspora.
Indeed. Who
will be deeply thinking about their loved ones today. And I wish I could offer you more comforting words, but it is a very dangerous time, and the danger is not just from what's falling from the sky.
And exacerbated by the inability, as you were saying, to be able to reach the people you love.
Absolutely.
So this has been this 2026 has been especially rough for the diaspora. Seeing all of the protests and the killings that happened after it, this is rough. All right, David, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So if you happen to just be joining us on this Saturday morning, we're bringing you major breaking news. President Donald Trump says the United States military has launched what he calls a massive and ongoing operation within Iran. He made that announcement on his platform, Truth Social, just after 2 a.m. Eastern this morning. Here's what he had to say.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms, You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Control of your destiny and to unleash the control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
So that was Donald Trump's announcement, social media site Truth Social this morning at just after 2 a.m. Eastern. The more you hear it, the more astonishing it is in a way. We haven't heard something like that from a U.S. president since the 2000. Freedom is at hand. His message to the Iranian people to do what they can to rise up and defeat their government. This is what he's asking them to do, saying that they are being backed by more U.S. firepower than ever before, that they'd asked for help for generations and didn't get it, but now they're getting it. The question is, what happens after this initial flurry of airstrikes? What comes next? What comes next in the region? We know that as soon as Israel launched those strikes against Iran, you're looking at pictures of Tehran there, against some of the senior leadership in Tehran and the compounds of the Ayatollah. And as soon as the United States started launching its strikes, Iran started launching back at U.S. bases throughout the Middle East, and particularly at Israel. That is where we go now to Crystal Guman-Singh, who happens to be in Jerusalem for us right now. So can you bring us up to speed on what the feeling is there right now, what you're hearing on the ground, Crystal?
Well, what I'm hearing right now, and the reason I'm looking around, is you can hear the sound of fighter jets, and I'm just trying to get a sense of if we can actually see anything. The cloud cover has moved out, so it is a little bit easier to see things in the sky right now. The latest we're getting from Israel Defense Forces, they did put out a notice just about 4 minutes ago saying that there were more detections of missiles headed towards Israel, that there could potentially be a new alert being issued for some areas. So we are keeping an eye out to see if there will be another alert sent to people and giving them a heads up. Those alerts giving warnings to people really started at about 8:15 this morning. That's when that initial warning went out. The strikes on Iran happened in the early morning hours. Now that, Adrian, is very unusual. Normally, these operations take place in the dead of night. Israel Defense Forces did share a bit of information about that rationale, saying they decided to launch this operation along with the United States in the early morning hours because they had intel that there would be a gathering of Iranian officials, and they were trying to target those individuals. That's why this operation started at about 8 a.m. rather than 4 a.m. like other operations have in the past. People throughout the day have been heeding those warnings, listening to those alerts, going in the communities as well as going to mobile phones and heading into shelters. People were given very explicit directions today when a state of emergency was declared that people are to pay attention to those warnings and get to shelters as soon as possible. We've seen that here in Jerusalem, also in Tel Aviv. A number of people were interviewed in Tel Aviv as they were going into those shelters today, saying that they are not surprised by these strikes, that they are happy to see that the United States and Israel are taking steps to secure the future of Israel, Iran, and its possibility of developing a nuclear weapon and its ballistic stockpiles seen as a serious threat, not only to Israel, but we heard the U.S. president say that as well. So people in those shelters in Tel Aviv talking about how serious they're taking this and what they make of this latest military operation.
I hope that it will bring quiet for a long time. Hopefully this regime will collapse. And I don't know exactly what they're planning, obviously, but I hope it will bring better futures for everyone in the region, including the Iranian people.
Well, we woke up to the siren this morning, and we understood that, there's an attack going on, and that we need to be prepared. We were already prepared with our emergency backpacks in case this happens. And yeah, so we just once we got the alert that there is a missile attack, we came to the shelter.
And I did just get a message from someone we work with in Tel Aviv saying that there are alerts right now in Tel Aviv. Notice that people are heading back to shelters as we speak, Adrian.
Okay, Crystal, thanks for that. And I understand that even though we seem to see you on a rooftop, that you're fairly close to a shelter yourself. So if you get one of those alerts, absolutely, please, safety first, go there first. But you are seeing, I know this morning or a few hours ago, we talked about interceptions being visible. Nothing for a while, eh?
Nothing for a while, but that's not unexpected. These things sort of come in waves, and it is a little bit more of a quiet time. No doubt both the Israeli forces as well as those on the ground in Iran are getting a sense of exactly what has happened and where anything has struck. We do know that those interceptions were quite active this morning. Israeli local media saying about 40 missiles were shot down. We don't have any indication as far as drone numbers at this point. Normally they come in waves of missiles first and then those drones because they move a little bit slower. We do know that search and rescue teams were being sent out throughout different locations in Israel looking to find debris to get more information, but we don't have any confirmation from Israeli forces about any strike locations. We did hear earlier in the day from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that, these would be, very challenging times. We also heard that from the Israeli president. But Benjamin Netanyahu also spoke to the people of Iran, telling them that they are about to be able to take control and encouraging them to move forward in a free and peaceful nature. Take a listen to a little bit of what he had to say this morning.
אחיי ואחיותיי, אזרחי ישראל, לפני שעה קלה יצאו ישראל וארצות הברית למערכה משותפת, מבצע שאגת הארי. מטרת המבצע, לשים קץ לאיום ממשטר האייתולות באיראן. ניצור תנאים שיאפשרו לעם האיראני האמיץ לפרוק מעליו את עול המשטר הרצחני הזה.
It is very much a situation where people here are preparing that this will be something that will be continuing over several days. This was talked about for many weeks, so it is not unexpected, but really no one here knows just how active it is going to get, or if at some point later in the day we will see more barrage coming through from Iran, and if any of those will get through all of the different levels of air defense systems here, Adrian.
Yeah, that's certainly the anxiety in other parts of the Middle East. I'm thinking Bahrain, Kuwait, the UAE, and Qatar in particular, which certainly saw big explosions this morning. They seem to be directed at U.S. bases in those countries. Do you know anything more about how far and wide this is becoming?
Well, let's start with Bahrain, because we do have some images to share with you there when there were some strikes that made their way through. These sort of scenes are exactly what Gulf nations were afraid of in the coming days, and they had said they don't want to see this escalate to the point where American bases or Gulf nations are pulled into this wider regional strike. We also had a statement not too long ago from the UAE's Ministry of Defense. It says it intercepted a new wave of Iranian missiles this evening. In the latest wave there, it says that there was no damage, but they are in the process of collecting falling debris that has scattered over a wide-ranging area. They say that they remain on a state of high readiness and encouraging people to be careful. We're also seeing widespread condemnation from Egypt, for example. example, from Saudi Arabia, there is just such a lot of concern of this growing to a much wider scale of a conflict. Iranian officials did say that any American base, any Israeli targets outside of these areas would also be targeted. There are so many American bases across the Gulf that there are a lot of possible locations that could be hit in the coming hours. We have also heard, Adrian, from the International Committee of the Red Cross. They are encouraging that all the rules of war be paid attention to, that hospitals, schools, civilian homes and locations are not targeted. The idea of this entire region being pulled in is such a huge concern, and we are starting to see that with all of these different locations having to deal with strikes and having to scramble their air defense systems. So far, it looks like they are doing a good job, but we just don't ever know about the waves and how busy they get and how long they can continue to use their air defense systems.
Yeah, uncertainty is also dangerous. That is Crystal Gomansing. Stay safe and let us know if anything changes for you. Thank you. So, David, very, very quickly, I just want to ask David Common, who is with us this morning here. We were talking about the U.S. allies sort of on the sidelines watching this and offering statements, but there's something different from the UK. Walk us through what's happening here.
This is interesting to me. So British Prime Minister Keir Starmer coming out and saying that while they are urging that the hostilities cease and that the parties get back to the negotiating table, they are simultaneously sending British military aircraft into the sky. Where, he does not say, but he says it's very clear that they are there to protect allies. What do I read into that? Quite likely it is looking at those 5-6 countries that are either being targeted by Iran in the Middle East right now, or are shooting down over their airspace. The Brits do have operations in that area. It's quite likely they've put jets up in the sky to try to shoot down some of the things that are incoming.
Okay. David, thanks for that. Let's keep an eye on that and see if there are any others. And as you say that, I'm reminded of what Janice Stein often warns us about, is that when you have a buildup like this, the intentionality is one concern. The mistakes are another. The misinterpreted signals, miscommunications, terrible things can and have happened in the past when there have been some confusion. So we're going to try to get some clarity now back in Washington from CBC's Willie Lowry. Willie, U.S. President Donald Trump launching the attack this morning. You're hearing now about some more reaction from Washington. What's happening?
Yeah, absolutely, Adrian. You know, there is near uniformity dislike of the Iranian regime here in Washington. But there is concern, especially among Democrats, that the president did not seek congressional authorization for this war, and it is at this point a war. That being said, I've just learned that Secretary of State Marco Rubio did in fact brief the Gang of Eight. Those are the leaders in the Senate and the Congress on intelligence matters about this operation on Tuesday in a briefing that lasted about 1 hour. And then just ahead of the attack this morning, he also reached out to those 8 members. My understanding is he managed to speak by phone with 7 of those members. And they also provided notifications to the Armed Service Committees early this morning after the strikes commenced. Just for perspective, that's in stark difference to what happened back in January when the U.S., of course, went into Venezuela and captured Nicolas Maduro. In that case, they left the Gang of Eight essentially out in the cold. All of this comes as President Donald Trump really releasing quite a striking pre-recorded video, which shows you just how far in advance his whole operation was planned out. He essentially outlined the U.S. objectives, of course, to take out Iran's nuclear capabilities as well as their ballistic missile capabilities. But perhaps most importantly, he called on the Iranian people to rise up, urging them that this was their moment to potentially overthrow the regime that has been in power since 1979. Let's take a listen to a little bit of what the president had to say.
to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
And Trump expressed support for Iranians who've been protesting against the regime since the end of 2025. Those protests went in through January and some of February. They were brutally cracked down upon, suppressed by the regime. Trump believes tens of thousands of Iranians were killed in that crackdown. But now, clearly, once again, trying to urge them, show them support, and telling them this is their moment. Just for context, of course, Adrian, this is not the first time that the U.S. has attempted to instigate regime change in Iran. Back in 1953, the CIA helped to reinstall Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the last Shah of Iran, who was overthrown in 1979 during that Islamic Revolution. His son, Reza Pahlavi, who's lived here in the U.S. for decades, took to social media essentially right after President Trump and echoed the president's statement urging Iranians to stay safe in their homes, but also saying that this was a moment of destiny and that he believed the Islamic regime was on the precipice of collapse.
Willie Lowry, thank you very much for that. There's a lot there. And as this morning moves on, we're learning a lot more things. We just across the wires had a reference to something that may be happening. We'll keep an eye out for this. It says Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, to give a speech within minutes after the U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran. On Al-Alam TV is what's reporting that. So interesting. If we see the supreme leader, is this a live speech? Is this a pre-recorded speech? Is it clear where he's speaking from? What exactly does he say? We will keep an eye on that, and we will bring to you the information when we see it and when we can confirm it. We're also hearing from Israeli media that there has been a hit in the center of the country. The extent of what that means, not entirely clear yet. When we were speaking with Crystal Komansing not long ago, she said, you know, there's a very sophisticated system of alerts there. Unlike Dubai, Megan Williams was telling us that there really wasn't any warning and people just heard loud bangs. In Israel, there is a very systematic series of warnings, so they knew something was coming. People were going back into the shelters. What exactly hit in the center of the country, we don't know. The outcome of that, we don't know. But we're going to check in as soon as we can. In the interim, while we watch all these moving parts, I'd really like to speak with a man who understands regional stability and instability. That's Fawaz Gerges, who's the chair of Contemporary Middle Eastern Studies at the London School of Economics and Political Science. Also not in the UK today. I believe you're in San Diego. I think that's right. So of all the time, and again, a bit like Sajan Gohal, we've spoken many times over the years talking about Iran and its future. What is your assessment of this moment in Iran? What kind of conversations are happening there at the top right now?
Well, thanks for having me. I think the first point I would like to tell your viewers is that we have to wait and see. It is too early to speculate on what could happen, might happen in Iran and the region. But I think this is a very consequential moment. We have seen this show before. The idea that the United States could basically bring about regime change. The idea that the United States could basically change the regional landscape. The idea that somehow air power on its own can really basically force the Iranian regime to surrender and to submit to its own demands, to American demands. What's different about what we have seen in the past few hours, actually the past year or so, is that This is a coordinated attack by the United States and Israel. This is really, historically speaking, it happened last June and it's happening now. And this is really quite very radical in the sense that the United States now joins Israel in trying to reshape regional order. The second important point, this is not about reaching a nuclear deal with Iran. This is not about destroying the Iranian nuclear program. President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister have made it very clear. This is about regime change in Iran. They do not just want to destroy Iran's nuclear program and ballistic missiles and the security infrastructure. They want to destroy the regime itself. In fact, the first waves of American and Israeli attacks have targeted the top leadership, including the supreme leader, the president, the defense minister, and top leaders. My own assessment is that if President Trump expects the Iranian people to rise up against their regime now, this is a very delusional idea. It's delusional because this could really mean another massacre in Iran. And also because if history is a lesson, the Iranian people rally around the flag when their country is under attack, even though there are millions of Iranians who would like the regime to disappear and they would like a new government in place. So all in all, we have to wait and see. But what we are seeing now really is a very dangerous moment, not only for Iran and the Iranian people, but also for the region as a whole, because it could really mean catastrophic consequences for regional stability and security.
Fawaz, when you think about the Iranian people right now and everything they have been through, especially recently, how worried are you about their day-to-day right now?
Actually, this is really the most important point to talk about. The plight, the conditions, the well-being, the security, and the safety of the Iranian people. The Iranian people have gone through so much in the past really 40 years or so. Does any Iranian believe that President Trump cares about the Iranian people? Does anyone believe that President Trump cares about democracy in Iran? Does anyone believe that Benjamin Netanyahu cares about the well-being of the Iranian people? Of course not. So the reality is this particular war could have devastating consequences on the Iranian people. Just we have reports now, according to the Iranian government, more than 50 children, school children, were killed in one of the major attacks by either the United States and Israel. So I expect thousands of casualties in Iran. I expect the entire infrastructure, security, military, strategic, economic infrastructure of Iran to be destroyed. And the fear is that the destruction of state capacity could really basically trigger civil strife in Iran, instability in Iran, and could spill over its neighbors if this war continues, as we think it will be, not just for a week or two. This could really go on for weeks and months.
So what is the mechanism that allows for a climb down from both sides? What has to happen next for this not to spiral into more violence?
I mean, I want to be direct with your viewers, and you want me to. Mm-hmm. The Omani foreign minister, who was basically mediating between the American and Iranian teams over the past 2 weeks, just released a statement. He said, why would you attack Iran while we have made major progress in terms of really trying to end Iran's nuclear program? I mean, I think if we need to think about it, this is not about reaching a nuclear deal with Iran. This is about regime change in Iran, and President Trump has made it very clear. And he does not have authorization either from the American people or let alone from the international community, the Security Council. And this is why this is a war of choice. This is President Trump's war. He thinks it's going to be easy, it's going to be simple, it's going to be a great win for him, as it was in Taiwan, as in Venezuela. But the chief of staff, the head of the chief of staff of the United States, has already warned President Trump this will not be an easy win. This will be a prolonged, dangerous, costly war, particularly for the Iranian people. And I'm mainly concerned about the plight of the Iranian people and the well-being of the Iranian people. So at the end of the day, the end game, the President Trump, what he has said in the past few hours, if the end game is to bring about regime change in Iran, this could really last for months, if not for years, barring a political miracle, inside Iran itself.
Indeed, Fawaz, as we've been saying all day, it's very easy to start a war. It is very hard to stop one. Thank you very, very much for your insights. I always appreciate speaking with you, sir. That was Fawaz Gargas speaking with us from San Diego today. So for more on the military situation as it could relate to Iran, let's bring in CBC senior parliamentary defense reporter Murray Brewster, who is in Stockholm today. No one is where they normally are, Murray. It's impossible to keep track here.
That's true, Adrian.
It's been interesting, Murray, looking at, we've been talking about the U.S. assets in the Middle East. We've seen Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, say that British planes are in the air to protect their assets. What about Canada? What kind of footprint does Canada have in the Middle East militarily?
Canada has a very small footprint in the Middle East compared to the Allies, but also compared to what Canada did have in the region a few years ago. There are only a few so-called named military operations in the region. The one we should be watching, though, is 18 Canadian personnel are supposed to be part of the U.S. military headquarters in Qatar, and they're there in a support role. So that's the one we should be watching mostly. But Canada has a handful of peacekeepers, roughly 40 in the Sinai. There are other capacity building and training missions in Jordan and in Lebanon as well. And so it's relatively small at the moment. And I think that Canadians are watching the situation pretty much from the sidelines.
What happened, though, Murray? Like, Canada, as you said, used to have this sizable presence a few years ago. How did that change?
That's right. I mean, Canada did take part in the air campaign against the Islamic State 10 years ago. It also contributed a sizable amount of troops and was also leading the NATO training mission in Iraq to train security forces. But Adrian, a lot of that has moved along, mostly because Canada is now leading the NATO deterrence mission in Latvia, which is over 2,000 troops, and the military is short of personnel. So it has been a gradual withdrawal of Canadian military presence in the region. But again, there's a token force there that has been doing a lot of training and capacity building as well.
Is there ever a conversation about whether, if this carries on, if Canada could be asked to contribute in some fashion?
Well, it would be very difficult, I think, at the moment for Canada to contribute beyond what it's doing, mostly because of the personnel shortage, but also, too, we had some figures that came out before when the defense investment strategy was the defense industrial strategy, was released, that showed only 42% of the Air Force at the moment is serviceable. Or ready to fly and fight, I guess is the best way to put it. And the Air Force would, as been talking all day long, this is an air campaign that's taking place over Iran, and the CF-18s themselves are old, and they might not be suitable for going up against Iran's air defense system. So the Canadian military is limited in what it can contribute at this time. As I was saying earlier, most of the Army is engaged in Latvia. At the moment, Canada has only one frigate that is attached to a NATO task force right now. That's HMCS Charlottetown. That is, but they're there as part of Operation Reassurance. So whether or not they could be moved over to contribute, it's doubtful. And I mean, as it stands right now, from the figures, roughly the Navy is pretty much in the best shape in terms of readiness. 68% of the Navy is ready to sail and to fight if necessary. So if this does drag on, it's unlikely that you're going to see a lot of Canadian hard military power put in place.
You know what, I mean, I don't want to take a bit of a leap here, but what might not be unlikely is, depending on how this drags on and where it drags on, seeing Canadians involved in evacuations. I mean, we certainly saw it in Lebanon in 2006. I think, but beyond that, I can't think of anything else. But we are merely 7-ish hours into this, Murray, and we could be having this conversation for days, and it could get more difficult as the days go on.
Well, when there were fears that there was going to be an attack several months ago, the Canadian military did move the 1st Canadian Division headquarters to Cyprus to begin planning and get arrangements made for evacuations in the region. And if there is something the Canadian military is doing right now, I would suggest to you that it is largely centered around evacuation planning, getting transports, either aircraft or ferries, which is what they used during the evacuation in Lebanon in 2006, and doing all those sorts of arrangements right now.
Indeed. Murray, we know you will stay on top of that. Thank you very much. That is CBC's Murray Brewster in Stockholm today.
You're welcome.
So if you are just joining us, I'm Adrienne Arsenault. We're here at the Broadcasting Centre in Toronto. We are here because we're following closely the breaking news this morning that U.S. President Donald Trump says American military forces have launched, in his words, major combat operations in Iran. Iranian state news is reporting explosions this morning throughout that very large country of 90 million people. Israeli officials say that targets from those initial strikes included top Iranian leaders, including Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and President Masoud Pezeshkian. Forgive me. I'm pausing there because as we say that was the target, there are reports out of Iran that we are anticipating a speech from the supreme leader Ali Khamenei. We will see if that happens, if it is live, if it is recorded. Once we assess what it is, we will bring that to you. But all of this began with a video statement from the U.S. President Donald Trump, posted to Truth Social, using the sort of language from a U.S. president that we have not heard since the 2003 invasion of Iraq. Trump calling for the people of Iran to rise up, to overthrow their government, also, incredibly, preparing the American people for the loss of American lives. Now, in recent weeks and months, the U.S. military buildup in the region has been the biggest in 2 decades. The largest aircraft carriers in the world are in position, and additional U.S. aircraft are in place in bases throughout the Middle East. We've seen a number of those bases hit today. This isn't the sort of buildup, this is important to know, that suggests a ground invasion is imminent. Rather, there is the potential for massive aerial bombardment. It may come in waves. We've seen certainly some waves this morning. Will there be a pause and a new wave? We do not know. But the U.S. president said what is coming will be prolonged. So how did we get here? Likely, when you went to bed last night, you had the impression that maybe a peace deal with Iran was within reach, in part because those were the exact words of the Omani foreign minister in Washington yesterday. He was there to say that Iran had agreed to stop nuclear enrichment. In theory, exactly what the United States had asked for in those talks that were underway in Geneva this week. They were to continue next week technical talks in Vienna. But right now, it's the weapons doing the talking. This has clearly gone far beyond a nuclear discussion. The very first airstrikes into Iran came from Israel. So we're looking at a joint effort here. I think the Americans are referring to this as Operation Epic Fury. The Israelis have a different name for it, but it is a joint effort. Iran says it has responded with ballistic missiles targeting Israel. Clearly, we have seen strikes at bases across the Middle East. But as you look at pictures of Jerusalem here, know that the sirens have been going off in Israel to warn people to prepare, to get to shelters. We have heard reports out of Israeli media that there have been hits in central Israel. Precisely what that means yet is unclear. Yes, Israel has capabilities to shoot down those missiles high up in the atmosphere, very high up, depending on how many of them are coming in. Sometimes those missiles and drones can overwhelm the defenses. We saw evidence of that last June in that 12-day war between Israel and Iran. Now, the Revolutionary Guard in Iran, again confirming what we have seen, that they have targeted 4 U.S. bases, Bahrain, UAE, Qatar, and Kuwait. And indeed, we continue to hear reports of explosions there. There had been warnings that those bases would be targeted. We saw in Bahrain that a neighborhood surrounding a U.S. Naval Command Center has also been evacuated. There are take-cover notices being issued to U.S. Embassy staff there. So a lot is happening very, very quickly. We have reporters around the world who have been working their phones and their sources. We will continue to hear from them throughout the day. But just to bring you up to speed, let's have a listen to some of what the U.S. president said from Mar-a-Lago in West Palm Beach, Florida, at around 2 a.m. Eastern this morning.
The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
Reaction continues to come in from Canadian officials following the strikes in Iran, including from Prime Minister Mark Carney. He spoke earlier today in Mumbai. He's there on a trade mission effectively to a number of countries to try to diversify Canada's economy with other trading partners. While he was there, this unfolded. And so he went to the microphones and said that Canada supports the action taken by the United States. Let's have a listen.
Canada's position on the developments in the Middle East remains clear. The Islamic Republic of Iran is the principal source of instability and terror throughout the Middle East. It has one of the world's worst human rights records and must never be allowed to obtain or develop nuclear weapons. Canada supports the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. And the Canadian government urges the protection of all civilians in this conflict.
So that is part of what Prime Minister Mark Carney said this morning when he was speaking in Mumbai. So earlier today, I had a conversation with CBC's Margaret Evans in London. She's a senior international correspondent here. She knows a lot about Iran. And so she spoke about Iran's readiness to engage in a conflict quite of this magnitude.
I think it's a bit of a mixed picture, Adrian. Most analysts would tell you that they think Iran is better prepared than it was last June, during the 12-day war between Israel and the United States and Iran, when Israel and the United States attacked mainly the nuclear facilities and plants in Iran. They obviously have been listening to, the U.S. administration talk about the buildup and been watching it in the Gulf. They will have been preparing too, and they will have learned lessons from the last go-round. So things like they're not going to be relying on, stationary missile launchers. They're going to be going for mobile missile launchers. How is that going to go? Most analysts, military analysts, would tell you their defenses are really, almost useless at this point. They were so degraded in the past. But this time around, they will also, especially given President Trump's comments yesterday, be looking at this as an existential fight, because he's talking very openly now about regime change. So are they going to throw everything they have? We see them launching missiles, they're short-range missiles right now in the Gulf countries at U.S. bases there. So it is a bit of a mixed bag. I think in the long term, nobody thinks that the Iranian regime would be able to stand up in terms of, a straight airstrike war, but that's not necessarily what's going to happen. Most people are going to tell you can't inflict regime change on a country with airstrikes.
So as the CBC's Margaret Evans in London, as I was speaking with Margaret, she was explaining that she was having a conversation with a friend of hers in Iran this morning. It is very hard to hear from people in Iran. Connectivity is terrible, and it was in the middle of the conversation that all communications were cut off. That is a very common experience, very frustrating experience, especially for family members who live far from the danger and can think of nothing other than their families in the middle of it. In terms of what is happening, this is very useful to bring in David Common here, because I know you've been trying to track what areas in Iran have been struck so far.
So we know certainly in Tehran, the capital, that there have been a number of buildings that seem associated with the senior leadership that have been struck. No doubt, in fact, the Americans have said quite plainly they have been trying to get at the Ayatollah Khamenei, trying to kill him. Whether they have done that or not, who knows? There's so much fog of war going on. We've heard from the Iranians saying, no, he's going to speak. We're waiting to see if that does indeed happen. In Shiraz, very large city, they've struck there. They've struck some of the port areas as well, impacting Iran's Navy's ability to sort of strike at whether they be U.S. vessels that are in that area. This is a widespread campaign. It is not carpet bombing, but they are trying to strike at some of those command and control areas, not just kill the senior leadership, but kill their ability to coordinate a broader response. What are the Iranians striking, and with what? Yes, they're using ballistic missiles. Yes, they're using drones. We've seen some indication that they have struck in areas in Israel. We've seen some of the video of that. We've also seen Kuwait's airport has been struck. I would note that some of the damage that we are seeing is most likely not something that is coming in from Iran and actually landing and blowing up, but more likely something that has been intercepted, be it by a Patriot missile or by an air-to-air missile, a fighter jet that's taking something down,
Not the story in Iran, though. The
Exactly.
explosions you see in Iran are from the hits.
It's a very good differentiation. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Outside of Iran, in terms of Iran's retaliation, be it in Bahrain, home to the forward operations of the U.S. Central Command, which is really leading the pointy end of this American and Israeli attack against Iran. They're trying to strike at the Al Udeid air base. It's a massive facility. We know that the Americans have moved perhaps 10,000 soldiers out of that base to get out of harm's way, and yet keep core personnel there in hardened structures in order to maintain operations. Dubai, the Palm neighborhood. This is a relatively new, very upscale neighborhood. Indications there have been explosions, smoke rising in Dubai. Was that an area that was targeted? Is it because it's close to the airport there? We don't know the answer to that. Just what we're seeing is that smoke's rising. The challenge with any kind of conflict here is you have a target. Doesn't mean the weapon's going to hit that target. It doesn't mean it isn't intercepted somewhere else, blown up and cause damage on the ground from shrapnel that falls, be it something in Iran or in the 5-6 countries that are being targeted by Iran outside of its borders.
We've even heard Jordan early this morning, about 3-4 hours ago, said that it had managed to intercept 2 missiles. Whether they were doing a flyover en route to Israel or whether they were intended for Jordan is unclear, but they managed to intercept those as
You've
well.
raised a good point about what the game out here, and you've quite rightly said getting into a conflict is very easy, getting out of one is much harder. People who will remember Afghanistan, Iraq, Vietnam, this is a long list. How do you get out of a conflict? The fact that this is an aerial campaign and that there is no indication they even have the capacity to put boots on the ground. To do that, they would have had to spend months flying hundreds of thousands of U.S. soldiers into the region. They have not done that because it just takes so long to build up a presence. They have been building that naval presence. It is now the largest U.S. naval presence in the region in, let me do the math quickly in my head, 23 years since the invasion of Iraq in 2003 by George W. Bush. There has been a significant increase in the U.S. force posture, but not in terms of a land invasion. I don't think we're contemplating anything like that.
No. Certainly there's been, I mean, as you said, there isn't the capacity for it. And certainly if you listen to the language of President Trump, it's certainly not his intention. He has made it very clear that the American military force is there to support the Iranian people, who are the ones he is asking to overturn the regime, suggesting that the police and the IRGC lay down their weapons. How that happens.
Why that would happen is another question. There will be, some people will look at Venezuela and say, oh, well, they could go in, bomb some key sites, go in, snatch the top guy, get out, and somehow the society will change. This is not Venezuela, with one exception. Venezuela has not changed. The guy at the top is gone, but much of his operation, much of his key people are still there. They are still as repressive as they always were against the Venezuelan people. That could well happen, even if Ayatollah Khamenei is killed, even if his top lieutenants are killed. There is such a large structure within Iran that has been built for 5 decades at suppressing, at repressing dissent violently, lethally, and we may well see that being as much of a threat in the aftermath of this campaign, however long it lasts.
Margaret made the very good point that the design of the Iranian regime is to be self-replicating, so that protect the theocracy, protect the revolution at all costs, and one name can be replaced for another very easily. But again, 7-8 hours in, there's just so much we do not know, including the tolerance on the part of the United States and other countries to carry this on. So we will see. We'll be in touch. I know you're going to keep trying to figure out what is happening there, and we will look for that speech if it happens.
If it happens, yeah, and those keynotes, as you said, is it live? Is it recorded? Is it him?
Right.
Where is it? Right.
Right. Okay, David Common, thanks very much. Now, for more on this, we brought back Ali Vaez because Ali is the director of the Iran Project. He's a senior advisor at the International Crisis Group and is in Geneva, Switzerland. I don't think that's Ali. Hi, there's Ali. There you are. I'm so sorry. We nearly frightened some other poor man who was there. Not Ali Vaez, but I see you, Ali, now. I just wanted to ask you, we've been talking, when we first spoke earlier this morning, there was a lot we did not know. We don't know that much more, but where is your head right now in terms of where this is heading and what you make of what has just happened?
I think it was clear that this is not a quick military operation. This is going to take a long time, days if not weeks. The Iranian regime is deeply entrenched. It has been weakened, but it is not weak. It is still quite dangerous, and it is going to take a long time for the U.S. to be able to significantly degrade it. It was also anticipated that the Iranian system will try to expand the war and expand the pain by targeting U.S. bases in the region and also retaliating against Israel, and that is exactly what has happened. Now, where it goes from here, I think the game and the mindset of the Iranian leadership is to absorb these attacks, to endure, and to hope that because it has a higher threshold for pain, that it would be U.S. and Israel who would blink first. And one has to remember that for the Iranian regime, survival is victory.
So when you said a higher tolerance for pain, is that because this is different from June? This is existential, yes?
Absolutely, but even in June, there were 1,000 Iranians who were killed during the course of the 12-day war. And yet the Iranian regime, by the very fact that it didn't ask for a ceasefire, it was Israel and the US who asked for a ceasefire, portrayed itself as victorious in that war. Whereas you can't really imagine the US and Israel being able to declare victory if they lose 1,000 of their own citizens.
So when we saw in June, when we saw the retaliation from Iran, it took longer than it did today. It was very, very quick. What does that tell you? Was it because I look at that as a layperson and think maybe they're getting rid of their ballistic missiles while they have them still.
Yeah, look, in June it was very different. The US came in with a very limited objective, which was to degrade Iran's nuclear program. It bombed Iran only for 45 minutes. And therefore, the Iranians responded in a symbolic way. They crossed the red line. They, for the first time, attacked a Gulf country, attacked US base in Qatar. but it was mostly performative because both sides were looking for an exit ramp. This is different. This is an existential battle for the Iranian regime. It is in survival mode, and therefore it is going to try to lash out and try to inflict pain as much as it can, not just on the US and Israel, but on US allies in the region and on the global economy.
What are you in this moment? It's hard to know when something is happening in so many different places, what you should be looking for is an important signal. So can you help us out there? What should we be looking for?
Look, it's hard to have accurate information because of the internet blackout in Iran, but I think there are several indicators that we should be looking at. One is whether political decapitation in Iran has been successful. That doesn't mean that the regime will fall, but it could signal some sort of regime transformation that would then provide the opportunity for some kind of an exit ramp. Almost similar to what happened in Venezuela, that the US decided that it's going to live with a transformed regime in Venezuela, not an entirely different regime. So that's one. Second is whether the Iranians would be able to inflict casualties on American forces in the region. Because President Trump has used US military might almost 600 times since he returned to office. And in all of these cases, in bombings in Syria, in Yemen, in Nigeria, in Iran, in Venezuela, there were no American casualties. That is something that would be very hard for his base to absorb. And then the third would be Monday morning when the markets open, that we see how the markets would react to the ongoing conflict.
And in terms of Iranians rising up, I'm trying to imagine what it is like to be in your home and the currency is effectively collapsing and the economy is terrible and you've been frightened, and then you hear the US president say it's your time to rise up. How empowered do you think Iranians would feel hearing that?
Look, I think, first of all, the U.S. president asked for them to come out after this is over. We don't know how this will be over. But even then, one has to remember that the massacre that the Iranian regime committed against its own people last month was not done with fighter jets and tanks. It was done with small arms.
Yeah.
So in order to completely dismantle the Iranian regime and its security apparatus in a way that they won't even be able to fire on unarmed, disorganized, fragmented civilian population would really require several weeks, if not months of bombing at a very high civilian casualty cost. And even then, there is no organized opposition inside Iran who can take over. So in that scenario, I think the risk of a more radicalized leadership by the Revolutionary Guards or Iran descending into civil strife is higher than the possibility of some sort of Jeffersonian democracy emerging out of the blue.
Ali, as we talk, by any chance, do you have like a terrible pit in your stomach?
Look, I do. I am Iranian and American, and both of my countries are at war with one another. And what I fear the most here is that even in cases where the U.S. went into these wars with seemingly well-intentions and with a plan and with a policy process and with a strategy for the day after, it ended in grief. In this case, the U.S. has entered into this war based on wishful thinking, and it hasn't really thought through the consequences. So I'm very much afraid that this could end in grief.
Yeah, you always hear people say hope is not a plan. Ali Vaez, thank you for this conversation now and throughout the morning. Ali's the director of the Iran Project, a senior advisor at the International Crisis Group. So let's go to London now. That's where Julia Chapman is. She, along with Margaret Evans, have been tracking reaction on the ground in Iran. Julia, what are you hearing from Iran right now?
Well, there's not very much in the way of civilian messages getting out of the country. There is a near total communications blackout. But there have been some official statements. Indeed, the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has given an interview with the NBC News Network, and he's speaking from Tehran, according to the network. And he said that Iranian officials don't want war, that they are acting now in self-defense. He was insistent that as far as he knows, the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is alive. And he says although some commanders have been killed, he described that as not a big problem. There have been limited reports coming out of Tehran, though, from some journalists who are on the ground, some civilians who've been sending messages to reporters outside. The impression that I'm getting is that on the streets of Tehran, things have quietened down from earlier in the day. There had been some scenes of people trying to put gas in their cars, queuing at gas stations, leaving the city for safer places. That does seem to have subsided, at least according to some reports. There has, however, been a few reports, particularly from an Iranian news agency coming from the south of the country, that a school, a girls' primary school, was hit. Local officials are blaming an Israeli strike for that. We haven't got independent confirmation of this, but reports suggest that dozens of people have been killed. And the Foreign Minister Araghchi has been tweeting about it, saying that dozens of innocent children have been murdered. We are still trying to verify these reports independently. There has been a message from the authorities in Iran to the people trying to urge calm, saying get out of cities if you can do so safely, but this is not a time for panic buying. People shouldn't be flocking to shops. They say they could become a bigger target there. Schools and universities have been closed, but banks, they say, remain operational for now as they try to maintain some sense of stability. But there are explosions still going on around the country.
And in terms of inside Iran right now, we were just speaking with Ali Vaz about, you know, the burden on people in a way to rise up. What are you hearing about where they're looking for hope?
It is certainly a really complex picture. It's not just a matter, as Donald Trump says, of when we finish, you take over the government. There's very little scope for what that looks like at the moment. And the main driving force of any kind of opposition as things stand appears to be outside the country in the form of the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. He's been in exile in the United States for a long time now. He's the son of the late Shah. He's been positioning himself as a future leader of Iran, saying that he plans to return to the country and lead a transition to democracy. But there doesn't seem to be, as things stand, any plan for how he gets back in and how there could be any kind of popular uprising. Of course, as we've been hearing, people in Iran are very frightened. They are frightened perhaps because of strikes going on across their country, but also because of the reprisals that have been carried out by the clerical regime after popular protests last month. Thousands of people were killed. So certainly even among those who do want to see regime change, and that is by no means everybody in the country, the steps for going forward, how that goes about, remain very far from clear still.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. That is Julia Chapman in London. So as we continue to follow this breaking news out of Iran, we need to bring back in Crystal Gamansing, who is in Jerusalem right now. Crystal, things are changing. It's clearly becoming night. What's shifting on the ground there?
Well, we are getting more activity. Israel Defense Forces sharing some information on their official Telegram channel, saying at about 15 minutes ago, the IDF has begun a flyover and is currently striking missile launchers in Iran to thwart any threats posed to the state of Israel. At the same time, they are also saying that they have intercepted and continue to intercept aircraft coming from Iran towards Israel. We don't have an indication as to whether or not there will be yet another barrage of drones and missiles headed towards this area. Right now here in Jerusalem, we are starting to lose a bit of the light. Nighttime is always a bit of a more tense time because it tends to be when there is more kinetic activity. We do know that the Tel Aviv area has seen a number of of air alerts. People have been told to get to shelters. Local media is reporting in central Israel that there was a direct hit. We do not have official confirmation as of yet about that strike, but it is being reported by local media. There are also indications that debris injured a 17-year-old, shrapnel wounds in that case. Again, that central area of Israel seems to be the area that is more heavily targeted. We are being warned that we could see more alerts in the coming hours, but the latest indication from the Israel Defense Forces is that they are currently striking sites in Iran, any sort of missile launchers. That is currently what they are targeting. We are trying to get some more information currently. Adrian, when we talk about what is happening today, it all started very early in the morning. That is unusual. Normally, these sort of military operations happen at the dead of night. Israel Defense Forces said they went for a daytime operation early morning. About 8:15 was when the first alert came in, the first notices that something was happening. They say they went with a daytime strike because they had information that the Iranian regime was gathering, and that is what they were attempting to target at that time. Those air alerts have continued throughout the day. People have been going into shelters. A state of emergency was declared just after 8 o'clock, and people are being warned to pay attention to those alerts. We did hear from a few people in Tel Aviv as they were heading into shelters, talking about the operation, talking about the fact that they knew it was going to happen. A number of people in Israel are supportive of this operation. They said it needed to be done to ensure Israeli security. And they are also expressing hope for a more free region and a more peaceful region.
I hope that it will bring quiet for a long time. Hopefully this regime will collapse. And I don't know exactly what they're planning, obviously, but I hope it will bring better futures for everyone in the region, including the Iranian people.
Well, we woke up to the siren this morning, and we understood that, there's an attack going on, and that we need to be prepared. We were already prepared with our emergency backpacks in case this happens. And so we just, once we got the alert that there is a missile attack, we came to the shelter.
And there you heard that one lady talking about an emergency backpack. And I just want to give you a little bit more information about that, because that is something that people here will know, they will understand. My cameraman Luke and I, we have emergency backpacks. We are ready to go if we need to go to our shelter. It's only about 40 steps from where we are right now. We are relatively safe. We don't have an alert happening right now. But the preparedness is something that everyone here is standing by. They are ready and very aware that they may need to be in a shelter for a long period of time. You might not have access to your phone. You might not have internet service. So you do need to be prepared to shelter in place, either until you get a notice that you can leave, or someone literally comes and knocks on the shelter door and says, you guys can leave now, the threat is over. But it is a reoccurring thing. And with night falling, no doubt it'll get busier for those alerts.
Indeed. I mean, that's decades of experience that has led to a level of preparedness like that, including we've already seen reports about some of the hospitals' activity being moved underground as well in Israel. You are so right that these strikes started during the day, but it is under the cover of night that sometimes these things really ramp up. And we have seen images of what appear daylight images of smoke and missiles being intercepted over Jerusalem. The Israel Defense Force say there's, they said a while ago that they were shooting down a barrage of missiles from Iran. We had heard suggestions that there were drones as well. I don't know if they've been shooting down drones. Do you know any more about the nature of the retaliation? Anything about targets without giving up anything that is a problem?
We don't have any specific numbers as of yet. What we are hearing is that it's been more missile interceptions. Local media is saying 125 missiles were intercepted. The majority of those intercepted before they got to Israeli territory. 35 apparently shot down over top of Israeli territory. I am pausing a little bit here because I just want to hear, there's a bit of a rumbling. So I'm going to stop talking for 1 second. I will pick this back up, but I do just want to hear and see if I can detect anything. Every once in a while we get a big rumble, and usually that is fighter jets going overhead. If it was an alert, we would get that. It could be something happening in a different area, so an alert isn't where we are specifically. But I was talking about the missiles and the drones. We did just hear a bang not too far away.
It sounds like an interception.
The drones take a lot longer. Yeah, so the drones take a lot longer to get here versus the missiles. Israel has a very layered air defense system. It starts with the Iron Dome, then there's Adam's Sling, and then there's the Arrow system. There's short-range interceptors that take out things like those shorter-range drones, and then it goes right up to the missiles that go up into the outer atmosphere, shoot them down. And when you see the falling sort of fiery balls in the sky, those are mostly debris falling down. So Israelis do have several levels of defense, not including all of the fighter jets that can also be scrambled to take out any of those missiles that are coming in. That is the situation in Israel, Adrian. It is not the situation for all of the Gulf nations that are also being pulled into this.
Correct. Correct. We heard from Megan Williams in Dubai that there certainly isn't that alert system and that people just heard the loud explosions. I think people in Israel also have the memory from last June when so many of those missiles that entered very high and then fell very quickly bypassed some of the Iron Dome. At some point, if you swarm it with volume, it struggles.
Absolutely, and that is potential, the volley here. And you talk about the 12-day war in June last year. I was here for that, and in Tel Aviv, and one of those locations was Bat Yam, and there was a direct hit of a building. So it is not impossible for the air defense systems here to be overwhelmed, to get too busy, and to see some missiles doing some direct strikes and a lot of damage. But falling debris can also cause a lot of issues, and that is why people are being told to seek shelter, get inside where they can, and to stay in those safe areas until they're given the all clear. And I just want to make sure people understand, I am standing on a balcony. We are overlooking the old city, but we are in a position where we are safe. We don't have an alert right now. And if we needed to, we could get to safety very quickly.
Thank you for clarifying that. It's always important. Crystal Gamansing in Jerusalem tonight. Stay safe. So let's quickly bring in David Common here. You've been trying to get up to speed on some of the developments, certainly around the Brits in particular.
Yeah, so the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer came out and said British planes are in the air right now. And we were curious about that because Britain is not a party to this. It is the Americans and the Israelis with nobody else against Iran. And Iran certainly has proxies. Hezbollah, for instance, has been speaking out without saying that they're going to directly support it, just that they're in solidarity. What are the Brits doing when they come with planes? We understand that in recent weeks they have moved aircraft to Cyprus, very near to Israel, as well as to Israel itself. F-35s we're talking about, F-22 Raptors as well, some other Typhoon aircraft. And they are not there participating in the attack on Iran, but they are there to help respond to Iran's retaliation itself. So they are most likely trying to shoot down drones, ballistic missiles, other things that are headed towards Israel, towards other allies in the region. That is what the Brits are doing. If we look more broadly at the timing of this, and you and I have been talking about this, it is very unusual to see military operations these days beginning in daylight hours, correct, particularly when we're involving the Americans because they own the night. They have night vision. They have the ability to coordinate attacks in the darkness that gives them a significant advantage. So why would the Americans do it this time? One theory, and I would suggest this is a likely theory, is that they knew where the senior Iranian leadership was in the daytime, maybe at that exact moment. And so a plan that had been certainly developed over months was executed with that knowledge. Whether they actually took out people like Ayatollah Khamenei, We don't know.
No idea.
There's this promise that he's going to speak on television at some point, so says Iran State TV. We will watch for that, obviously, but that, I suspect, was behind the timing of going daylight as we watch in the region, darkness now falling in this campaign, very far from showing any signs it's ending.
No, not at all. All right, David Common, thanks very much. Let's head over to D.C. That's where CBC's Willie Lowry is. So you're getting some reaction, Willie, from lawmakers in the U.S. Capitol?
Yeah, Adrian, I've been texting or attempting to text and email with State Department officials and administration officials all morning. Not surprisingly, it's been a little bit difficult to reach them, but I'm starting to get some responses. So first, I now know that the State Department has established a task force for American citizens in the region to support them, as well as to support diplomatic efforts there. I also know now that Secretary of State Marco Rubio briefed the Gang of Eight. That's the kind of leaders in the House and Senate on intelligence matters. He briefed them on Tuesday. It was about an hour long, essentially telling them about this operation. I also know that he reached out to all of them this morning ahead of the strikes, letting them know that they were about to take place or were taking place. My understanding is he managed to speak to 7 of the 8 by phone. I also know that the Department of Defense provided notifications to the Armed Service Committees early this morning after the strikes had commenced. But this is really important because it's in stark contrast to what happened last month when the U.S. went into Venezuela and captured Nicolas Maduro. At that operation, they gave Congress absolutely no advance warning. However, President Trump still hasn't sought approval by Congress for war, and he is calling this a war. So that is something that will likely be a discussion as the days progressed, probably early into next week. Important to also talk a little bit about what he said in what was really a striking video address. He said not only that the U.S. was going after Iran's nuclear capabilities as well as its long-range ballistic missile program. Those are long-held aspirations by the U.S., but also, and most importantly, he called on the Iranian people to essentially rise up and seize this moment, telling them that the moment could be fleeting and it was essentially theirs to take. Let's take a little listen to some of what he had to say.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
Some really striking words, striking imagery there. This is the moment. Could be your only moment for generations to come. That gives you a sense of Washington's thinking here. They are going for the head of the regime. They want to see regime change. Of course, President Trump has been incredibly supportive in recent months of the Iranian people, of the Iranian protesters who took to the streets starting in December, going through January and some of February. He also expressed outrage at the suppression and violence that the regime met those protesters with. In his estimate, they killed tens of thousands of Iranian citizens. But also important to note here, Adrian, for context, this is, of course, not the first time that the U.S. has attempted to instigate regime change in Iran. We have to go back to 1953, of course. The CIA helped to reinstall Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the last Shah of Iran, who was then ultimately overthrown in 1979 during the Islamic Revolution. And the regime has been in power since that time.
Oh, Willie, thank you. That is the CBC's Willie Lowry in Washington. So what are the odds of the success of this operation? What are the ramifications of what has happened, what may be about to happen? So for that, we've reached Mike Lyons, who's a retired U.S. Army major, and he joins us now from Austin, Texas. Thank you for taking the time. Mike, I'm curious, in terms of the military operations that you're seeing now, are you surprised by anything you've seen, or is this going to the script that was anticipated?
I am surprised by a couple things. I didn't anticipate this attack starting in the morning, in dawn, basically, and I think it had to do with what that reporter mentioned with regard to they knew where the Iranian leadership was, and likely was Israel using a decapitation strike to go after them. I expected, as the military conditions are not perfect right now because the moon at night is getting more illuminated, and I thought this attack would have waited. But because of that, it's on now at this point. And so now theater missile defense, it becomes the priority as the naval assets that are arrayed there will help defend Israel and help defend U.S. and interests in the region. As the attack then continues on the offensive side, the U.S. military likely striking nuclear facilities, Iranian Revolutionary Guard sites as well, while Israel goes after probably missile sites and also air defense platforms as they look to degrade, go after the center of gravity for the regime.
We spent a lot of time in the run-up to this, broadly having conversations about proxy wars, about what happens with the Houthis. What are we going to see coming out of Hezbollah? Where are they, and what is your expectation for if and when they become involved?
Yeah, great question. Not in the game yet, and I think that if they're activated, I think that would be a sign that it's the last stand of this Iranian regime. I think they have one kind of big strike to come. I think they have capability to do this. I think they know that this is it from their perspective, that the United States and Israel's not stopping until they get more clear results on the ground. I think the attacks that took place 6 months ago in June were fundamentally a setback for them, but they've been recovering from them. But this time, I don't think you'll see the U.S. or Israel stop until they see achievable results on the ground here. So this might be it for the Iranian regime. So having said that, they'll look to activate those proxy forces. And if they don't activate, it just shows that they don't have the control over them that they used to.
What do you see as the possible threats to commercial shipping? I mean, the Strait of Hormuz, we also talked about that a lot, and we don't seem to be talking about it right now.
No, great point. Again, the U.S. Navy assets in the Strait of Hormuz are protecting that, keeping the Iranians from mining it. The Iranians have this asymmetrical naval capability that they can possibly try to go after some of our U.S. naval assets that are there. If they lock that down, if they were somehow able to create a blockade there, 20% of the world's Brent crude oil goes through that strait every day and would be an economic setback. So people are watching that closely. Again, if Iran believes that this is it, that this is scorched earth, that's something that they can look to target. So you know that the Navy is looking to make sure that that just doesn't happen.
I'm trying to think about how dizzying it is to be sitting at home, and you hear last June that the United States had obliterated Iran's nuclear capability. And then you hear Steve Witkoff say last week that they were not that far away from rebuilding. And then the president said in the State of the Union that it was obliterated. Like, where is it, Mike?
Yeah.
Like, do we even have a way of knowing?
Well, no, not necessarily. We're dealing with an administration that does use rhetoric and extreme examples, and it's something that we're all getting used to on some level, and maybe we've seen it before. But very clearly, 12 bombs attacking one facility in Iran back in June would not take out that capability. Iran's a smart country, had it dispersed, have multiple different sites. But if you look at the three basic aspects of how do you create a bomb, you mine uranium, you enrich it in places like Isfahan, like where we attacked in June. However, you also have to weaponize it, and what Iran has is this ballistic missile capability. So even if they could do it in a small scale, in a time frame, they still have that capability. And once they have it, they could deliver it. And I think that was the threat to Israel. So while they might not have an existential threat to the United States or European allies, let's say, it clearly was an existential threat to Europe, even if they had a small level nuclear kind of bomb because they've enriched it. And that's what they're going after now.
One last thought to you, Mike. What is the one thing you're looking at with most concern right now?
Escalation for the proxies, number one. Number two, what's the inside military taking place in Iran? There's a generational fault line that exists within any population. And will the young people look to overthrow? There's a great portion of the Iranian people that are young, that maybe they will stand up and fight. That's a difficult ask. They don't have weapons, but if the regular Iranian military decides to go after the Revolutionary Guards and there's a conflict there, then perhaps this revolution can take place from the inside. But revolutions are not done by air power alone. It's going to take something on the inside. We have to watch that very closely.
Indeed. Thank you very much. That was Mike Lyons, a retired U.S. Army major in Austin, Texas. Thank you, sir. So reaction does continue to come in from Canadian officials following the strikes in Iran, including from Prime Minister Mark Carney. He spoke earlier today in Mumbai, where he is on a trade mission. Carney says Canada supports the actions taken by the United States. Have a listen.
Canada's position on the developments in the Middle East remains clear. The Islamic Republic of Iran is the principal source of instability and terror throughout the Middle East. It has one of the world's worst human rights records and must never be allowed to obtain or develop nuclear weapons. Canada supports the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. And the Canadian government urges the protection of all civilians in this conflict.
So that was a little bit from Prime Minister Mark Carney speaking earlier this morning from Mumbai. CBC's Catherine Cullen is also in Mumbai. Catherine, what else did the Prime Minister say, because we just heard a little clip there, about the attack on Iran?
He talked about Iran's numerous opportunities to de-escalate the situation, Adrian, and he did say in question, part of a Q&A he did with a journalist, in a serious conflict, you have to make choices. I think that's an interesting remark because it could certainly apply to the United States, the decision to engage in this attack. At the same time, it may well be of application ultimately to the Canadian government, saying in a fashion, there is a choice to make here. We are choosing to back the United States because just up until this moment, in fact, hours, well, minutes, in fact, before this attack took place, Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand was telling reporters here in Mumbai that if in the case of a U.S. attack, what were her thoughts on a possible U.S. attack, which was going to come just minutes later, that the ideal was a negotiated solution at a table, that was something Canada was always going to favor. So Canada has indeed made a choice here, backing the United States. Again, that call to protect civilian lives. He also said he has a series of discussions with both the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he talked about the President as well, about the possibility of this happening in recent weeks. That said, he was very clear that Canada was in no way involved in any of the actions we're seeing here. So we wait to see how Mark Carney and other allies, follow the situation as it evolves. The question about what will happen to the Iranian people, the conflict itself, but Mark Carney making it pretty clear that the Canadian government is supporting the United States actions in all of this.
Indeed. I mean, a lot's moving really quickly. We understand that an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council has been called for later this day, so we will be hearing from more people. But it wasn't long after the Prime Minister made a statement that we heard from Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, who weighed in. What did he say?
He's put a post out on social media. He called the Iranian regime the principal source of terror in the Middle East and around the world. The Conservatives have long been very vociferous about their concerns about the Iranian regime, not holding back at all in how they talk about that regime. He expressed support for what he called the principled and courageous people of Iran to topple the regime. So being more pointed there than what we heard from the Prime Minister. He also said Conservatives support the United States, Israel, and our allies across the Gulf to defend their sovereignty and dismantle the clerical military dictatorship of Iran. Again, the Conservatives have long been very pointed in their criticism of the Iranian regime, and we are seeing that reflected today in this statement that's been posted online by Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre.
Okay, thank you. That is CBC's Catherine Cullen in Mumbai. So for more on this, because keep in mind, we're waiting for some developments. We are waiting for this UN Emergency Security Council meeting. Iran has suggested that the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is not only alive, but that he will be delivering a speech soon. We will wait to see about that. We're waiting to see if there's anything more coming out of the United States. And darkness has fallen on the region. As you heard Mike Young say, darkness is the friend of the U.S. forces. They are much more capable in the dark. So we will see what happens. In the interim, let's speak with Mona Yacoubian, who is the Director and Senior Advisor of the Middle East Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Mona, I think you're in Lewes, Delaware, and I'm wondering, all throughout this morning, what has been top of mind for you?
You know, two things have been top of mind. First has been the scope and the ambition of the joint U.S. and Israeli strikes, where we're seeing a number of targets being hit across Iran. And in the president's statements, an ambition of regime change in Iran. If you might recall, in earlier discussions about what could happen, this is probably the most ambitious of the plans that the U.S. was considering. And second, I'm very struck by Iran's very quick retaliation across the region, hitting a number of U.S. targets in countries ranging from Jordan to Saudi Arabia to the UAE to Qatar. Very significant response by Iran, signaling that it is going to retaliate fiercely against the U.S. and Israeli strikes.
In particular, what did the speed of that say to you?
Well, clearly Iran has been planning this. I mean, this is a drama, as we know, that has been building for weeks, if not months. And Iran has signaled from the get-go that if attacked, it would go after targets in Israel and across the Gulf. That's exactly what it's done. So clearly Iran was planning for this. It learned some lessons, I think, from the 12-day war in June, which was kicked off under similar circumstances in which Iran and the U.S. were technically still engaged in negotiations when the conflict was kicked off. And so this time, I think Iran has had no illusions about what the U.S. And Israel might do, and therefore was prepared.
Is that the biggest lesson it learned, or do you see something strategically else that it picked up from that?
Well, I think they've also taken seriously, and we'll have to see. Let me back up and say we're still very early on in this, but Iran has certainly understood that regime change could have been an objective of the United States and Israel, and so they have reportedly put in place a number of succession plans that go down several levels. So we'll have to see. You know, does Iran maintain command and control against this very, very serious onslaught? And I think that's something we're going to be watching in the coming hours.
Which of the neighbors in this neighborhood do you think is the most anxious now? And I don't mean Israel, but of the other surrounding countries, which neighbor has most to lose here?
I think the anxiety is shared across the board amongst these Gulf countries for whom this is in many ways a nightmare scenario. You know, they have really been focused on de-escalating conflict in the region. They're focused on attempting to diversify their economies, to build tourism and so forth. When you have strikes on hotels in Dubai, as we have seen, that is an extraordinary development. The other point I'd make on this is, you know, they put a bet on rapprochement and détente with Iran. And I think at this point, they may well be rethinking that strategy, as you can see from some of the more sharper statements coming out of countries like Saudi Arabia and the UAE, really sort of accusing, and understandably so, Iran of what they would call cowardly strikes.
And in terms of the regime change sort of request from the U.S. president for the Iranian people to rise up, from those you know, from those you're talking to, is it even feasible for them to consider it? Obviously not right now, because this is not over, but do you think they can?
Look, I think that is an extraordinarily ambitious objective on the part of President Trump. We know how complex Iran is. I mean, these are questions that have been debated for years, if not decades, and the United States had resisted undertaking this type of campaign precisely because of the unpredictability, of the complexity. And while we understand and we've witnessed very brave and courageous protests by the Iranian people last month, that is a far cry from the kinds of organized opposition that would be necessary for some sort of a successful regime change. And so I think, what's more concerning is, do we see actually chaos breaking out in Iran as a result of this military intervention?
Interesting. Yes, well, we've already seen people lining up. It's not chaos, but we've seen people lining up for gas, for food. There are very few resources available for people to get those at the best of circumstances, given the economy. These are not those. Mona, thank you. That is Mona Yacoubian, who joins us from Lewes, Delaware. So, David, I'm just thinking about, as we talk about the particulars of what's happening, we have to pull back and sort of give people a broader sense, because over the course of 8-9 hours now, there have been U.S. and Israeli airstrikes, a calls for regime change from the United States, retaliation from Iran. Can you put some perspective on the scope of what's happened here?
Absolutely. And as you say, we are about 9 hours into it, but think about the weeks preceding this. There were those talks, multiple rounds. The third just completed yesterday between the Iranian and American negotiators. Those do not seem to have gone anywhere, quite clearly, when you look at what's happened on this Saturday. But it was at about 2 a.m. Eastern time, so middle of the night here in Canada, but morning, late morning, mid-morning in Iran when the bombs started to fall. Now, who was dropping them? The Israelis and the Americans. They are doing different operations on different targets, but very clearly they would have to coordinate it. And it is a very large undertaking, certainly for the Americans, who have 2 aircraft carrier groups in the region. That alone puts 150 to 170 fighter aircraft capable of dropping precision-guided weaponry on basically anywhere in Iran, because they're in the Arabian Sea, they're in the Mediterranean. They can strike anywhere that they want. They have refuelers in the sky, which allow those aircraft to stay in the air for longer. They actually give pills to the pilots to stay awake and alert longer so they can stay in those confined cockpits for a long period of time. What has happened? We know that they have struck at sort of 3 core areas. Number one, they're trying to take out the leadership. This may have been about the nuclear program yesterday. Today, it's about regime change. The president making very clear that that is his intention. They're trying to kill Ayatollah Khamenei and his broader senior leadership. We also understand the CIA assessed and told the president that even if you take out the supreme leader, another hardliner will likely take his place. You've made this point that there is a plan for this within the Iranian system. This operation is likely going to continue, not likely to involve soldiers, army, people on the ground, Americans or Israelis going in, but it is likely to be a sustained campaign, one that is not going to end today or tomorrow, this weekend, even this week. It might not end this month. It is, they are setting up for the potential of a long fight with no clear sign how it ends. One question, just on the nuclear program, there had been certainly questions about whether they would, as they did last time, strike at some of the nuclear sites. That is likely not going to be the first priority. It's probably going to be kill the leadership, kill their ability to communicate. And that's why if you are trying to reach family in Iran, not only is there the censorship from the Iranian regime, they've likely, the Americans and Israelis, taken out a lot of the communication systems or frozen them. They have the electronic capacity to freeze out an entire country's cell system like that. It's an aircraft that goes around and jams everything. That is quite likely airborne right now. They do that, and then they're trying to degrade Iran's ability to be able to respond to all of this.
So hit the ballistic.
Hit the ballistic sites, the ones that are not mobile.
Right.
On the nuclear program, you know, they don't have a system that can deliver a nuclear weapon right now. That has been assessed already by the CIA. But they will be trying to strike at some of those core facilities. The International Atomic Energy Agency saying at this point they've seen no impact radiologically. In other words, there's no nuclear anything that's floating anywhere, be it by a weapon system or the destruction of a nuclear development facility.
There's still not a lot of transparency, though.
No.
The IAEA, in many ways, is completely blind in terms of what is happening in Iran, save for old intel and satellite imagery.
So much of it is underground, and the state of their system We just don't know. We know it was hit to some degree in the last round of the shorter round of American strikes. This appears to be something much bigger, much more likely to be sustained. But where they are in their nuclear program, there may be classified assessments, but even then, unless you have a person inside who's telling you what's happening, it's very hard to have a good sense of what's going on.
So as we all look to the Middle East, I'm thinking about the American people, because the U.S. president delivered the State of the Union earlier this week, did not really make the case for hitting Iran. He talked about Iran, but wasn't as forceful as he was this morning. Certainly, I think the Americans refer to it as the Gang of Eight that Marco Rubio informed yesterday. But this was not like a big congressional permission. What is your sense of the appetite among the American people for engaging in a war like this when they hear their president say there could very well be American casualties here and this is prolonged? Because that doesn't sound like what he was talking about when he was running for election.
Well, recent polling has suggested to us that most Americans, even those who back President Trump, believe that his focus has been too much on foreign affairs and the potential for foreign wars and not on the domestic things that Americans are most concerned about: cost of living, affordability, jobs, economy broadly. They have thought that he's too focused on tariffs and Iran. And so this may not be an immediately popular undertaking. It's also one American death will weigh very heavily. And on a campaign like this, even when they're running stealth aircraft like F-35s into an airspace where the response is degraded, the ability of Iran to shoot down any of those planes is heavily degraded. One plane, one image of an American pilot being dragged, and we have no indication that something like that's happened. But that would be, a transformational event. We think back, and I'm going back to 1994 in Somalia, thinking of Americans, or was it Basra, wherever it was in Iraq. Now I can't immediately off the top of my head another American pilot being dragged.
I'll go back further because the Iranians have another date in mind. That was in the 1980s when a passenger plane filled with civilians was hit by a U.S. aircraft carrier. It was a mistake. They thought it was something else. They downed it, and all those people died. This is a big concern for a lot of people in a moment like this, which is the potential for misunderstandings, confusion, mixed signals, and danger, which is why I think we're seeing these airports closed. The flight tracker shows a wide swath around the Middle East.
Iran, nothing's flying around Iran right now, and it is quite something. I also think about commercial shipping. So the Iranian Republican Guard, their navy, has been radioing to commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. We may actually have a map of that. It is a very narrow body of water that connects from the Suez Canal back down into the broader Arabian Sea, through which something like 40% of the world's marine traffic goes. Number one, if the Iranians try to shut it down, as they have practiced, it would be big. You look around. If you're in your home right now, there's stuff in your home that came through the Strait of Hormuz. Gas prices would go through the roof if it were blocked. Number two, would you want to be a ship going through that region right now as the Iranians are on the radio saying this is closed? Maybe it's mined, maybe it's not, but we will potentially take action against you. It is, when we talk about that broader regional impact, we're seeing it. We're seeing it on the land, in the air, and certainly on the sea.
Well, certainly the Prime Minister was asked in Mumbai today. He was there on a trade mission, but he was also asked what this will mean for the commodities market, which on a day like today, on the face of it, may seem a sort of an out-of-step question, given that we're talking about bombings. However, it will be a concern. I want to take you, David, while we're chatting here, to a live shot we have of Tel Aviv right now. The reason why we're going to Tel Aviv at night, previously in that shot, there was indications of either incoming, and someone's going to have to tell me here if it was rockets incoming or if it was
intercepts.
Yeah,
outgoing?
I think it was just rockets in the air. I don't think it's possible that they were being intercepted. Unfortunately, we all have enough history with images like this that if you see something coming across the top of your frame, that is usually an incoming rocket or ballistic missile. If something streaks from the ground up, that is an intercept. And when you see an explosion in the air, that is what they would consider a successful intercept.
And let's
Crystal Gumansingh is in Jerusalem right now. Crystal, we were just looking at a live shot of Tel Aviv. There have been some, certainly it appears, more missiles being fired.
Yeah, Tel Aviv right now is under an active alert of sirens. People were told to get to shelter, so it is an active location right now. Here in Jerusalem, we got an extreme alert saying that there was a potential for incoming missiles, incoming drones. So as night fell, as expected, we have seen sort of an uptick in the warnings, in the alerts. So a good idea to keep an eye on the sky in Tel Aviv. That is an area, at least during the 12-day war in June, that was incredibly active. It is a location that Iran often targets for a number of reasons, one of them being it is a well-known city. If there is a strike in Tel Aviv and it gets through the air defense systems, it is a psychological and moral blow to people in Israel because it does have such a devastating impact. I am in contact with a producer fixer that we work with who is in Tel Aviv. He did send me a message saying he was going to his shelter with his family. So people are heeding those warnings, getting to shelters when they are told to do so. It is sort of a eerie sense right now because it is dark, and we do know that it was just about an hour exactly that Israel Defense Forces put out a notice on their official Telegram channel saying that they were actively involved in an air campaign targeting Iranian missile launchers. They were going after some of those sites, again, trying to eliminate what they are calling a threat. We've seen this continuous wave since about 8:15 this morning when this operation began, the operation being dubbed by Israeli officials Operation Lion's Roar. So this is a point where it's relatively quiet at the moment, Adrian, but we are likely to start seeing more and more of these threats. Just to give you a bit of context here, Israeli local media, the Jerusalem Post, is reporting that 125 missiles have gotten through, 35 were intercepted over Israeli territory. The others were intercepted outside of the area. Those numbers not really that big in comparison to other operations. The other operation in June, we saw hundreds of missiles and drones. Back in April 2024, when Iran first had a direct attack on Israel, again, hundreds of drones and missiles. The daytime operation, so unusual. We've heard a number of people talk about that because usually they strike when it's night to have that extra element of surprise. People aren't expecting it. People aren't prepared. And that is when it has maximum impact. Israeli officials saying they went with a daytime operation in the morning because they had information that the Iranian regime was gathering, and that is what they were trying to target at that time. Earlier today, we did hear from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He talked about this operation and called it an opportunity for the people of Iran to change their situation. And he thanked American President Donald Trump for his participation in this operation, the joint operation. Let's hear a little bit of exactly what he had to say this morning in Hebrew.
אחיי ואחיותיי, אזרחי ישראל, לפני שעה קלה יצאו ישראל וארצות הברית למערכה משותפת, מבצע שאגת הארי. מטרת המבצע, לשים קץ לאיום ממשטר האייתולות באיראן. ניצור תנאים שיאפשרו לעם האיראני האמיץ לפרוק מעליו את עול המשטר הרצחני הזה.
We are waiting for some more information, detailed information about this operation. At this point, Adrian, it's not looking like a one day and over operation. Word is that they are preparing people here in Israel to go potentially a week, if not longer, with this continued round of strike after strike. So we are keeping an eye, and I do apologize. I know I keep sort of looking over my shoulder, but it's just a reflex to make sure that I'm not missing anything. As again, we are under an extreme alert here in Jerusalem, in Tel Aviv. There were community sirens. People are in shelters there. So it is still incredibly active here.
It certainly is. And you are right to look over your shoulder. It's not easy to turn your back on a perceived threat. And I know that you are within about 40 steps of your shelter should that become necessary. It's thank you very much, Crystal. Appreciate that. For those of you who are just tuning in and you're wondering why are we looking at the sky, that is a picture of Tel Aviv. There's a bit of cloud cover, but there's a big bright moon. The reason why we're looking at that live shot is that over the course of the last 15 minutes or so, there has been a new barrage of incoming rockets. From every indication of the pictures we were seeing, there was interception of those rockets from the Iron Dome. The Iron Dome basically, it's almost like a heat-seeking. I'm going to explain this improperly, so forgive me. I'm going to make a mess of this. But it basically makes a choice of what it sees in the sky, and it goes after it. It has extraordinary accuracy. It can sometimes be overwhelmed. We saw that happen to a degree in June. That is certainly the anxiety for people who are under that dome. Now, so let's, as we keep an eye on this picture, and we'll keep watching it for you, Marianne Domain joins us for a closer look at the impact of this, not just in Israel, but more broadly in the Middle East, where certainly we have seen some interceptions of incoming missiles that have landed and debris has fallen. There have been explosions. It's a bit of a mess in some places. Can you walk us through the airspaces that are closed and what is happening?
Yeah, so a lot of airspace closed today. Of course, safety and security, the big priority here. You can have commercial planes flying through areas where there is a possible threat, as we were looking at that shot of the sky over Israel right now. So the airspace over Israel as well as Iran closed right now, as well as other countries. And this is a visual representation from flight radar to give you a sense of where planes are flying right now and where they are not. You see all of those yellow plane icons around, and that section in the middle, that is where the airspace is closed and where planes are not flying. So Iran, Israel, Iraq, Bahrain, Kuwait, as well as the United Arab Emirates, as well as Qatar. So if you are flying into any of those countries, those flights are not happening anymore. Planes are not going in or out of any of those countries. And as a result, global airlines, and the list is very long, airlines from around the world canceling and suspending all flights into and out of any of those regions, and that list could potentially change. But as of right now, that map shows you where planes are not going, of course, because the situation is still unfolding as we speak. Let's look at the Dubai International Airport, because it is one of the busiest in the entire country. Right now, we've seen throughout the morning travelers, yes, they are there, but this is a very busy airport, and it's going to get much quieter. Delays and cancellations on the flight boards right now, that may get even longer as people will try to figure out where they're going to go next. This is a busy transit hub connecting travelers to so many other parts of the country. And we know Air Canada has already announced this morning that it is also one of the airlines canceling and suspending flights to and from Dubai. Though, Adrian, this morning we know that it did not have any scheduled flights to Tel Aviv.
So, Marianne, we heard earlier from Catherine and the Prime Minister and Anita Anand talking about messages to Canadians, you know, check in where you can, register if you can get out, get out. Any more updates on how many Canadians we're talking about in harm's way, if you will, and counsel to them?
Yeah, as of right now, we still haven't heard back from Global Affairs Canada to give us a number of how many Canadians have registered with Global Affairs Canada, not only in Iran, but also in that region. What complicates things, though, here is the fact that Canada does not have government office within Iran. So if you are a Canadian in Iran and you're trying to get out, really the advice is get out safely if you can. And we saw a statement that was released both from the Foreign Affairs Minister and Prime Minister Mark Carney, essentially saying that to follow closely what is going on, those Iran-related hostilities throughout the Middle East, urging Canadians in Iran to shelter in place, also to follow all of the necessary precautions and advice, because really all the Canadian government can do right now is to advise Canadians in Iran to try to get out safely. It is up to Canadians who are there to come up with their own contingency plan, one that does not rely on the help from the Canadian government. There is a Canadian embassy in Turkey. If Canadians can get there, then they can get some consular assistance. But again, it is really up to the Canadians to do that if they are in Iran right now. What is also making things more difficult is the fact that a lot of commercial planes are now not flying in and out of the regions where the airspace is closed, of course. So if you're going to get out of that region, it would not be by a commercial plane. So a really complicated situation for those who did not leave, who did not follow any warnings ahead of all of this to leave the area out of abundance of caution. So again, how many Canadians are there right now? How many Canadians in the wider region? It's not clear, but we know with the near communication blackout, internet down for those in Iran, it's also not clear who is trying to seek help if they're still in that country.
No, and certainly those warnings to get out, I think might have, even though we've all been talking about a buildup for quite some time, some of those warnings might have felt abrupt. Certainly yesterday when the United States was telling people to get out, it wasn't as soon as possible, it was right now, which is always easier said than done. Certainly something changed yesterday, even as the Omani foreign minister was saying that there were talks planned for next week, that Iran and the United States were coming to an agreement. There was a completely different set of signals coming from the U.S. administration telling people to get out. So certainly it would be very alarming if you're on the ground and trying to figure out what is next for you. Thank you. That is Marianne Demain, who will stay on top of this. Now, earlier we spoke with Janice Stein, who's the founding director of the Munk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy, and she spoke about what we were just talking about now, about how quickly tensions escalated.
The easiest way to explain this is in the last week, as more and more military assets flooded to the region, very valuable ones, like U.S. stealth aircraft that have never been deployed outside the region before. Everybody has their fingers on the trigger. The United States worried that the Iranians could preempt and destroy those valuable assets, some of which parked on the ground and you could actually see from space satellites. You know, the Israelis worried that the Iranians would start first. And the Iranians feeling an imperative to go because we're seeing these waves of drones and ballistic missiles coming out of the country, but they only have roughly 100 or so missile launchers. So the easiest way to explain this, use it or lose it. That is a dynamic that often leads to the result that we're seeing today.
Do you use it or lose it? Has Iran used it? I mean, where's the rest of it then?
Well, again, remember, they have got thousands of ballistic missiles, but they're short on launchers. And they don't have any their air defenses are weak. So they have to move the launchers, load the missiles. And that's why you're not seeing the mega blasts that the Iranians, in fact, have said they would launch. They have to be careful not to lose those missile launchers, or they will have no offensive capability. Adrian, they will really be exposed.
I wouldn't dare ask this of anyone but you, but how does this end?
That's the $64 million question. I think all our listeners know, Adrian, there's no example of regime change from the air. Anytime regime change has taken place, one of your reporters was talking about 1953, it was done by people on the ground. So how does this end? Iran realizes that there's no way out but negotiation. I'm pessimistic about that. Adrian, there was that opportunity. They really didn't take it. Eventually this ends, I think, if there are people on the ground inside Iran, Iranians, who are organized, who have anticipated this was coming, and who see a regime that is weak, and who move against some of the institutions of repression that have operated there. That's the only way there is a quick end to this.
That was a bit of our conversation. That is Jenna Stein, the founding director of the Munk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy. So let's go to Washington, D.C., the heart of where so much of this is happening. We'll bring in CBC's Willie Lowry. What is the latest reaction, Willie, from lawmakers on Capitol Hill?
Yeah, Adrian, it's all beginning to trickle in. Just a few minutes ago, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt took to social media, kind of updated the nation. She said in part, quote, President Trump monitored the situation overnight at Mar-a-Lago alongside members of his national security team. The president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu by phone. She also went on to confirm some of what we've been reporting, which is that ahead of today's operation, Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke with the Gang of Eight. That's the intelligence leaders on the Hill, in the Senate and in Congress. We also know that he spoke to that Gang of Eight on Tuesday and briefed them on this upcoming operation. That briefing lasted about an hour. We also know that the Department of Defense, just going to read here, provided notifications to the Armed Service Committees early this morning after the strikes had commenced. Now, all of this is really important because it's in stark contrast to what happened just last month when the U.S. went into Venezuela and captured President Nicolas Maduro. In that instance, they gave Congress absolutely no advance warning. That being said, despite briefing the Gang of Eight, they did not seek congressional support for this operation, which, by the president's own words, is a declaration of war. And let's talk a little bit about what was really a remarkable video address, pre-recorded and released almost as the bombs were being dropped. U.S. President Donald Trump announcing not just a massive military operation whose objectives were to destroy Iran's nuclear capabilities and its ballistic missile program, but also urging the Iranian people to rise up and essentially seize this moment. Let's take a listen to a little bit of what he had to say.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
It will be yours to take, perhaps your only opportunity for generations to come, really suggesting that the U.S.'s main goal out of this military operation is, in fact, regime change, to see the regime end. Of course, this is not the first time, Adrian, that the U.S. has attempted to instigate regime change in Iran. We have to go back to 1953 when the CIA helped to reinstall Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the last Shah of Iran, who was then overthrown in 1979 during the Islamic Revolution, and the regime has been in power ever since.
So, Willie, I mean, can I just read you a wire copy that we just got here, Willie? So I think that this will be relevant. The UK Maritime Trade Operations Agency said today that it received multiple reports from vessels operating in the Gulf saying that they had received messages about the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. No immediate confirmation from Iran. It's the most vital oil export route. It connects, you know, the big Gulf oil producers with everybody else. I think the number we're quoting, I think, is like 20% of the world's oil reserves, the Brent oil reserves, go through there. If that is the case, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, what would that signal to you?
I mean, that is huge. So, first of all, as you mentioned, the Strait of Hormuz is incredibly important, right? The geographic location off the coast of the UAE, Oman, and then, of course, Iran. There's always been this kind of push and pull to keep it open. And one of the Gulf countries' greatest concerns with any sort of relations with Iran is that they will potentially close it down. They use these fast boats historically that have been able to wreak havoc in the Strait of Hormuz, dating back, if we go to the kind of blockade of the early 2020s that happened, and it was really a thorn in the side of Gulf countries. So I think that would, first of all, that would have always been the Gulf countries, especially the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Oman's primary concern with any sort of operation against Tehran, that this could be jeopardized. I can only imagine. We also know that the U.S. has an aircraft carrier in that vicinity, so they're going to do everything they can to keep the strait open, and that'll be a big test to just see how much fight, so to speak, Iran has left in it. Do they have the capability to either close down the strait or at least to threaten and reduce its shipping capacity?
Thank you for that. That is CBC's Willie Lowry in Washington. So Linda Ward, I think, is going to join us now for a little bit of a deeper look into some of these attacks so far. Linda, what do you know about what has been hit in Iran in particular?
Yeah, so some of what we're learning is coming directly from the Israeli Defense Forces that are posting some images on their social media, Adrian, showing some of the targets that they say that they have hit. This is what they say happened in western Iran today. They're saying they hit several sites as well in Tehran where senior Iranian leaders are thought to be located. They believe that they have killed some of them. There are multiple media organizations reporting that the offices of the Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, and the President's office in Tehran are among those that have been hit. Now, the IDF also struck multiple strategic aerial defense systems, that according to the IDF directly as well, including an advanced system in an area of western Iran called Kermanshah. We've seen also explosions in the cities of Shiraz, Tabriz, and Isfahan, which our viewers might remember that name because of Iran's nuclear sites. That is one of their most important nuclear sites, or has been until recently. The IAEA is saying in relation to that they are in permanent contact with countries in the region, and so far there's no evidence of any radiological impact. Now, what we're hearing as well from Iranian media is that there was a school that has been hit. We are getting images now that have been verified by CBC that show this school in the city of Minab. Now, this is along the Strait of Hormuz. You've been talking about that, and a strategically important oil passage. Blasts were also reported, Adrian, along other port cities in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman that are critical to Iran's oil trade. So likely all of this contributing to that news that you've been reporting there now, that it appears that there is some sort of closure happening in that strait.
So in terms of the U.S. and Israeli targets that were hit, so that's a sense of the Iranian ones. And I realize, Linda, a lot of stuff is still being confirmed. Mm-hmm. It's because there's so much disinformation in a moment like this. It's really hard to be very clear. But what do we know with certainty about U.S. and Israeli targets?
So we'll show you again some of the latest images verified by CBC that show an attack on a U.S. Navy base in Bahrain. This is confirmed by Bahraini authorities. The U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet Headquarters Command Center for every American naval operation in the Persian Gulf is centered there. This was hit, we know this, in a missile attack earlier today. No casualty figures have been released as yet, but again, getting any information out is very difficult right now. In terms of targets in Israel, the Israeli military says that they did intercept several drones from Iran. They announced that there had been one impact site in a town in northern Israel. No casualties reported so far. Some damage, but mostly that damage within Israel now from falling debris is what we're learning.
And what about wider regional aggression? Because we've spent so much time preparing people for the possibility of seeing retaliatory assaults by Hezbollah, by the Houthis in Yemen, by some of the Iraqi or Syrian militia. Mm-hmm. What about that?
Yeah, so what we're looking at right now is, what Iran has said that it would do if there was an escalation of conflict, which is targeting U.S. military bases in the region, that they would be a sort of fair game. And that does seem to be what's playing out here in the UAE. The defense ministry says they intercepted multiple missiles, several people injured in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi from falling debris. The Al Dhafra Air Base is there. That hosts the U.S. Air Force 380th Air Expeditionary Wing. We look at Qatar, the Interior Ministry confirming missiles intercepted there. Explosions, we know, have been heard in Doha. That likely linked to another one of their targets, U.S. troops in the Al Udeid Air Base there. We know that there had been thousands of U.S. troops stationed there. When we look to Kuwait, the state news agencies there, this is, unconfirmed reports from state media in Kuwait, but they are saying that they, quote, dealt with some missiles in their airspace. What we see here is clear skies, no reported damage, but the Al Salam Air Base is there too. There is a U.S. Air Force presence, Italian Air Force presence at that air base. There are multiple media reports, Adrian, that there has been damage to the runway on that base. In Iraq, there's reports of smoke rising from a U.S. base in Erbil, drones intercepted there as well. Officials there believe that the base was a target and potentially also a new U.S. consulate in that city. There are others as well when we talk about, Jordan, Syria, Saudi Arabia. Were they targets? Were the missiles just intercepted in their airspace? But look at this wider regional effect that we're seeing here. We talked about Bahrain, the UAE, Qatar, Jordan, Syria, you name it. All of the countries in this region are being now drawn into this conflict. This is what we had anticipated, given the scope and the scale of American bases scattered throughout this region, Adrian.
Indeed. Linda, thanks. So I understand what you're saying. That's certainly that's the on the receiving end in the wider region of the Iranian reaction, yet to be clear whether any of the other regional actors in the axis of resistance linked to Iran have been involved in any of that. Unfortunately, these are early days, as it were. There's much more time to go on this. Thank you. That is Linda Ward here at the Broadcast Centre in Toronto. Now, earlier today, we spoke with the CBC's Margaret Evans in London, our senior international correspondent, and we spoke about Iran's readiness to engage in a conflict of this magnitude.
I think it's a bit of a mixed picture, Adrian. Most analysts would tell you that they think Iran is better prepared than it was last June, during the 12-day war between Israel and the United States and Iran, when Israel and the United States attacked mainly the nuclear facilities and plants in Iran. They obviously have been listening to, the U.S. administration talk about the buildup and been watching it in the Gulf. They will have been preparing too, and they will have learned lessons from the last go-round. So things like they're not going to be relying on, stationary missile launchers. They're going to be going for mobile missile launchers. How is that going to go? Most analysts, military analysts, would tell you their defenses are really, almost useless at this point. They were so degraded in the past. But this time around, they will also, especially given President Trump's comments yesterday, be looking at this as an existential fight, because he's talking very openly now about regime change? So are they going to throw everything they have? We see them launching missiles, they're short-range missiles right now in the Gulf countries at U.S. bases there. So it is a bit of a mixed bag. I think in the long term, nobody thinks that the Iranian regime would be able to stand up in terms of, you know, a straight airstrike war, but that's not necessarily what's going to happen. Most people are going to tell you can't inflict regime change on a country with airstrikes.
Indeed. That is the CBC's Margaret Evans in London. So how could this attack affect regional stability? For more on that, we spoke earlier with Fawaz Derges. He is the chair of Contemporary Middle Eastern Studies at the London School of Economics and Political Science, and we asked him for his assessment.
I think the first point I would like to tell your viewers is that we have to wait and see. It is too early to speculate on what could happen, might happen in Iran and the region. But I think this is a very consequential moment. We have seen this show before. The idea that the United States could basically bring about regime change. The idea that the United States could basically change the regional landscape. The idea that somehow air power on its own can really basically force the Iranian regime to surrender and to submit to its own demands, to American demands. What's different about what we have seen in the past few hours, actually the past year or so, is that this is a coordinated attack by the United States and Israel. This is really, historically speaking, it happened last June and it's happening now. And this is really quite very radical in the sense that the United States now joins Israel in trying to reshape the regional order. The second important point, this is not about reaching a nuclear deal with Iran. This is not about destroying the Iranian nuclear program. President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister have made it very clear. This is about regime change in Iran. They do not just want to destroy Iran's nuclear program and ballistic missiles and the security infrastructure. They want to destroy the regime itself. In fact, the first waves of American and Israeli attacks have targeted the top leadership, including the supreme leader, the president, the defense minister, and top leaders. My own assessment is that if President Trump expects the Iranian people to rise up against their regime now, this is a very delusional idea. It's delusional because this could really mean another massacre in Iran. And also because if history is a lesson, the Iranian people rally around the flag when their country is under attack, even though there are millions of Iranians who would like the regime to disappear and they would like a new government in place. So all in all, we have to wait and see. But what we are seeing now really is a very dangerous moment, not only for Iran and the Iranian people, but also for the region as a whole, because it could really mean catastrophic consequences for regional stability and security.
Fawaz, when you think about the Iranian people right now and everything they have been through, especially recently, how worried are you about their day-to-day right now?
Actually, this is really the most important point to talk about. The plight, the conditions, the well-being, the security, and the safety of the Iranian people. The Iranian people have gone through so much in the past really 40 years or so. Does any Iranian believe that President Trump cares about the Iranian people? Does anyone believe that President Trump cares about democracy in Iran? Does anyone believe that Benjamin Netanyahu cares about the well-being of the Iranian people? Of course not. So the reality is this particular war could have devastating consequences on the Iranian people. Just we have reports now, according to the Iranian government, more than 50 children, school children, were killed in one of the major attacks by either the United States and Israel. So I expect thousands of casualties in Iran. I expect the entire infrastructure, security, military, strategic, economic infrastructure of Iran to be destroyed. And the fear is that the destruction of state capacity could really basically trigger civil strife in Iran, instability in Iran, and could spill over its neighbors if this war continues, as we think it will be, not just for a week or two. This could really go on for weeks and months.
So what is the mechanism that allows for a climb down from both sides? What has to happen next for this not to spiral into more violence?
I mean, I want to be direct with your viewers, and you want me to. The Omani foreign minister, who was basically mediating between the American and Iranian teams over the past 2 weeks, just released a statement. He said, why would you attack Iran while we have made major progress in terms of really trying to end Iran's nuclear program? I mean, I think if we need to think about it, this is not about reaching a nuclear deal with Iran. This is about regime change in Iran, and President Trump has made it very clear. And he does not have authorization either from the American people or let alone from the international community, the Security Council. And this is why this is a war of choice. This is President Trump's war. He thinks it's going to be easy, it's going to be simple, it's going to be a great win for him, as it was in Taiwan, as in Venezuela. But the chief of staff, the head of the chief of staff of the United States, has already warned President Trump, this will not be an easy win. This will be a prolonged, dangerous, costly war, particularly for the Iranian people. And I'm mainly concerned about the plight of the Iranian people and the well-being of the Iranian people. So at the end of the day, the end game, the President Trump, what he has said in the past few hours, if the end game is to bring about regime change in Iran, this could really last for months, if not for years, barring a political miracle, inside Iran itself.
All right, that was Fawaz Gerges, the chair of Contemporary Middle Eastern Studies at the London School of Economics and Political Science. David, we have been trying to verify. It has. We've been trying to verify some video, so that's why we're taking our time here. But you've been able to. Let us know some more about what you know about some of the hits.
So let's talk about Dubai. The Palm Jumeirah in Dubai is a 5 or 6 star hotel. We have video indicating that it has been struck by something. There is the suggestion this may have been one of the suicide drones, the Shaheds that come out of Iran. Let's take a look at the aftermath of what's happened there. This is Dubai, one of the most exclusive neighborhoods. There was a fire in this hotel. No, that's not. There we are. There we are. That might be some of the aftermath of it. We've seen some indication of destruction inside the building as well. You see glass knocked out there, but we've seen inside this neighborhood itself significantly worse imagery of fire. Dubai, why that would be targeted in an Iranian retaliatory attack, it is unclear to me. It may have been a drone that had gone off course. The Dubai airport is not far from this location, so it may have been the original target. There may have been U.S. military facilities that exist in smaller numbers in Dubai. We know Bahrain, which is home to the U.S. Fifth Fleet, has seen significant explosions there, but that may have been the result of intercepts as well.
Kuwait, the Kuwait airport?
Yep, and we understand that airport employees, some of them injured, not badly, but at least 4 people injured in response to something from Iran landing there. What have the Iranians been launching? Hypersonic missiles. These are very hard to stop because of the speed, faster than the speed of sound that they travel at. It is very, very difficult to intercept them. We have seen other indications of ballistic missiles and hundreds, if not thousands, of drones. We're looking at Dubai there.
That looks like an intercept.
That would be an intercept, just the puff of smoke in the air, which suggests what's going on.
Which is not at all reflective of some of the stories we're hearing from a place like Dubai with that drone hitting, if that is indeed what it was, hitting that hotel.
This is right in the commercial center of Dubai. Yeah, It's a big deal. It's a big deal. If we look broadly, what are the Americans trying to do here? They're trying to kill the Iranian senior leadership. That is job one for them. Regime change. The president's been very clear. They are also going to try to take out command and control. They don't want Iran's military to be able to coordinate a response. And then they want to be able to stop Iran's ability to take out those missile launch sites, take out their ability to respond in terms of the IRGC there. And lots of concerns for people in this country, hundreds of thousands of people with Iranian background.
Okay, unfortunately, so much more to come on this. David, thank you very much. So while many people in Iran, as David was just saying, want a change in government, pro-regime protesters in Tehran are denouncing the strikes by the United States and Israel today. Pro-government protesters were holding flags, placards, chanting death to Israel. There's also been a mass exodus of cars on major roads leaving Tehran after today's attacks. So obviously we continue to follow the changing situation in Iran, in the wider region, after U.S. President Donald Trump and Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu launched attacks this morning against Iran. I'm Adrienne Arsenault. There's lots more ahead as we continue to track this story. Please stay with us.
Hello, everyone. I'm Natasha Fatah, and you're watching CBC News Network. And we have special, extended coverage for you today of the military assault on Iran. The U.S. and Israel have launched multiple strikes on the country, with the U.S. President Donald Trump pledging to eliminate Iran's nuclear program and devastate its military. A critical moment that will potentially reshape the region and profoundly affect the people of Iran. Large explosions rocked the capital of Tehran, where smoke, as you can see, was seen rising from that district, which also includes the presidential palace. Now, at this point, it's not altogether clear if Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was in his offices when the attacks occurred. In the meantime, scenes on the ground show chaos in the streets as Iranians rush to seek shelter, find their loved ones, or just flee the cities completely. And as predicted, in response, Iran's Revolutionary Guard says all U.S. bases, resources, and interests in the region are now considered legitimate targets. It says it has struck Israeli and U.S. bases with missiles, and its retaliatory operation will continue until its enemy was, quote, decisively defeated. Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan all say they are intercepting missiles fired from Iran. The scale of the damage across the region and the number of casualties still remain completely unclear in these early hours. And the first news of today's assault came directly from the U.S. President Donald Trump, who posted an 8-minute-long video on Truth Social. In it, he called on the Iranian public to seize control of their destiny and added, the lives of courageous American heroes may be lost. Here is part of that video.
We warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
That, of course, is U.S. President Donald Trump announcing on Truth Social today's assault on Iran, an operation the Pentagon has named Epic Fury. Now, this attack marks the second time the U.S. has carried out strikes on Iran since President Trump returned to the White House just last year. And the first was in June of last year when it conducted a series of attacks on Iranian nuclear sites. So let's get a better sense of what's going on in the region, in the Middle East. We turn to Crystal Gamansing, who is live for us in Jerusalem. Crystal, thank you for being here. I know it's been a long day with lots of information coming at you quickly. At this stage, what do we know?
Well, Natasha, right now, Jerusalem is covered by an air raid alert that was sent out to mobile phones, and the community sirens went off not too long ago. The same situation in Tel Aviv. We are also getting some information from Israel Defense Forces, that information being posted on their official Telegram page. That is where they are sharing a lot of details tonight. They are saying that the IDF has begun an additional wave of strikes targeting targeting Iran's missile launchers and aerial defense systems in central Iran. These operations have been ongoing since about 8:15 this morning. That's when that first air raid alert siren went off here in Jerusalem, giving us an indication that this operation was officially underway. And we are also being told as of right now that those air attacks and those wave of attacks to try to take out some of Iran's missile launching systems, they apparently involved approximately 200 fighter jets that they completed, apparently the largest ever military flyover in the history of Israel's Air Force. That information coming to us from Israel Defense Forces. Now, throughout the day, they have been trying to deflect and use the air defense systems to try and eliminate some of the projectiles that have been launched from Iran. We don't have exact numbers at this point. Local Israeli media say 125 missiles were intercepted before they got to the territory. They are saying 35 were taken down inside the territory. We have heard from Israeli police. They are saying that there has been some property damage in central Israel because of falling debris. So we are hearing again from officials saying to pay attention to those security alert warnings, to stay indoors, because falling debris does play such a deadly role, because it can also cause a lot of damage to people and to property. We are also hearing from the IDF's General Staff Chief. He is saying that they continue to target sites inside of Iran, that they are hitting a number of different locations. They say hundreds of sites have been targeted throughout the day. Israeli officials are also claiming that they have managed to strike and kill senior Iranian officials. That has not been officially confirmed by CBC. We have not been able to verify that, but they have been doing these strikes throughout the day. And one of the reasons, Natasha, that they did a daytime attack rather than on a darkness, which is normally when we would see these sort of military operations. They usually do them when it's dark, not daylight at 8 o'clock in the morning, is because Israeli officials say they had information that the Iranian regime was gathering, and so they took advantage of the timing and that information and had those initial strikes during the day. So that is sort of the lay of the land as it sits right now. Again, we are under an alert system here in Jerusalem. Another one also is currently covering the Tel Aviv area.
And Crystal, this is specific just to Israel, but we've been talking all day about the wider implications for the region, and there have been other areas within the Middle East that have been caught in the crossfire, so to speak. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so many Gulf nations, and that is something the Gulf nations were incredibly worried about before these strikes. They were encouraging de-escalation, asking the American officials not to move ahead, to move forward with diplomacy, fearing that they would end up being caught up in these strikes, and that is exactly what has happened. We have seen Jordan, for example, saying that they have shot down ballistic missiles earlier in the day. We have some video that's been verified of incoming threats in Bahrain, also in the UAE, in Dubai as well. A number of these locations putting out statements condemning the strikes, condemning the fact that they are being targeted by projectiles coming from Iran. We have also heard from Iranian officials. The letter was sent to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres saying that all Israeli sites and American sites, including American bases right across the Gulf, would be legitimate targets. And they say they will continue to target those sites until there is a complete and total ceasefire, Natasha.
Let's talk about the Iranian proxies. There are so many. They have been warned not to get involved when military action is still being talked about. So any indication about whether they're heeding that warning, if we're going to see more action coming from them?
Yeah, that is a really interesting point here, Natasha, because we know that Iran often uses its proxies when it comes to strikes in Israel and the surrounding areas. Israel had issued a warning to Hezbollah in Lebanon not to get involved. There was a statement this evening from the leadership of Hezbollah saying that they are expressing solidarity with Iran. There's no indication at this point that they are going to get involved. However, a part of that statement also said that they are confident Israel and the American enemy will suffer major blows. We have not heard anything from the Houthis in Yemen. That is a group that has been very active of late, not recently, but of late, targeting ships in the Red Sea. That could potentially be something we see come into effect in the coming days here. We know that over the course of the conflict of the past 2 years, Hezbollah in Lebanon has been tamped down a little bit with its abilities and its movement of weapons. Not so much attention has been paid to the Houthis in Yemen. So we are waiting to see if that will be another step of escalation in this current conflict, Natasha.
CBC's Crystal Gamansing in Jerusalem. Thanks so much, Crystal. Okay, I want to turn now to our colleague, CBC's Linda Ward, who's in the studio, to talk about where these attacks have been taking place. Linda, at this stage, we know what the potential targets were. What has been hit in Iran so far?
Yeah, so let's take a look at some of what the IDF is putting out on social media in regards to what they have hit in Iran. They say that these images show the IDF striking hundreds of targets in western Iran. We know that they have struck multiple strategic aerial defense systems, including an advanced system in the Kermanshah region of western Iran. They also say that they have hit several targets in Tehran, where they believe senior Iranian leaders were thought to be located. They believe that they have killed some of them. There are multiple media reports that indicate that the offices of the supreme leader and the president in Tehran were hit during these strikes. Now, we know there were also explosions in the areas of Shiraz, Tabriz, and Isfahan. Now, Isfahan is where one of those nuclear sites is located. The IAEA is commenting on this, Natasha, saying that they are monitoring the situation, but so far there's no evidence of any radiological impact. But we're also hearing about a troubling story in the city of Minab from Iranian media and officials. And CBC has verified these images that are coming out of this strike on a girls' school there in the city of Minab. This is where they say there have been dozens of casualties, but that is not confirmed yet. It's very hard to get confirmed information out of the region right now. But this area is right along the Strait of Hormuz. It's a strategically important oil passage. There have also been some blasts that have been reported along the strait in the Persian Gulf side and also the Gulf of Oman side as well. These are critical areas for Iran's oil trade. We're also learning now that there may be some closure of the strait as well in relation to all of this conflict, Natasha.
Okay, then let's talk about what we know so far about the U.S. and Israeli targets that have been hit.
Yes, and again, we're relying on some of the visuals that are coming out of these areas, particularly one when it comes to a U.S. Navy base in Bahrain. These images have been verified by CBC. You can see the explosions here, the attack confirmed by Bahraini authorities. Now, this is the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters. It's a command center for every American naval operation in the Persian Gulf. This is hit in a missile attack. There have been no casualty figures released just yet. In terms of Israeli targets, the Israeli military says Iran has fired several barrages. Drones have been intercepted. They announced one impact site in a town in northern Israel. No casualties reported so far, but we do know that there has been some reported damage from falling debris.
And Linda, what are we seeing in terms of wider regional aggression then?
So when there was talk of this conflict ramping up, we know Iran had said that they would be targeting U.S. military bases in the region, that these would be fair game. And it seems that this is playing out. American bases scattered right throughout the region. So likely that the whole region is going to be drawn in here. And that is what we are seeing. The UAE Defense Ministry there saying they've intercepted multiple missiles. Several people were injured in Dubai. We can show you the scene now. Again, these images being verified by CBC News of a strike, and you can see some of the debris that's fallen after the strike pardon me. This is a scene out of Doha. So what we're learning about that is that there were missiles intercepted there, explosions happening there, as you can see. So thousands of U.S. troops, we know, are at the Al Udeid Air Base in the region there. So again, drawing all of these into the fray. In Kuwait, state news agencies there saying missiles were, quote, dealt with in Kuwaiti airspace. Clear skies in Kuwait at this point, no reported damage. The Al Salam Air Base is there. This is a U.S. Air Force presence. They have Italians on that base as well. Multiple media reports indicate there's damage to the runway at this base, but we're trying to confirm that. When you look at Iraq, there are reports of smoke rising from a U.S. base in Erbil, this Kurdistan region, semi-autonomous area. Drones intercepted there. Officials believe that the base there was the target and potentially also a new U.S. consulate in the city. We're also hearing reports out of other countries, Jordan, Syria, were they targets? Was this, an interception in their airspace? But certainly there have been explosions in the skies over the entire region as we continue to follow this today, Natasha.
CBC's Linda Ward. Thanks so much, Linda. And as both Linda and Crystal have mentioned, this conflict that we're seeing goes far beyond Iran, Israel, and the United States. The entire region of the Middle East is being pulled in. So let's go back to the region, specifically to Dubai, where we find John Gramble. He's the Associated Press News Director for the Gulf and Iran, and he joins us now live. John, very glad to have you on the show. Let's talk about what's triggering this latest set of military strikes.
Well, over the last several weeks, we had heard from U.S. President Donald Trump, who had really started to connect ongoing tensions in Iran, the nationwide protest that swept that country back in January and saw a heavy-handed crackdown that included thousands being killed by security services and tens of thousands of others being arrested. At that time, Trump had said that he was with the protesters, that help was on its way, but there was no military action. But we did see the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier come into the region. And then all of a sudden, Trump began talking about Iran's nuclear program again. Now, Trump in 2018 withdrew from the deal that Tehran struck with world powers over limiting its enrichment of uranium in exchange for the lifting of economic sanctions. He contended that it didn't go far enough. We saw years of tensions after that. And then there were negotiations back last year that ended with that 12-day war launched by Israel in June that targeted much of Iran and saw the Americans bomb uranium enrichment facilities in the Islamic Republic. Now, after these protests in January, Trump began talking about the nuclear program again. We did see several rounds of negotiations mediated by Oman, which is another Mideast country here. Those talks it ended a couple days ago. We had the last round in Geneva, but apparently Trump had decided that action or military action was the way to go. He had the Gerald R. Ford in the Mediterranean and many aircraft and other warships in the region ready to go. And we saw the start of this attack today at about 10 a.m. in Tehran when downtown Tehran exploded in fire and flames after a bombing that targeted the offices of Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, whose condition remains unknown right now. So it's a long-winded story, and it's part of this whole decades-long of tension between Iran and the United States that date all the way back to the 1979 Islamic Revolution. But it takes root in those protests and the nuclear program negotiations, which have now ended with these bombings.
John, since we have you there in Dubai, let me ask you about reports that we're seeing of missiles and explosions in your city. What can you tell us about that?
Tonight, over the last several hours, we have seen multiple interceptors race across the sky. Just about an hour ago, we saw several. You could see the flames of their rocket engine go across. They disappear into the darkness, and then you hear the thud of the explosion when they try to take down missiles in the sky. Now, already we did see one person die in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the UAE, from shrapnel falling on the ground, which is a major issue when these interceptions happen. But in Dubai, we've also seen multiple interceptions, fire and smoke. There was a hotel that caught fire on the Palm Jumeirah, which is the man-made archipelago off the coast here. And we don't know exactly what caused that. However, footage that was online seemed to show something falling from the sky and hitting the hotel, making it burst into flames. We don't know exactly how many people were injured, if any, in that incident. Roads around there are clogged, and the authorities are offering few details right now and warning others that if they take photos of any of the interceptions or release any other information, they could face fines or jail time in this authoritarian country. So it remains difficult to kind of gather all the information right now, but these attacks are ongoing, these interceptions are ongoing, and what we're seeing in Dubai is broadly happening across the rest of the region, Natasha.
John, you bring up such a good point about the difficulty and the challenges of getting accurate information out when there is such a clampdown on getting people to be able to report freely on what's going on the ground. So we do appreciate your presence there. Let me return to Iran for a moment. We know that this is the second attack on the country by the United States in 8 months. If the U.S. achieves what it wants to, or at least one of its goals, and Iran's top leaders are killed or at least sidelined, what happens then?
That's the million-dollar question. Iran has been run by a theocracy since 1979. They've had two supreme leaders, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, who died in 1989, and then Ali Khamenei, who took over in 89 and has ruled as the paramount leader in Iran for decades afterwards. Now, Khamenei is 86. He has been in poor health for some time. We haven't seen him today after the strike, and there's a lot of questions about whether he'll appear, if he'll do a video on state television. There have been rumors that might happen, but we haven't seen it yet. But his condition remains crucial. And the Iranian government, we did hear from the foreign minister, he spoke to NBC in America and said that, to his best of his knowledge, that none of the top leaders have been killed. But the Americans and the Israelis in their comments have told the Iranian people to rise up, to take back their government. So it does seem like one of the goals in this campaign is changing the Iranian government. And Iran, over these decades, has really cracked down on any opposition. There's no one within its political system calling for widespread change or anything like that. And those who do often find themselves either in self-exile abroad or imprisoned in the country. So we have seen some figures abroad try to raise their profile as those protests were going on. One would be the exiled crown prince, Reza Pahlavi. We've also seen others in the diaspora try to do that as well. But there's no unifying figure. And without that, it remains difficult to know who would come into power. There's been some concerns about Iran seeing its different minority groups kind of fight against each other to go into a almost Syria-like civil war situation. But that's still really a ways away, because as of right now, security forces are still on the streets of Tehran. You know, Trump had told people to rise up, but we haven't seen any protests or unrest so far. So it remains unclear just what it will take to actually change that government should the Americans or the Israelis kill them in this military action.
John Granville on the ground in Dubai with the Associated Press. Thanks so much, John. Now, as John highlighted, much of this has been triggered by the response coming out of the White House and U.S. President Donald Trump. So for more on that, let's go to Washington and bring in CBC's Willie Lowry. Willie, good to see you. Let's talk about some of the reaction we are seeing from lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, absolutely, Natasha. It's been trickling in, and it's kind of mounting into a tsunami as the day progresses. I want to start with Caroline Leavitt. She's, of course, the White House press secretary. She posted on social media a short while ago, kind of updating the country on President Trump. She said, quote, President Trump monitored the situation overnight at Mar-a-Lago alongside members of his national security team. The president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu by phone. She went on to confirm something that we've been reporting, which is that Secretary of State Marco Rubio informed the Gang of Eight. Those are the leaders on the Hill in the House and Senate on intelligence matters of the impending attack. Early this morning, he reached by phone 7 of 8 of them. He also briefed that Gang of Eight on Tuesday about this upcoming operation. And that's really important because it's in stark contrast to what happened last month when the U.S. Went into Venezuela and captured President Nicolas Maduro. In that instance, they gave Congress no advance warning, though Democratic lawmakers are still up in arms over today's actions. They want the president to ask for authorization, something he has not done. And the president himself has called this essentially a war in really a remarkable address released late last night, early this morning, pre-recorded. He essentially said that he had ordered a massive military operation, the goal to make sure that Iran could never develop a nuclear weapon, but also to curtail its ballistic missile program. But perhaps most importantly, he implored the Iranian people to rise up, to seize this moment, and to try and bring an end to the regime. Let's take a listen to some of what the president had to say.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
It will be yours to take. This might be your only opportunity for generations to come. I think that really gives you insight into just what Trump is hoping to achieve with this kinetic and massive military operation, and that is regime change. And just really important for context, I know John Gramble mentioned it a little bit, but this is not the first time that the U.S. has attempted to instigate regime change in Iran. Back in 1953, the CIA helped to reinstall Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the last Shah of Iran, who was then ultimately overthrown in 1979 during the Islamic Revolution, and the Islamic regime has been in charge of the country ever since, going on 47 years.
I think a lot of people are waiting to see if that regime change is finally going to come. But while we wait to see how things unfold, we're getting reports from the UK Maritime Trade Operations Agency saying they're getting reports from various vessels that the Strait of Hormuz has been closed. If that is the case, really, what does that mean for the world's most vital oil export route?
Yeah, it's incredibly significant. So we have to look at the geographic location of the Strait of Hormuz. It's a natural choke point. You have the Musandam Peninsula of Oman. You can actually, on a clear day, you can see Iran on the other side. It's only about 40 kilometers wide at its most narrow point. You've got the UAE and, of course, Iran on the northern side. But all essentially of the Gulf's oil from Saudi Arabia and Qatar, the UAE and Kuwait, Bahrain, it almost all flows through the Strait of Hormuz into the Gulf of Oman, into the Arabian Sea, and out to the wider world. Some of the countries have infrastructure to get some oil out through other means, but it is the main route for their oil. So the Gulf countries are going to be incredibly concerned by this. They also, it's important to note that Iran does have the capacity. They use these fast boats that can swarm shipping vessels to really wreak havoc. That being said, we know that the USS S. Abraham Lincoln is in the vicinity, we believe in the Gulf of Oman. And so they're going to be doing everything they can to prevent Iran from closing down. But it will be an important test of just a litmus test, if you will, to see how much fight Iran has left, what their capabilities are. Important to also watch for any attacks from the Houthis. Of course, the Houthis have the capacity to hit Israel, but the Strait of Hormuz is much closer to their territory. They likely have the capacity to do some sort of damage in and around the Strait of Hormuz.
CBC's Willie Lowry in Washington. Thank you, Willie.
My pleasure.
Okay, let's get further analysis with a person, a voice that we often turn to in situations like this. Sajjan Gohel, the International Security Director at the Asia Pacific Foundation. Sajjan, always good to see you. Thanks for jumping back on the line. I know you were speaking with my colleague Adrian earlier in the day.
Good to talk to you, Natasha.
Sajjan, it's still early going in this story, but at this stage, as the pieces are coming together, what do you make of what we've seen happen so far today?
So, Natasha, I've been using this word a lot today, that this is unprecedented. We have seen strikes on Iran before, especially last year, where both Israel and the U.S. did their respective airstrikes, one to target senior members of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the other to degrade Iran's nuclear weapons program. But this time, it's gone beyond deterrence. This is effectively about regime change. The U.S. has decided that the sanctions policy, proxy containment, nuclear non-proliferation frameworks, these no longer have relevance. So we have seen a significant shift in the U.S. strategy, and the outcome of which we don't know.
You're right. At this stage, the outcome we don't know. But if we are seeing a dramatic shift in what the United States is hoping to achieve here, I mean, let's walk through this. If senior members of the regime, including the supreme leader, are ousted, then what happens?
Well, that, again, raises a lot of concerns. I think one thing that is important to look at when it comes to Iran is that over the last few years, the last decade, there have been various protests within the country. And each time those protests have occurred, they've not been able to remove the regime, but they have strengthened civil society movements. Now, the one that took place a few years ago, the Women Life Freedom protest, where a lot of Iranian women came out in anger over the death of Mahsa Amini, an Iranian woman who was murdered by the Iranian police, that actually contributed to the strengthening of various movements, civil society groups, which also enabled the protests in January to grow in the momentum. The Iranian regime was able to reassert its control by basically killing its way out of collapse. They were brutal against the civilians, men, women, and children. But I think that if you look at what has happened within Iran, within the movements that oppose the regime, there can potentially be a viable indigenous movement for positive change in Iran. It's very important that when we talk about regime change, that the West should not try and impose somebody from outside, because we've seen in the past that that really doesn't end well.
It's interesting that you say that, Sajjan, because if we look at the comments that we've heard from President Trump today, he has called on the Iranian people to rise up, to seize this opportunity. He said, you've been asking the Americans for help. You've never got it before. Now you're getting it. Overthrow your government. We got a statement from the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, and he said, our joint operation will create conditions for the brave Iranian people to take their fate into their own hands. Essentially echoing what you're saying, which is, Iranians, here's your chance, seize it. But can they, Sajjan? I mean, when we talk about how much the economy has suffered, how much the people of Iran have suffered, do they have the capacity to take over their own government?
I think it's going to come down to whether the regime can internally exert its violent control. What I was just saying a moment ago, that they survived recently by basically murdering their way out of collapse. This is the regime murdering its own people. Thousands of people were killed very brutally, and they used the state apparatus of the IRGC, the police forces, the civilian militias that they have. Now, the U.S. can degrade Iran's nuclear sites, its missile infrastructure, its naval assets, even potentially target some of the senior members of the IRGC, the Ayatollahs' inner circle. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the apparatus to suppress people gets diminished. And I think therein lies the challenge itself.
What's your best sense of the U.S. commitment to this cause, whether it be stopping Iran's nuclear program or regime change?
Well, this isn't going to end today or tomorrow. This is now a conflict for, I guess, the foreseeable near future, because keep in mind that whatever airstrikes have been done, either by the U.S. or by Israel, those fighter planes are going to have to refuel. They're going to have to resupply. You could find that the U.S.'s warships that are in the Indian Ocean could potentially be brought into this. But we're also seeing Iran escalate the conflict by targeting Bahrain, the UAE, Qatar, where there are U.S. military assets. And we've seen that there has been civilian loss of life in those countries. We've seen infrastructure damage take place. Also, look at some of Iran's other neighbors, like Pakistan, which actually issued a statement condemning the U.S.-Israeli operation, where it's somewhat odd because Pakistan is also a member of President Trump's Board of Peace and just took part in the inauguration of that. So countries are going to find themselves caught not only in the crossfire, but having to take a stand as to where they are on this. And I think it's just demonstrating how complicated this situation has become.
Then let me ask you about Iran's many proxies who have been disabled to some degree as a result of the ongoing conflict in the region, Sajan. But could we see the proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, any of these other organizations, the Houthis, get involved as well?
Hezbollah potentially could be utilized. They have suffered a lot of setbacks because of Israeli operations in the last couple of years. I think the Houthis might be the one proxy that the Iranians could utilize, especially when it comes to the Red Sea, disrupt the cargo vessels that operate there, cause that supply chain damage that they were able to do a couple of years ago. You were talking to your correspondent just a moment ago about the Strait of Hormuz, but the Red Sea is another aspect that the Iranians could try and impact. Keep in mind, Natasha, that this is effectively now a fight to the death for the Iranian regime. They have now nothing left to lose. So for them, they are going to throw everything at the U.S., at their neighbors, even at their own people, if it means trying to survive. They aren't worried about the body count that they inflict on their own people. So they're not going to be too concerned about whether they target U.S. assets or the neighboring countries, as they're already doing.
Sajan Gohel, always good to speak to you, sir. Thank you very much for your time today.
Good to talk to you, Natasha.
Okay, you could probably guess who my next guest is going to be because you got a glimpse of her. CBC's Julia Chapman joins us now from London. And Julia, you are tracking some of the reaction we're seeing from people on the ground in Iran. What are you hearing, particularly because it's so difficult to get clear communication from what's happening in Iran?
Absolutely. The Iranian regime is trying to control the narrative as much as possible, imposing an almost complete internet blackout on the country. But there is still information getting out. There are a handful of journalists, Western and Iranian, operating in the country. And so we understand that there have been fresh explosions reported in the last little while this evening, Iranian time. There have been explosions across different cities in the country throughout the day, starting this morning as Iranians began their working week. We have, of course, been hearing as well from Iranian officials. There was an interview given to the NBC News Network from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, and he said that this is not a war that Iran wants. He said that Iran is acting in self-defense. He was asked as well whether the supreme leader and other officials are alive. He said as far as he knows, they are. Of course, Israel says it is targeting the leadership of that country. He said 1 or 2 commanders have been killed, but he described that as not a big problem. And he has written a letter to the UN Security Council asking for intervention, saying that it is the US and Israel who are the aggressors here. The limited reports that we are hearing from inside Iran, from civilians on the ground, suggest that there is a bit more of a lull now on the streets after earlier scenes where there were people lining up to get gas, many people fleeing cities, going to safer areas after being urged to do so by Iranian officials who are really trying to hit home the message that there is a sense of calm, that people can go about their daily lives. They must move safely, but they are insisting there are no shortages, that banks will be operating as normal, although schools will be closed for the foreseeable future.
And so, Julia, I have to pose this incredibly difficult but million-dollar question to you. Based on what you're seeing happening in Iran, what's the likelihood of regime change?
At the moment, there's no indication that Iranians are planning to take to the streets. I mean, this is an incredibly dangerous situation. They are fearful not just of bombs falling on them in their homes, but also of any kind of reprisals from the Iranian clerical regime. We saw them take to the streets in late December and last month, and those protests, that popular uprising, was violently repressed by Iran's regime. There will certainly be people who are wanting to see regime change inside the country, not by any means all of them, but even they will be acting very cautiously. There isn't even an indication of how that might go about. We've been hearing from a number of guests today about just how complicated that is. And of course, we've heard from Donald Trump saying that it will be in the hands of the Iranians to see that through once this operation comes to an end. So certainly a very complicated picture. Reza Pahlavi, the exiled crown prince of Iran, he has said that the moment of victory is coming, and he will continue to remain in communication with Iranians in the country, but it's far from clear how he could possibly lead at the moment from where he is in the United States.
And what kind of reaction are you hearing where you are?
Well, there is a lot of common language coming out of many countries in the West urging restraint from all parties, insisting that Iran should never have a nuclear weapon, but also a warning about escalation. There is a lot of divergence in the West. There are countries like Canada and Australia who say they support the action, while others like Spain and Norway have explicitly criticized it. We've heard in the last little while from British Prime Minister Keir Starmer making it clear that the UK has played no part in this operation, although he did say that British planes are in the sky as part of what he called coordinated regional defensive operations. And he said protections have been stepped up at UK bases. We've also heard from Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission president, saying she's calling on all parties to exercise restraint, protect civilians, uphold international law. She's going to be convening a special meeting on Monday. I think it's safe to say that almost everybody in Western capitals would have preferred a diplomatic solution, and there will certainly be reflections to come about how this action came about while that process continued.
CBC's Julia Chapman in London. Thank you, Julia.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's get further analysis with our next guest. Alex Vatanka is a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute in Washington. Alex, thank you so much for making time for us today.
Good to be with you, Natasha.
Alex, let me begin by asking you your best assessment of what President Trump is trying to achieve today.
I hope you can hear me okay. There's some background noise here on the line. But in terms of where we are, look, early hours, clearly it's too early to tell. It's not a surprise that this war broke out. It was sort of the writing was on the wall for essentially weeks. And what is also true, which I think is the most important question, is what is, certainly on the part of the United States, end goal here? How far is Donald Trump, the President of the United States, willing to stay in this fight going forward? Because clearly, I think, listening to his statements, listening to how he kind of justified the U.S. going into this war, he's hoping that what the U.S. and Israel are doing is going to be the trigger for the people of Iran, as he put it, to take their country back. I think a majority of Iranians would love to take their country back, but there's a long way to go from where they are and having to overcome a still pretty ruthless regime and the capacity to kill So that's the big question mark, and I'm not sure how long President Trump would be willing to stay in this fight, if you will, but he's got the stamina to stay in it for months and maybe longer. But I think he signed up for weeks. So I suspect, unless the regime in Iran collapses, which I doubt, you can anticipate this war to go on for some time.
There's so much I want to pull apart there, Alex. So you're saying at this stage, we don't know how long the president is willing to stay in it. Do you have a sense of how far he's willing to go?
Look, I mean, politically, he has always been against what he's called open-ended, stupid wars in the Middle East that don't do the United States any good. So what changed this time around? Because we know the nuclear program in Iran has been a problem for successive American presidents going back to the early 2000s. So quarter of a century, that's been a problem. The missile's been a problem for a long time. So what is it that made him decide right now to go in? What's the timing all about? And I think the answer to that is very obvious. He looks at it, and rightly so, the Islamic Republic is hated by its own people. When you kill tens of thousands of your own people who rise up and want a better life, then you have a problem. And Trump wants to exploit that problem. So essentially what he wants to do is to be the trigger, as I said earlier, to sort of force the regime out of power. I think he does say he might want them to come back and give to him what he wants on the nuclear front. But at this point, I really think it's beyond that. I mean, this is about regime change. And really the wild card in many ways, or two wild cards here. One is how the Iranian retaliation would be. Is that going to change Trump's mind? Because the Iranians have agency in this. They're going to retaliate. Whether that's going to be enough to change Trump's mind or not, that remains to be seen. The other thing is politics in Washington. Trump is not under pressure as of yesterday, but today going forward, he might be. And again, that could change his calculations.
Let's return to the issue of both the U.S. and the Israelis encouraging Iranians to take control of their government and their destinies. The resources for ordinary Iranians are so limited at this point, and I think the concern for many of us observing the story is we've been down this path before. The women life freedom movement, we saw the Green Revolution many, many years ago. We've seen this sort of uprising again and again, and yet the regime stands. And we've seen in just the past couple of months the brutality the regime is willing to inflict on its own people in order to maintain power. That's why I'm asking about how far Trump is willing to go, because what if the regime stays and it is the people on the ground in Iran who suffer?
It's really difficult to say, because if you had asked me this question in beginning of the Trump administration, I would have said he's not going to engage in another war in the Middle East because he's always been against these wars. But today he's doing something like that, but he's selling it as very different. He's not putting boots on the ground. But to your point, Natasha, boots on the ground might be exactly what is required to finish the job, if you will. And that takes us to a place Trump does not want to go, because he's always called the Iraq War of 2003 the worst thing an American president could do. But he might not have to, because here's the thing: the Iranian people this year, it's 120 years since they rose up and demanded from their king back in 1906 a constitutional revolution. So what I'm trying to say is there's an Iranian people here at stake who are very resourceful, very angry, want change. They obviously have to deal with the killing machine that is the regime, but they might find ways to get over it. And this is the thing that also might be different. The regime has probably 10-15% of Iran's population of 92 million behind it. But I bet you of that 10-15%, many of them understand that this cannot go on, that this regime cannot continue, that the old man Ali Khamenei has brought this disaster on the nation. So the question then becomes, would there be enough defections from the regime that it essentially joins the call for regime change, if you will, and they can then create a new set of political dynamics inside the country. So we shouldn't just look at this as Reza Pahlavi flying in from Washington, taking over Iran. That could happen as part of a bigger scenario of change, because right now the most important thing is those people inside of Iran who know they have a lot to fight for here because their survival is at stake. Do they decide, instead of focusing on fighting Trump, maybe they should focus fighting somebody else? That somebody else being the hardliners who brought the country of Iran to this point of disaster that they're at now.
Alex, I wonder if you could help enlighten many in Canada who are watching this and seeing their Iranian colleagues, their Iranian neighbors, celebrating what has happened today, what the U.S. and Israel have carried out, because it seems counterintuitive. Why are you celebrating your home country being bombed? So walk us through, because I'm personally hearing from so many that they are celebrating this moment. Connect those dots for us.
I think this is one of the factors that really might have sold this idea to Trump, he becoming the savior of the Iranian people. It's a big, tall order, but I think that, if Trump could be that American president who, after half a century of Islamic republics, frees, if you will, the people of Iran, he becomes the savior, no doubt about it. But I've just raised a lot of questions about from where we are and to that point, so there's a lot of uncertainty. But Natasha, to your point about where the Iranian people are at, look, you just pointed it out. The regime just killed thousands and thousands of their own people, and they didn't even have the courtesy and decency to sort of apologize, to show remorse. Instead, they were just called foreign agents. They were not even described as human beings, children in many cases. I mean, the demographic that they massacred was in the 15 to 25 age group. This future of Iran was massacred, and the regime didn't apologize for it. So when Iranians are happy to see American or Israeli bombs dropped on the head of people who are killing them, that's why you should not forget that they are the same people that are killing Iranians and have been doing the sort of repressing things for a very long time. So I'm not surprised, but I also have to say, Natasha, if this war continues for a long time and you see civilian casualties in terms of numbers rise up, that creates its own dynamics. And who knows, maybe even the regime might benefit from some kind of a national sentiment emerging. But we're not there yet. I think a lot of people are hoping that this war will not go on for that long and somehow miraculously the regime will fall. But again, that is a hope as opposed to a strategy from what I can tell right now.
Alex Vitanka, very good to get your analysis today, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Natasha.
Okay, let's keep the conversation going with my friend and colleague, CBC's David Common, who's joining me on set now. David, good to see you today. Let's pick up where Alex left off in terms of what the United States wants and how far you think they're willing to go.
So this is quite likely going to be a longer campaign. It's not like Venezuela. It's not like the last Iran strike where they're in, they're out, and it's done. This is perhaps something that is going to last weeks. We will see if other nations calling for a return to the negotiating table are in fact successful. But at this point, it looks like something longer term. What are they trying to do right now? Well, a couple of things. They're trying to kill the senior leadership of Iran. They've been very clear this is not about the nuclear weapons program. President Trump saying this is about regime change. So number one, trying to kill Ali Khamenei, who you see there, the 86-year-old leader of the country. And the fact that they opened this up during daylight hours suggests maybe they had intelligence on where he was and made an attempt to do just that. Second thing they're trying to do, degrade the ability of Iran's senior leadership, political and military, to be able to communicate with one another and coordinate a response to this. You do this through a number of mechanisms. You bomb a number of facilities, which is quite likely what they've done. The Americans also have specialized capability. They can put aircraft into the sky that can essentially obliterate the cell phone network of an entire region, a widespread region. It's quite likely that is operating in the skies above Iran right now. And then try to stop their ability to respond. First of all, just take out assets that are on the ground. Some of them are mobile launchers, ballistic missile launch sites. They're going to take those out. And the reason they want to take those out, of course, is to prevent Iran from being able to respond. Iran will try to use everything it's got before it gets blown up on the ground. So those are key things that we're seeing in these opening hours.
Let's talk about the preparation for the United States. Months in the making, and we've seen this slow burn, and this is your area of specialty, certainly. So let's talk about how they prepared for today's attack.
You're absolutely right, Natasha. This would have been months in the making, probably drawing on years of analysis and intelligence. Everything from where do they hit to what is the likely outcome of certain hits. They'll be assessing now, after, 10 hours into this, battle damage, doing a battle damage assessment, trying to assess how badly they have hit certain areas, looking at second strikes. You look there, that is an area that they anticipated the Ayatollah Khamenei may have been. That is why you see the strike in that neighborhood there.
So theoretically, this is where the presidential palace would be, and this is where Khamenei's offices might be.
That and the suspicion would be that he would have been there. Presumably, they would have had intelligence that establishing a pattern of life. Does he regularly go to the same place at the same time? If so, their intent would be to strike that. But you look at the broader implications here. They have assembled a larger strike force in the Middle East than they have had in terms of air assets since 2003. It is massive. 2 aircraft carriers, both of them powered by nuclear energy and therefore capable of staying at sea essentially forever. They also have the ability to launch attacks from those aircraft carriers. 90 aircraft can be carried on those carriers. Some of them with stealth capability. They would be launched off. Then there are the ships that are around the aircraft carrier, in part to protect it, also to launch missiles. There are ballistic missile destroyers and guided missile cruisers who are sailing alongside the Gerald Ford and the Abraham Lincoln, the 2 aircraft carriers there. How do they sustain themselves? It's something called a replenishment at sea. They get fuel for those jet planes by actually attaching a pipe between a tanker, another ship that comes. You see, that's how they started off. They fire a rope line from one ship to the other and then drag over pipes using that elaborate pulley system to get more fuel in place. They can do that with food. They can do that with personnel. They can move them over by pulley as well. They have aircraft, mind you, that can bring in specialized equipment. They can even do this with certain weaponry. There is a way to get missiles from one ship to another. They don't regularly do it, but it is possible to do all of that.
This is fascinating and gives you a sense of the planning that would have gotten involved in all of this. So let me ask you about the weapons that are being used.
We don't know. I would anticipate we'll get an update on what some of the weapon systems are. We saw during the last strikes that were really aimed at the nuclear facilities. They were using bunker busters, yes. Bombs that can penetrate into the ground and then explode, and you're doing that for underground bunkers. It's quite possible they've used that again on certain sites, but it's more what you're seeing now, guided missiles off of ships. They launch off, they are precision weapons, and so they give them a geographic coordinate and they strike that. They are going to be trying to take out much of the command and control structure in Iran with those kinds of missiles. They're very expensive. $2 million would be the absolute minimum. And then when you're looking at the weapons that they would use to try to take down Iran's response, that gets more complicated. So if I think about Israel's Golden Dome, for instance, very effective at stopping a whole number of things, be they drones or missiles. On the hypersonic missiles, which Iran does have, less effective against them. They just move too quickly. But the Iron Dome, just like the Patriot missile system the Americans have, it makes choices. It plots, where is this threatening missile or drone going to land? Is it going to land somewhere people live or somewhere that's militarily important? If not, it does not intercept it because it costs so much to intercept and expends ammunition to intercept that it makes choices. When you talk about AI in the military, this is the real life example of making those millisecond choices about what to intercept and what not to.
It's absolutely fascinating. David, really good to have you on set and walking us through all of this part of the story. Appreciate it.
It's ongoing, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah. All right, speaking of ongoing, let's get back to the region where we find CBC's Megan Williams. She's in Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. Megan, we are told the UAE has intercepted, as David was just talking about, a series of Iranian missiles. What are you hearing?
Well, literally, I've been hearing those interceptions all day, Natasha. I think the first one was around 10:30 this morning, and then there were 3 others around 4:30 later as well. Some of the debris from those intercepted missiles fell here in Dubai on the Fairmont Palm Hotel. It set the front of that hotel ablaze. There were sirens ringing out throughout the city. Also in Abu Dhabi, one person has reportedly died because of debris that fell again after a missile was intercepted there. It's about an hour's drive from Dubai, and a person was killed when debris fell there. It started out sort of a little bit more relaxed, but I think when people began looking up in the sky, they would hear these loud booms and then look up in the sky, and you could see these sort of these, puffs. They look like little clouds. People on the beach, for instance, started. There wasn't a sense of panic, but people went home, and I've heard from speaking to various people here, concern about whether sleeping tonight. They don't want to sleep too close to glass, windows. Some people are thinking about leaving taller buildings. The tallest building in the world, the Burj Khalifa, was evacuated earlier today. So there's concern, again, not so much about missiles hitting, but the debris causing damage and leading to fires and directly killing people.
And Megan, this is not normally where we find you, but I am truly grateful that you're there and able to report with us today. But have you received any direction as to what to do next?
No, I mean, some of the other places in the region have been giving, directing people in Bahrain, for instance, Kuwait, Doha. They have been telling people to be cautious. Here in Dubai, there has been a government message just reassuring people that the government is taking care of it, that the United Arab Emirates is doing everything that it can, and it's confident that it can protect the citizens and the many non-citizens who live here. This is, of course, a huge international hub. There are many, many migrant workers from all over the world who live here. So the only real message that I've received and people who are in Dubai have received is this message of reassurance from the government. Again, there's not a sense of panic, but certainly people are concerned, and when you can see above you, after you hear these really loud booms, you can see above you missiles being intercepted. Of course, that's not the most reassuring sight in the world. So there's a sense of caution, to be sure, here. And of course, the airspace has been closed. No flights are coming in or out, and there's no sense of when that will be lifted either.
CBC's Megan Williams reporting from Dubai. Thank you so much, Megan. Well, if you're just joining us here on CBC News Network, hello everyone. My name is Natasha Fatah. Thank you for tuning in. And we are bringing you special, extended live coverage all day of the military assault on Iran. The U.S. and Israelis have launched multiple strikes on that country, with the U.S. President Donald Trump pledging to eliminate Iran's nuclear program and devastate its military. Analysts say the operations appears to be motivated not only by security concerns, but also by broader objectives of weakening and potentially forcing regime change. Now, the explosions rocked the capital of Tehran today and across many other cities as missiles and aerial strikes hit military, government, and strategic sites. That includes the district around the presidential palace, but it is unclear if Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was in his offices when the attack occurred. Meanwhile, scenes on the ground show chaos in the streets as Iranians rush to seek shelter, find their loved ones, or flee the city. In response, Iran has launched retaliatory missile and drone attacks targeting U.S. military bases and Israeli positions across the Middle East, including Gulf states that host U.S. forces. Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan all say they are intercepting missiles fired from Iran. The scale of the damage across the region and the number of casualties still remain unclear. Iran's Foreign Affairs Minister Abbas Al-Gharchi says the push to topple the Islamic government, quote, mission impossible, adding Iran was acting in good faith to negotiate an agreement on its nuclear program when the U.S. and Israel launched their attacks. He says, quote, this is a war of choice by the United States. The first news of today's assault came directly from the U.S. president, who posted an 8-minute video to Truth Social. And in it, he called on the Iranian public to seize control of their destiny and added the lives of courageous American heroes may be lost. Here's part of that video.
We warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried, They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
U.S. President Donald Trump announcing today's assault on Iran, an operation the Pentagon has named Epic Fury. Now, while many people in Iran want a change in their government, pro-regime protesters in Tehran are denouncing the strikes by the United States and Israel. The pro-government protesters held Iranian flags and placards and chanted death to Israel. There has also been a mass exodus of cars on major roads leaving Tehran after today's attacks. And this is a look at Tel Aviv this hour. We are expecting to hear from an official from the Israeli Defense Forces later this hour. We'll take you there live as soon as that gets underway to get any further clarity on what happens next in this ongoing military assault. In the meantime, Prime Minister Mark Carney has reacted to the strikes in Iran. He spoke earlier in the day from Mumbai, where he is on a trade mission. Carney said Canada supports the action taken by the United States.
Canada's position on the developments in the Middle East remains clear. The Islamic Republic of Iran is the principal source of instability and terror throughout the Middle East. It has one of the world's worst human rights records and must never be allowed to obtain or develop nuclear weapons. Canada supports the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. And the Canadian government urges the protection of all civilians in this conflict.
Okay, let's head back to the region for the very latest on the situation. CBC's Crystal Gamansing joined us earlier from Jerusalem.
Well, Natasha, right now, Jerusalem is covered by an air raid alert that was sent out to mobile phones, and the community sirens went off not too long ago. The same situation in Tel Aviv. We are also getting some information from Israel Defense Forces, that information being posted on their official Telegram page. That is where they are sharing a lot of details tonight. They are saying that the IDF has begun an additional wave of strikes targeting Iran's missile launchers and aerial defense systems in central Iran. These operations have been ongoing since about 8:15 this morning. That's when that first air raid alert siren went off here in Jerusalem, giving us an indication that this operation was officially underway. And we are also being told as of right now that those air attacks and those wave of attacks to try to take out some of Iran's missile launching systems, they apparently involved approximately 200 fighter jets that they completed, apparently the largest ever military flyover in the history of Israel's Air Force. That information coming to us from Israel Defense Forces. Now, throughout the day, they have been trying to deflect and use the air defense systems to try and eliminate some of the projectiles that have been launched from Iran. We don't don't have exact numbers at this point. Local Israeli media say 125 missiles were intercepted before they got to the territory. They are saying 35 were taken down inside the territory. We have heard from Israeli police. They are saying that there has been some property damage in central Israel because of falling debris. So we are hearing again from officials saying to pay attention to those security alert warnings, to stay indoors, because falling debris does play such a deadly role, because it can also cause a lot of damage to people and to property. We are also hearing from the IDF's General Staff Chief. He is saying that they continue to target sites inside of Iran, that they are hitting a number of different locations. They say hundreds of sites have been targeted throughout the day. Israeli officials are also claiming that they have managed to strike and kill senior Iranian officials. That has not been officially confirmed by CBC. We have not been able to verify that, but they have been doing these strikes throughout the day. And one of the reasons, Natasha, that they did a daytime attack rather than on a darkness, which is normally when we would see these sort of military operations. They usually do them when it's dark, not daylight at 8 o'clock in the morning, is because Israeli officials say they had information that the Iranian regime was gathering, and so they took advantage of the timing and that information and had those initial strikes during the day. So that is sort of the lay of the land as it sits right now. Again, we are under an alert system here in Jerusalem. Another one also is currently covering the Tel Aviv area.
And Crystal, this is specific just to Israel, but we've been talking all day about the wider implications for the region, and there have been other areas within the Middle East that have been caught in the crossfires, so to speak. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so many Gulf nations, and that is something the Gulf nations were incredibly worried about before these strikes. They were encouraging de-escalation, asking the American officials not to move ahead, to move forward with diplomacy, fearing that they would end up being caught up in these strikes, and that is exactly what has happened. We have seen Jordan, for example, saying that they have shot down ballistic missiles earlier in the day. We have some video that's been verified of incoming threats in Bahrain, also in the UAE, in Dubai as well. A number of these locations putting out statements condemning the strikes, condemning the fact that they are being targeted by projectiles coming from Iran. We have also heard from Iranian officials. The letter was sent to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres saying that all Israeli sites and American sites, including American bases right across the Gulf, would be legitimate targets. And they say they will continue to target those sites until there is a complete and total ceasefire, Natasha.
Let's talk about the Iranian proxies. There are so many. They have been warned not to get involved when military action is still being talked about. So any indication about whether they're heeding that warning, if we're going to see more action coming from them?
Yeah, that is a really interesting point here, Natasha, because we know that Iran often uses its proxies when it comes to strikes in Israel and the surrounding areas. Israel had issued a warning to Hezbollah in Lebanon not to get involved. There was a statement this evening from the leadership of Hezbollah saying that they are expressing solidarity with Iran. There's no indication at this point that they are going to get involved. However, However, a part of that statement also said that they are confident Israel and the American enemy will suffer major blows. We have not heard anything from the Houthis in Yemen. That is a group that has been very active of late, not recently, but of late, targeting ships in the Red Sea. That could potentially be something we see come into effect in the coming days here. We know that over the course of the conflict of the past 2 years, Hezbollah in Lebanon has been tamped down a little bit with its abilities and its movement of weapons. Not so much attention has been paid to the Houthis in Yemen. So we are waiting to see if that will be another step of escalation in this current conflict, Natasha.
CBC's Crystal Gamansing in Jerusalem. Linda Ward joins us now for a deeper dive into the attacks and what exactly has been targeted. So Linda, the information is limited at this point, but based on what we know so far, what's been hit inside Iran?
Yeah, it's very hard to get any information out right now, Natasha, as you know, and also, just working very hard to make sure that everything that we're seeing come across social media and other sources is verified before we bring it to you. But here's something that came from the Israeli Defense Forces on social media this morning. They say this shows the scene in western Iran as they struck hundreds of targets there, including multiple strategic aerial defense systems and an advanced system in the Kermanshah region area of western Iran. In Tehran, we know, as you've been reporting, there are several sites that have been hit there, some where they say senior Iranian leaders were thought to be located. Multiple media sources reporting that the offices of the supreme leader and the president have been hit. And in Isfahan, this is an area that houses one of Iran's nuclear sites. Now, they say that this area has been hit as well. The IAEA is monitoring the situation there, saying that so far there's no evidence of any radiological impact, but could there be possibly more coming? Well, the Israeli military has issued an evacuation order now for an industrial complex in Isfahan. So we're watching that closely. Now, in the city of Minab, we're showing you the images there, dozens of people that have been injured. A troubling scene there that involved a children's school, a girls' school in the city of Minab. This is along the Strait of Hormuz. It's a strategically important area for the passage of oil. So this is one of the scenes that has gotten caught in this turmoil in the area, but we're waiting on official accounts of how many people have been killed in this. Blasts also reported right throughout the port cities on the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman as well. So we continue to watch the effect there on Iran's oil trade too, Natasha.
And what do we know about the United States and Israeli targets that have been hit?
So there was an attack, we know, on a U.S. Navy base in Bahrain, that confirmed by Bahraini authorities. There were some images coming out that show the scope of this and the force of this attack. We'll show you those images verified by CBC. You can see the explosions here. And this is the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters, a command center essentially for every American naval operation in the Persian Gulf hit by this missile attack. There's been no casualty figures that have been released just yet. And in terms of Israeli targets, we know the Israeli military says Iran fired several barrages at them. There were some interceptions of drones, no real official count yet, but we do know that there was one site that was announced an impact in a town in northern Israel. No casualties have been reported so far, but there has been some damage, we know, from falling debris.
And Linda, what are we seeing in terms of a wider response in terms of regional aggression?
So before this sort of ramped up, Iran said that essentially if there was to be a conflict, that all U.S. military bases would be considered legitimate targets, would be sort of fair game. And we're certainly seeing that playing out today, Natasha, with American bases scattered right throughout the region. This has really drawn almost every country housing a target into the fray, and even those who are not getting caught up in it as well. The UAE, the defense ministry there, says they intercepted multiple missiles, and we'll show you as well, if we can, the scene, fire in the Fairmont Hotel in Dubai. Dubai authorities confirming emergency response teams were deployed immediately, and the site has been secured. Civil defense confirmed that the fire is now under control, but 4 people were injured in this and have been taken to hospital. In Abu Dhabi, 1 person was killed from falling debris. Was the situation at this hotel caused by a drone strike, caused by some of that falling debris? It's not clear just yet, but we do know the Al Dhafra Air Base hosts a wing of the U.S. Air Force, so that is closer to Abu Dhabi, but again, another area getting caught and drawn into the fray here. In Qatar, the Interior Ministry confirms missiles have been intercepted. There were explosions heard in Doha. Images of people running from the explosions there. Thousands of U.S. troops, we know, are at the Al Udeid Air Base. Reuters reporting that an official is telling them that Qatar was targeted by 44 missiles and 8 drones so far today. That has not been confirmed by CBC, but Reuters News reporting that from an official. In Kuwait, the Al Salam Air Base is there. You can see clear skies there earlier today. There is a U.S. Air Force presence there. There is also an Italian presence there. And the Kuwaiti Army now say 3 Army personnel were lightly wounded. There was some damage reported after debris of missiles and drones fell on that air base. There have been reports that there is damage, significant damage to the runway on that base. Also in Iraq, in the area of Erbil in Kurdistan, we know that there have been drones intercepted there. Officials believe that a base that has housed U.S. forces was part of the target here, but potentially also another part of the target, Natasha, was a new U.S. embassy that had been just opened up in that city. So others, we know Jordan, Syria as well. Really, no one has escaped unscathed in the region today.
CBC's Linda Ward. Thank you, Linda. Okay, let's go to Washington and return once again to CBC's Willie Lowry. Willie, more and more people reacting, lots of response in terms of the president's actions taken in Iran. What are you hearing from Capitol Hill?
Yeah, absolutely, Natasha. Perhaps unsurprisingly, a lot of that reaction coming down along partisan lines. But I want to start with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who earlier this morning released a statement on social media updating the nation about the president. She said, quote, President Trump monitored the situation overnight at Mar-a-Lago alongside members of his national security team. The president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu by phone. She went on to confirm reporting that we've been making all morning, which is that Secretary of State Marco Rubio, ahead of this morning or last night's attacks, spoke by phone with 7 of the 8 members of the Gang of 8. Those are the leaders on the Hill of intelligence matters. We've also learned that on Tuesday, Secretary Rubio updated the Gang of 8, spoke to them, gave them a 1-hour-long briefing, telling them about this upcoming operation. And that's really significant because it's in stark contrast to what happened last month when the U.S. went into Venezuela and captured Nicolas Maduro. In that operation, the U.S. gave Congress no advanced warning. That being said, Democrats on the Hill are irate that the president has not sought congressional approval for this morning's operations. The president himself essentially declaring war in really a remarkable video address that was pre-recorded and released essentially as the bombs began falling in Iran. He said that the goal of the operation, he called it a massive military operation, was to ensure that Iran never had the capability of a nuclear weapon, but also aimed at limiting or destroying the country's ballistic missile arsenal. But perhaps most importantly, he called on the Iranian people to rise up and seize the moment to essentially overthrow the regime. Let's take a brief listen to some of what he had to say.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
Take over your government, it will be yours to take. I mean, really, essentially imploring the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow the regime. Really, I think offering insight into just what the U.S.'s ambitions are with this military operations. And for context, of course, it's really important to note that this is not the first time that the U.S. has attempted to instigate regime change in Iran. We have to go back to 1953 when the CIA helped to reinstall Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. That's the last Shah of Iran, who was then ultimately overthrown in 1979 during the Islamic Revolution. And of course, the Islamic Republic of Iran has been in power since then, now 47 years.
You mentioned that this is not the first time the United States has tried to interfere with the regime and bring about regime change. This isn't even the first time for this administration that they've carried out a set of attacks against Iran. So let's talk about what makes this operation different.
Yeah, I think a few things. So that 12-day war in June of last year was, and it's easy to say this in retrospect, a lot more contained, a lot more focused. Obviously, the U.S. was really targeting Iran's nuclear facilities during that military campaign, in partnership, of course, with Israel. But the strikes really were around 3 facilities. They didn't have seemingly the same ambitions that the president stated this morning, which was which was to overthrow the regime. So this operation is much more wide in scope. Also, while there was a military presence in the region back in June, the military presence currently in the Middle East, the U.S. military presence, is enormous. We haven't seen a buildup like this since 2003 in the March U.S. invasion of Iraq. So the U.S. really building towards this moment over the last several months, certainly the last several weeks. So definitely some differences between what we saw in June and what we're currently seeing. Also, I don't see this lasting only 12 days. I think this is a military campaign that will last weeks, if not months, depending, of course, on how much fight the Iranians have in them.
Willie, let me ask you about this new bit of information that we're hearing from the Secret Service on protective measures that are now underway inside the United States. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so the Secret Service, I'm just going to call it up here, issued a statement a short while ago, essentially saying that they were actively monitoring the situation in Iran and telling people that there was perhaps going to be an enhanced security posture near protected sites here in the U.S. They were warning people that they might kind of notice an increased presence. That's perhaps not all that surprising considering what we're seeing taking place in the Middle East. Of course, at least over the last 8-9 hours, Iran's focus has seemingly been on U.S. forces in the region. We heard, of course, from several reporters about what they've been seeing, what we've been seeing in several countries in the region. I want to talk a little bit about the UAE. I lived there for several years. I've been speaking to friends, colleagues, contacts there this morning, and it's been a pretty frenetic situation there. I know in Abu Dhabi, the capital, they've heard lots of sounds of missiles being intercepted throughout the day, throughout the evening. Al Dhafra Air Base, which houses about 5,000 U.S. personnel, is not that far from an industrial area called Musafa, where people are living and working, and it's really quite close to the capital city of Abu Dhabi, just a few kilometers. So any targets headed towards Al Dhafra could easily miss or be shot down with debris falling in the capital city there. We also know that the Houthis have hit the UAE in the past and have that capability. So that's something I think to keep an eye out as well going forward.
CBC's Willie Lowry in Washington. Thank you, Willie.
My pleasure.
Okay, we want to show you this live shot. This is in downtown Toronto, where a protest is taking place, a demonstration, I should say, by many Iranians within Canada who are cheering the events of the day. They want the executions carried out by the regime to be stopped. They want regime change, and they're out here on the streets on this cold last day of February, just hoping for some stability to come to their country. So these are some of the pictures we're seeing in Toronto. There are other protests taking place across the country, one large one in Richmond Hill. And we do want to hear from these voices. So if you're a protester out on these streets, reach out to CBC News. We want to hear your voice. We want to hear what you're feeling and what you're saying today and what this day means for you and for your family back in Iran. So stay tuned. We're going to continue to monitor these events and try to bring you voices live from on the ground at these protests as the day continues. In the meantime, we do want to get further analysis from Abbas Milani. He's an Iranian-American historian, educator, and author. He's also the director of Iranian Studies at Stanford University. Very good to have you on the show, sir. Thank you for making time for us.
My pleasure.
Mr. Milani, how are you feeling on this day that we are seeing war-like aggression taken on Iran?
Well, like every Iranian, I feel sorry for the people of Iran who are caught in the hands of a stupid, arrogant, murderous regime that doesn't understand the realities in the ground and thinks it can pick a fight with the entire world. And the people who pay the price are the innocent people of Iran. So I feel sad for the suffering of the people. But I think many people, as you indicated, both inside Iran and outside Iran, surprisingly embrace the fact that this regime might come to an end, even if it is after a war. I don't think it will be a prolonged war. I don't think this regime will last that long. I think the fact that they stupidly attacked the Persian Gulf states indicates to me an act of desperation rather than an act of prudence. They knew these countries, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Oman, were their virtually only hope of mitigating or maybe aborting this attack. To then immediately attack them, to me, indicates that they are desperate. They know that they're in maybe a last battle for their regime and are trying to use every audacious act. I don't think it's going to work because I think people of Iran are sick and tired of this regime.
Mr. Milani, it's so interesting to get your perspective because unlike what we've been hearing from many, you don't think this is going to be a long war, that this conflict is going... You're saying the regime is going to fall. What brings you to that conclusion, sir? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, some of your brilliant reporting that I was listening to, this is a regime that survived essentially on terror and bluffs and bluster. And much of their power rested with these proxies. They use those proxies not just as a threat against Israel or the United States, but they literally use those proxies as a threat against the people of Iran. They have used those proxies. They have brought Hezbollah units into Iran. to suppress mass demonstrations in the past. Now they have lost all of that. Hezbollah, as you indicated, has basically said, we are with you, but you're on your own. Pakistan just announced that it is standing firm with the other Arab states of the Persian Gulf. So it is a regime that is isolated at home, profoundly weakened. Its command control structure militarily has been shattered. Its air defense system is virtually non-existent. The only thing it has at its disposal are these missiles that is lobbing at the United States, at U.S. bases, at UAE, and at Israel. The level of efficiency is not that high. And to me, again, I put myself in the shoes, although it's a very bad shoes to be in, of the Iranian regime. These acts are the last acts that you would do. These are acts of desperation where you say, okay, if I'm going to go down on this ship, I'll take the whole region with me, or I'll pull the worst, maddest gesture. To me, if you don't have the support of the people, and this regime doesn't, it has less than 10% of the support, the most reliable polls we have. If you don't have an economy to rely on, this regime has a very dire economic situation, inflation, the value of the currency. To give your listeners a context, in 1979, you had 7 to 1, you will get $1. Today, you need 170,000 to 1. You heard me correctly. From 7 to 1, it has gone to 170,000 to 1. So you have that kind of a fragile, broken economy. You have no allies left. China and Russia have virtually done nothing. Pakistan has sided with the other. You have lost all of your potential allies in the region. Many people inside Iran are rejoicing at the fact that the country is being attacked. The only time in modern history that I have ever seen this is in occupied France towards the end of the war, where people cherished the fact that the country was being attacked. That's what this regime has done to its people. It has made them angry. It has made them desperate. With that failing economy, with no proxies, with no international support, how are they going to stand up for several weeks? Someone from within the regime, the mafia-like forces within the regime who benefit from this existing status quo, they're going to get rid of Khamenei if Israel hasn't already killed them. So to me, the likelihood of this being a prolonged war is very, very little. That's what the regime used as a bluff to dissuade the U.S. from entering it. That's what it used as a bluff to dissuade Israel from trying to start the war. But it failed. Both of them started. And I think President Trump knew that Iran might make these gestures, attack the bases. This time he said there will be casualties. He's made no such comment the last time he announced the attack. So I think he is dug in. They think they can get this regime to change. Now, whether the change will come from within the regime itself or whether it will come from a combination of the outside and the inside united, I don't think anybody knows. But I can't believe that this regime will last long or that it can sustain a long battle.
Mr. Milani, let me jump in on that point, because I think the fear for many is, okay, the regime goes, for them, great. Then what? What does the day after look like? And if we look at examples from U.S. intervention in Iraq, in Afghanistan, more recently in Venezuela, there is considerable concern about Libya, what is going to fill the vacuum? How are you assessing that part of the equation?
I will begin by saying that Iran is not Iraq, Iran is not Afghanistan, Iran is not Libya. Iran has a sustained democratic movement for 150 years. Iran has a highly sophisticated civil society. Iran has created what I think, and many scholars would agree with me, the most sophisticated women's movement in the last 15 years in the world. You've had no such a movement in Afghanistan before the invasion or in Iraq before the invasion, and in Libya as well. So the comparisons, I think, are facile comparisons. This is not to say that the day after is going to be rosy. First of all, it depends when and how that day after comes. If Mr. Khamenei continues his quixotic dream that he can survive this, and that he can defeat the United States and Israel together, you have to remember, at the end of the 12-day war, Mr. Khamenei and his regime literally and repeatedly claimed that they won the war. They believed that Israel and the United States were on their knees begging Mr. Khamenei to end the war. That's the warped view he has of the world. To me, that is not Iran. Iran is a vibrant society. Iran is one of the most internet-savvy societies in the world. 80% of the people of Iran use VPNs. It's a highly educated society. Women are more educated than men in that society. So comparing it to Iraq or Afghanistan is one of the scared, or Syria. They used to say Syria. When Syria didn't go into civil war after the fall of Assad, now they say Iraq and Libya. I don't know enough about Venezuela to talk about, to make that comparison. Venezuela did have a democratic. I know a little bit about it. I know that if there is a country that is comparable, maybe it is Venezuela. And we don't know what Venezuela still holds, whether the current status quo will survive. But the people of Iran, I think you have to place yourself in the shoes of the people of Iran. They have lost hope. This regime has lost them every opportunity. Iran in 1977, dear listeners, dear watchers, was a country, was an economy that was competitive with South Korea. The Iranian automotive industry in 75 was competitive with South Korea. Iran was ahead of Turkey. That's what the people of Iran are angry at. This regime has squandered all of that to help a murderous regime like Assad to the tune of tens of billions of dollars, to create Hezbollah to the tune of several $billion minimum. It has created a nuclear program at the cost and the lost economic opportunity estimated by some scholars, some of them who live in Canada, of $2 trillion. All of that has now gone into the air. The enrichment capacity is virtually zero. It has been destroyed. Iran was given opportunity by the Europeans, by Canada, by the United States to take a more rational path, to quit suggesting that the destruction of the state of Israel is its national interest. This regime has been trying to make regime change in Israel. I believe absolutely that the change of Iranian regime is the business of only the Iranian people. Israel, United States, Canada, China, Russia, nobody has any business in deciding the future of Iran. But this regime has been advocating for a regime change in Israel for 44 years.
Right.
Obviously, when Israel feels this regime is weakened, it's going to attack it.
Abbas Milani from Stanford University, thank you very much for your time today, sir.
My pleasure.
Okay, once again, we want to show you these live shots coming into the newsroom from protests in Toronto. This country, Canada, has a massive Iranian diaspora. We have seen them come out on the streets demonstrating time and time again, and more often than not, they are asking for regime change, and that is the same sentiment we are hearing again on the streets of Toronto, Richmond Hill, Montreal, and other cities right across the country today. So we're going to continue to watch this scene. I did mention there's another major protest taking place in Richmond Hill, so that's where we want to go next with our next guest. Kasra Sassanian is there, just north of Toronto, and there you go. You see that sign, thousands detained in Iran. Kasra, thank you so much for joining us and staying on the line. I know you've been waiting for a little bit. Talk to me about what has motivated you today to come out to this demonstration.
So thank you for giving me the time. The thing that has brought me here today and the days before is the lives of these people that have been lost. Not one, not two, more than 50,000 people they are not among us anymore, just because they wanted freedom. And that makes us Persians come out and be their voice. Because they did the same thing and their response was bullets. And I think it's not fair.
Let me ask you about what you're hearing from the other protesters who are out there with you. What is the feeling like today? Is it hopeful? Is it fearful?
Today, actually, it is very hopeful because a few hours back, earlier today, the strikes of USA and Israel was started against the IRGCs, not against the people of Iran. This is not war with the people of Iran. So people are very hopeful. They're dancing. They're happy. They're happy because they're finally getting free after 47 years of oppression.
There are so many people who are watching this coverage, Kasra, and they're thinking there isn't enough clarity as to why there's a sense of hopefulness and joy for what the United States has done today. Explain to us why you're happy about what's happened.
Imagine this. Imagine 80, 90 million people are being hostage right now in a country, and they cannot do anything. They cannot breathe. They cannot talk. They cannot dance. They cannot listen to music. So this is not a war. This is a hostage free operation that has been started by Israel and USA, and that's what the hope is about, because they know they can finally have a chance to stand against them.
Kasra, do you have family in Iran? And if so, have you been able to speak to them today?
You can hear all the woos and all the hurrahs and all the happiness around me. Yes, I have family. I left my family 4 or 5 years ago to come here for a better chance, to come here to study. So I'm worried about their health, but I know for sure that no civilian will get hurt, and the civilian casualties will be at the minimum of possible.
What do you want to see happen? Let's say the regime falls. What takes its place?
If the regime will fall soon, and our leader, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, this is what people want. This is what they asked for it on the streets of Tehran, on the streets of Toronto, on the streets of Munich, everywhere. People of Iran, they're demanding the world to recognize Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi as our transitional leader.
And what do you want from the U.S. government and from the Canadian government?
I can say from the U.S. government, I want from them to finish the job soon, because this war cannot go long. Because if it goes long, the IRGC would even start attacking their own civilians. This is what they have done before, and this is not something new. And from Canada's government, I would love to see more coverage from them, because last time we were 500,000 on the streets of Toronto, but no major news, no reports on that. It was just few posts about it, and that's it. But if other communities gather around in Toronto like that, it would be everywhere. The news would be full out of it. But when it gets to people of Iran, everybody's silent.
Well, we know you're certainly not silent today, and many, many people are out on the streets. We'll continue to stay on top of this story. And Kasra Sassanian, I really want to thank you for your time today.
Thank you for having me.
It's our pleasure. Early this morning, the United States and Israel launched airstrikes against Iran. Multiple explosions were reported across the country and the capital, Tehran, including a potential attack on the residence of the country's supreme leader. So in response, Iran launched a series of missiles and drones against Israeli and U.S. military bases, including targets in multiple Gulf states. The U.S. military says it intercepted most of them. Meanwhile, in this country, Prime Minister Mark Carney said Ottawa supports efforts to stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons, but he says it is not participating in the military campaign. Iranian officials say more than 270 people have been killed and hundreds more injured in the widespread attacks. CBC's Julia Chapman is following developments for us from London. Julia, reaction from Iran has been swift. What are you hearing about what's happening on the ground?
Well, Natasha, the Iranian regime is trying to control the narrative, so they have heavily restricted communications. But there is still some information getting out from inside the country. There are reports of fresh explosions in Tehran and in the south this evening. It is now nighttime. The streets appear to be much quieter. Earlier, we saw scenes of people lining up to fill their cars with gas. Footage also appeared to show traffic on highways leaving the city earlier in the day. Iranian officials did call for people to move to safety, although they've also been urging calm. They've told citizens not to rush out to the store to stock up on provisions, trying to reassure people that there won't be any shortages. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, has given an interview to NBC. He's insisted that the country's senior leaders are alive, including the supreme leader. And he's questioned why this offensive has begun in the middle of negotiations where progress was being made. Take a listen.
This attack was unprovoked, illegal, and absolutely illegitimate, and against the international law, and should be condemned. That is obvious.
So, Julia, based on that, what is the actual likelihood of regime change?
Well, there is no indication that Iranians are about to take to the streets. There is a real sense of fear in the country. Of course, bombs are dropping on the streets of Iranian cities. But there is also concern that a regime under attack from the outside may lash out domestically. Not all Iranians support regime change, far from it. But those who do will likely be waiting to see how the coming hours, days and weeks play out. When the dust settles, they want to know what's going to be left of the clerical rulers of the Revolutionary Guard. Donald Trump made it pretty clear that it would be up to the Iranian people to overthrow their government. Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi might be waiting in the wings from exile in America, but it is far from clear how he could take power in Iran for the transitional leadership that he has promised ahead of a transition into a democracy.
And Julia, we're hearing from European leaders they've released a rare joint statement. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we're hearing from plenty of countries around the world insisting today that Iran should never have a nuclear weapon. But we're also hearing a lot of language warning about escalation, people urging restraint. Some countries have supported the action, like Canada and Australia, but others, like Spain and Norway, have been much more critical. As you say, there's been a statement from France, Germany and the UK. They don't issue joint statements very often. They're calling on Iran to end its nuclear program, curb its missile program, stop its destabilizing actions, as they put it, and end domestic repression in Iran. They're among many Western leaders who are calling on Iran to stop retaliating against Israel, against American military bases around the region. I think it's fair to say that most leaders in the West certainly would have preferred to see a diplomatic solution here. And there will be reflections going forward about why these strikes took place when progress did appear to be moving in a positive direction. But we are hearing a divergence of opinions from a number of world leaders, as I say, some backing it and others being much more critical.
CBC's Julia Chapman in London. Thank you, Julia.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're going to go to Israel, where Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is speaking. Let's listen in.
אנחנו ניצור את התנאים לעם האיראני האמיץ לשחרר את עצמו מכבלי הרודנות.
going to continue and hit thousands of targets within this terrorist regime, and we are helping the courageous Iranian people to unshackle themselves from the shackles of tyranny. So I call upon you, do not miss this operation. It is a once-in-a-generation chance, because when your moment comes, the moment when you will have to take to the streets en masse, to go out to the streets in order to get the job done and get rid of this terrible regime which is making your lives miserable. All that pain you've suffered will not be in vain, because help has arrived, and now it is high time that you all come together and unite for a historic mission for all of the citizens of Iran, the Baluchis, the Farsis, the Kurds. This is your time to join forces and overthrow the regime and thus guarantee your future. Citizens of Israel, throughout the War of Resurrection, I drew so much power from your strong standing. You never despaired, but on the contrary, you stood up straight and backed our soldiers who were true heroes. You supported and backed the government as well as me in order to lead the struggle over our existence. And this is exactly what a life-seeking nation does, a nation of lions. Over the next few days, we will have to show that same firm standing and that ironclad adherence to the instructions of the Homefront Command. Citizens of Israel, there is great symbolism in the fact that the day today is the 11th of the Jewish month of Hadar, because 106 years ago, the hero Yosef Trumpeldor was killed in the battle over Tel Hai, and his heroism and legacy still beats through our heart. And he was commemorized in the statue of the lion. And I had visited that place so many times, and I looked at that statue, and that is always the way I viewed you, the way I viewed us, the people of Israel. God willing, the roar of the lion, the roar of our brave soldiers and pilots is heard everywhere today. And today, more than ever, the entire world knows Am Yisrael Chai, the people of Israel live.
Okay, that short but direct statement coming to us from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu following the coordinated U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran and Iran's response. What we heard there from the Prime Minister is the type of rhetoric we've heard from him in the past, calling on Iranians to overthrow their regime, referring to Iran as a nation of lions, the figurehead that used to be on their flag before the Islamic regime took over. Not much in terms of detail, but I've got my colleague CBC's David Common sitting alongside with me. Anything jump out at you from what we just heard, David?
Certainly, I would look at Benjamin Netanyahu calling on Iranians to rise up against their own government. That is easier said than done, to be blunt. The Iranian regime has been around for 5 decades, and it has built a structure that is there to repress and suppress any kind of dissent. Even if we were to look at a scenario where the senior leadership is gone, killed by American and Israeli airstrikes, the ability to rise up without yourself getting killed is quite limited, as we know from the thousands of Iranians, and we don't know how many, but thousands of Iranians who have given up their lives in protests just in recent weeks.
That's right. I mean, some numbers put it as high as 20, 30,000. So. And it's really interesting because both the U.S. president and the Israeli prime minister are being very deliberate in saying, you guys overthrow the regime. We're not doing it. And we know, having heard from so many Iranians over many, many years, they don't want the U.S. to go in and substitute the regime.
Yeah, and to be clear, the U.S. is not positioned to do so, right? To do something like that, they would have to have soldiers on the ground. They are not positioned. It would take months to build up the 100, 200,000 soldiers minimum that you would require for such a job. They haven't done that, and so that's not part of this. This is an air war. It is not one where you can force regime change, or typically you can't through an air war. It would be quite something.
We're hoping that perhaps the U.S. president will say something today, but in the meantime, I do want to ask you about this new information from U.S. Central Command about today's strikes. What are you learning?
So we have talked about 3 core things that they're trying to do. Kill the leadership, that's regime change. Kill the ability of the senior leadership to communicate negotiate with one another, political and military, and then take out the ability of Iran to respond. U.S. Central Command, which is the geographic area running this operation, put out a statement. Some interesting bits to that. We can put that board up right now, and it says their targets included the command and control facilities, Iranian air defense capabilities. They don't want them to be able to shoot at American or Israeli aircraft, for instance. Missile and drone launch sites. We're beginning to see some video of them taking out some of the kamikaze Shahed drones, as well as military airfields, restrict Iran's ability to launch aircraft, for instance. They go on to say that there have been no reports of U.S. casualties, and that some of the bombings that we have seen or explosions that we've seen at U.S. facilities in places like Bahrain and Qatar, they say minimal, have not impacted operations. One interesting thing that CENTCOM goes on to point out is they say that low-cost one-way attack drones had been used for the first time in combat. This is something that the Ukrainians have used, the Russians have used, the Israelis have used, the Iranians have used, but the Americans, until this operation, have never used kamikaze drones. So it's quite something to give us a sense of what they're trying to do and with what munitions.
David, I don't know if you know the answer to this, but if you'll recall last time in June when the U.S. carried out attacks on Iran, there was a warning given to the U.S. that you need to clear out your bases. We saw all the U.S. military personnel leave the U.S. military bases. Do we know if any such warning was given out this time?
So what we saw last time, and I know exactly what you're saying, that Iran was looking for a way to retaliate that wasn't going to cause greater ire on the part of the Trump administration. And so they called up and said, we're going to hit this place, get your people out. And they did, and there was some damage, and it was minimal, but not a single American life was lost. In this case, we don't know whether something like that has happened. I suspect not, given some of the timelines involved here and frankly, their inability to communicate with one another, let alone to be able to communicate with the Americans. Having said that, they have struck some of the places that we would expect Al Udeida Air Base, which is where CENTCOM, Central Command, their forward operating facility is. It looks like some of that has been hit. Similar where the U.S. Fifth Fleet is based in Bahrain. We're seeing other instances, Dubai and in Palm Jumeirah. Why there, I don't know. But remember, just because we see something that Iran may have attacked doesn't mean that that was the target Iran was trying to attack. It may be something that went off course, or that it was essentially shot down and shrapnel fell and caused fires on the ground. Yeah.
Okay, good to get that perspective, because it would be interesting to know what the Iranians knew and how, if they offered.
I think they're throwing everything they have right now at American or Israeli targets, wherever they may be, because the Americans and the Israelis are going to take out what they have on the ground before they can use it.
Yikes. Okay, so to that point then, what did the U.S. have to do in terms of carrying out the attack that they did today?
You've noted a massive multi-month buildup. It has certainly been that. There's just what we're seeing, the U.S. aircraft carrier groups. And I say groups because it's not just the two ships, the Abraham Lincoln and the Gerald Ford, that are in the Arabian Sea and the Mediterranean Sea, respectively. It's the ships that are around them that we know of, guided missile destroyers and other cruisers. They're the ones that launch missiles, and we know this is a land, sea, air effort, that they launch 90-plus aircraft off of those carriers and can go and target areas. You're looking at an F-35 there with its stealth capability. That would be able to, in many cases, go around Iran's detection capability, their radars. Looking there at a different aircraft that would not have that same capability, but still would be able to fire from a great distance, a missile that might travel then 500, 1,000 kilometers to its target. So that is the kind of weapon system. Then there's what we're not seeing. We're not seeing the drones. I mean, the Americans may have used dozens or hundreds or thousands of them in this operation. They almost certainly use submarines. We don't know where they are. They don't want people to know where they are. They would briefly surface, and 12 missiles might come up from a couple of submarines, and then they would drop back below the surface and disappear. All the while, their missiles carry on to the target, and we're seeing many instances of that happening in Iran today.
The sophistication of the coordination, just astounding.
Yeah.
What do you know of the actual weaponry that's been used in the assault?
So we know that, for instance, the Americans are using missiles, fighter jets, drones, what have you. In terms of the Iranians, we understand they may have used hypersonic missiles. Those are very hard to stop by the general means. You hear about things like Patriot missile batteries the Americans have. Very hard to stop that. But they have a limited number of them. And so that is where things will get a bit more complicated for the Iranians. And look, we can talk in a sort of a sterile way about these weapon systems, which are awesome and not in a complimentary way. It is, but let's not forget the impact they have on the ground. This may not be carpet bombing, but there are a lot of buildings that are the Americans and the Israelis would see as legitimate targets, but they may be next door or inside places where people live, or they may land in a slightly different place and kill other people. There is a terrifying reality wherever these are landing.
Terrifying is the word. Absolutely. David Common, really good to get your analysis on this. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, folks, if you're just joining us, hello, welcome to CBC News Network. My name is Natasha Fatah, and we are bringing you ongoing special extended coverage of the military assault on Iran. Earlier in the day, the United States and Israel launched multiple strikes on that country. Analysts say the operation appears to have been motivated not only by security concerns, but also with the key broader objective of weakening and potentially forcing out the Iranian regime. On your screen now, explosions that rocked the capital of Tehran today and right across many other cities as missiles and aerial strikes hit military, government, and strategic sites. That includes the district around the presidential palace, but it remains unclear if Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was in his offices when the attacks occurred. In the meantime, scenes on the ground show chaos in the streets. Iranians are rushing to seek shelter, to find their loved ones, or just flee the city altogether. In response, Iran has launched retaliatory missile and drone attacks targeting U.S. military bases and Israeli positions right across the Middle East, including Gulf states that host U.S. forces. Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan all say they are intercepting missiles that have been fired from Iran. The scale of the damage across the region and the number of casualties remain completely unclear at this moment, as communications are also at a standstill in many locations. Iran's foreign affairs minister calls the push to topple the Islamic government mission impossible, adding that Iran was acting in good faith to negotiate an agreement on its nuclear program when the United States and Israel launched their attacks. He says, quote, "This is a war of choice by the United States." Now, the first news many of us got in the middle of the night directly from the U.S. President, Donald Trump, who posted on Truth Social an 8-minute-long video describing what had taken place. In it, he calls on the Iranian people to seize control of their destiny and adds that the lives of courageous American heroes could be lost. Have a listen to part of that video.
We warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
That's just part of the 8-minute-long video issued by U.S. President Donald Trump in the middle of the night announcing today's assault on Iran, an operation the Pentagon has named Epic Fury. Okay, so let's stay with what's going on in Washington, and for that we turn to CBC's Katie Nicholson, who is tracking the developments. Katie, good to see you. Let's start with the latest from the administration and what Congress is now saying.
Yeah, let's actually just go back to what the White House is saying, because we're all waiting for another briefing from the president since that remarkable video you just showed, Natasha, which was released last night, in which, of course, he urged the Iranian people to take back their country from the regime and acknowledged that American lives may be lost. We did get a statement just a few hours ago from the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, and she really wanted to make a few key points there. Number one, that President Trump monitored the situation overnight at Mar-a-Lago, and he was there with members of the national security team, that he had been in touch with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu by phone throughout that period. And the second point she really wanted to hit home was that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, had called all members of the Gang of Eight, that sort of group of Congress that are involved in sort of and ought to be briefed in these types of sort of foreign affairs entanglements, that he had attempted to call 8 of them, that he was able to brief or give a heads up to about 7 of those 8 members before the attack began. You'll remember that there was criticism when the U.S. carried out its operation in Venezuela earlier this year, that some members of the Gang of Eight said they were not given a heads up. So we are hearing from Congress, Natasha, today, in particular from Democrats who are demanding a congressional briefing. We are hearing from the administration that they are attempting to pull briefings together for the House and the Senate this week. Democrats are furious this decision was made without consulting Congress, without a congressional vote. Of course, war powers are supposed to rest with Congress, Article 1, Section 8. The argument being here that if the U.S. is demanding regime change and bombing another country, that meets the definition of war. So we're hearing from members of the House Armed Services Committee, from Intelligence, and also Senator Elizabeth Warren just posted a video recently. Here's a little bit of what she had to say.
Donald Trump is taking the United States into war on his own with no authorization from Congress. He is willing to sacrifice American lives for what? For regime change? For a war that the president's own top military advisor has warned will be incredibly dangerous? For a war built on lies? For a war that won't make us safer? I want to be clear. The United States had a deal that could have prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. That was Obama's nuclear deal with Iran, and Trump blew that deal up and got nothing in return. And now he's starting another war in the Middle East.
Now, Warren, among others in Congress, demanding that basically there be a recall, to sit down for a vote. But look, this action is also getting a large amount of support from Republican leadership and members. Here's how Representative Marlon Stutzman from Indiana sees this action.
This is really remarkable, and it's really that moment that I know that the many Iranian people have been waiting for, people that pay attention to Middle East. Just a time where there's some sort of stability in the Middle East. This is that moment that really needed to happen for a long time. And, I think that the Trump administration is making the right call. Of course, with the joint operation with Israel is one that we know has a great chance of being very successful.
Now, Stutzman says if there's a vote called on this week, he will support the president's decision to act here. Although it should be mentioned there is a divide within that part of the MAGA, America First section of the party. Remember, Trump had campaigned on, no more forever wars, billed himself as the president of peace, and a lot of Republicans in that ilk, in that strain, really are against foreign entanglements. Today, former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene posting quite a bit of outrage on social media in reaction to this attack. Here's just one of the posts she put up. up. She just said, this is not freeing the Iranian people. This is murdering their children. WTF are you insane people doing? America does not support this. So certainly there are going to be criticisms from within Trump's own base.
What are you learning from officials about the national security threat inside the U.S. in light of these attacks?
Yeah, so Natasha, I actually took the metro, the underground here in D.C. into work today. And, you know, we've had National Guard here on the streets pretty much since August. I have never seen so many National Guard on the subway as I did this morning coming in. They were just everywhere, multiple teams. So that was a bit of an inkling on my way into work today. And I just got this note from the U.S. State Department. They're advising U.S. nationals worldwide to exercise increased caution. Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, also posting today that she's in direct coordination with federal intelligence and law enforcement partners as they continue to sort of monitor and thwart any potential threats to the homeland. Of course, Iran always on this list in the U.S. of state, as sort of a state sponsor of terror. It has many proxies with terror-related activities. That is the concern here in the U.S. There could be some sort of retaliatory thing happening here, some sort of measure. We're also hearing from the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, basically saying New York police are increasing their presence statewide at religious, cultural, diplomatic sites and working with local partners there, saying, you know, they don't have any credible threats at this time, but they're being very vigilant. I got a note from the Secret Service this morning about enhanced security posture, and they're really encouraging members of the public, if they see something, to report it. And just recently, Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, also posted on X. I do believe we have that post, and again saying that his counterintelligence and counterterrorism groups are now sort of at a heightened level. They're operating at high alert. They are mobilizing all of their assets right now, and again making that sort of appeal to the public that if you see something, please get in touch. So this is also happening at the same time that, of course, there was criticism. Many of the individuals who have been working in some of these areas of counterterrorism, counterintelligence, we had heard from some national security critics that people were being sort of diverted or pivoted towards the immigration crackdown. So I have asked the FBI whether some of those people have now been redeployed back to counterterrorism and counterintelligence groups where they originally were.
CBC's Katie Nicholson in Washington. Thank you, Katie.
You're welcome.
As we've been reporting, thousands of people have taken to the streets of Richmond Hill, Ontario today, offering support for the U.S. military action in Iran. The rally is believed to be one of the largest in Canada. CBC's Jennifer Yoon is there. So, Jennifer, what are you hearing from the people who are attending the rally?
You know, people have been gathering here, members of the Iranian community, rallying almost every week for months now. But today it feels more energized, cathartic. They've been asking for somebody, the United States, Canadian government, to step in and do something about what's happening in Iran. And lo and behold, that's what happened. And a lot of people here say that they are so happy to see that that happened overnight. Take a listen to what they had to say.
We were so happy. We were all jumping up and down. We are mourning for our loved ones who have been killed over a month ago. But this news this morning was another extra energy for us.
We have been waking up every night waiting for this news, quite frankly, on social media. We want to make sure that the world knows that this is a rescue mission.
So that kind of cathartic excitement about what they're seeing in their homeland also mixed in with fear, mourning certainly of the thousands who were killed in Iran in the wave of protests that we saw in the past few weeks, months, and also hope. Cautious but hope that they might see an end to this regime that has ruled over Iran for several decades now.
Let's talk about some of the local authorities and how they're reacting to the news.
Yeah, many local authorities are reacting to this because we know that the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, has had a presence in Canada. You can think of the foiled assassination attempt against former Justice Minister Erwin Cotler, for instance. Toronto's police department said in a statement that they expect to ramp up operations in places of worship as well as consular offices. Similarly, in Montreal, the police service there, the SPVM, saying that they will ramp up security in places where Iranian Canadians gather. And a similar situation in Vancouver, where officers are expected to ramp up their operations, especially with protests expected there, because this is not the only place in Canada. Across Canada, in Vancouver, in Winnipeg, in Montreal, in Quebec City, Iranian Canadians are rallying and reacting to this news. Also trying to phone back home as well. We're hearing about people that aren't able to reach loved ones because of the internet being cut off at the moment. So a lot of apprehension, both within the community and among local authorities on how they're monitoring and looking after the fallout of this international event.
CBC's Jennifer Yoon in Richmond Hill. Thank you, Jennifer. Prime Minister Mark Carney is reacting to the strikes in Iran. He spoke today from Mumbai, where he's on a trade mission. Carney said Canada supports the action taken by the United States.
Canada's position on the developments in the Middle East remains clear. The Islamic Republic of Iran is the principal source of instability and terror throughout the Middle East. It has one of the world's worst human rights records and must never be allowed to obtain or develop nuclear weapons. Canada supports the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. And the Canadian government urges the protection of all civilians in this conflict.
So to dig deeper into this conflict, we are joined now by Thomas Junot. He's a professor of public and international affairs at the University of Ottawa. Thomas, always good to see you. Thanks for making some time.
Thanks for having me.
Thomas, there is, as you might have heard from my colleague Jennifer Yoon out on the streets of Richmond Hill, a lot of enthusiasm from the Iranian diaspora, but simultaneously there is concern about what's going to happen now. What's your best sense of what we are seeing happen on the ground in Tehran specifically?
It's extremely difficult to answer that question, and I don't want to avoid the question, but only hours after this started, we don't have a clear sense of what is going on. We don't have a clear sense of where this is going. As has been widely reported, the Islamic Republic has mostly shut down the internet in Iran, so it's very difficult to get accurate reporting. How many civilian casualties so far in Iran? Not clear. What are the perspectives for survival for the Islamic Republic? For now, I think it is most likely to survive in the short term. If this is only a few days of strikes, I think it will survive. But if this goes on for weeks, as is one scenario in front of us, then the longer it goes, the more difficult it becomes for the Islamic Republic to resist what is a tremendous pressure campaign that it is under now.
We've got two different things at play here. Well, there's multiple things, but in terms of Iranian response, you've got the IRGC and then you've got the military as a separate entity. What do you know of their capabilities of pushing back and resisting this force coming from both the Americans and Israelis?
So that's an important point that you make. There are two armed forces that are distinct in Iran. There's the regular military that typically does not play a political role at all. It doesn't play an economic role like the IRGC does. It doesn't play much of a domestic security role. It is mandated with the territorial defense of the country. So it will play a role, for example, in air defenses and so on. The IRGC, which is actually smaller but much more powerful, much better equipped, it is politically extremely influential. It is economically very rich because it controls important sectors of the Iranian economy. It is really the one that is leading the defense right now against the U.S. because its mandate, as per the Iranian constitution, is the defense of the regime as opposed to the defense of the territory. So right now, what we're seeing is Iran lashing out against American military bases throughout the Middle East. So we've seen attacks on American bases in Bahrain in particular, but also in Qatar, in the UAE, in Jordan, and elsewhere. And the logic here for the Islamic Republic and the IRGC in particular is to impose costs on the U.S. directly, but also to pressure its neighbors, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, for them to suffer and then to go and pressure the U.S. to stop the campaign. This is really risky because by doing that, it is really damaging its already very low capital with these other countries in the region, with its neighbors, who are, for now, pretty much siding with the U.S. because they really resent being targeted.
Thomas, you referenced that low capital for the Iranian military. Let's talk about that. They've been taking severe hits for the past 2 years, one with the sort of ongoing war with Israel, but then also just last summer that unbelievable series of bombings carried out by the United States on nuclear facilities. I mean, what do they have in terms of capacity?
Well, I think that two things can be true at the same time. On the one hand, the Islamic Republic has suffered geopolitically in the last 2 years more than it has since the early years after the 1979 revolution. Hamas has been decimated by Israel. Hezbollah in Lebanon has been seriously weakened. Iraqi Shia militias that Iran supports have not necessarily been weakened, but they're really focused on making money and engaging in a whole series of corrupt activities inside Iraq. The Assad regime in Syria has fallen, and that was the only state ally that Iran had in the region. In the war of June 2025 last year, Israel seriously damaged Iranian air defenses and a number of other infrastructure and military sites. So if you add that to the domestic vulnerability after the large-scale wave of protests from a month and a half ago, that was defeated by the regime only with an extraordinary level of brutality that led to thousands, if not tens of thousands of dead. The result of that is an Islamic Republic that is extremely weak. It is vulnerable. That being said, it can also be true that it is a regime that has shown over the years and decades that it is resilient. It has a very narrow base of support among the population, but that helps it survive. It retains control of sufficient repressive capacity to suffocate domestic protests, and it retains sufficient capacity to hit back at the U.S. and at Israel, which is what we're seeing right now, with the caveat that so far, and I really want to emphasize this cautiously because we don't know yet, so far it does appear that what Iran has succeeded in imposing as a cost on the U.S. and on Israel is quite limited. We have not seen evidence of any kind of serious damage.
Tamara, to the best of your knowledge, are we seeing the beginning of the end of the Iranian regime?
You know, I don't know, and I'm very reluctant to speculate here because I think it on the one hand, as I just said, yes, the Islamic Republic is vulnerable, and for the first time, its collapse is conceivable. You know, when there were previous waves of protests in 2022, in 2017, in 2009, my view was always the same. These are serious protests. The Islamic Republic is increasingly contested from the inside, but it's going to survive. And that was not a wish, but it was a prediction. Now I'm much more cautious in making that prediction. If we're talking about only a few days of airstrikes by the U.S. and Israel, I think it will survive in all likelihood, even if I'm not 100% confident in saying that. I could see a scenario where on Monday or Tuesday, for example, Trump declares an end to this. He doesn't want to become entangled in a war. He declares this a victory and just frames this as a win for him personally and for the U.S. But I can also see a scenario where this goes on for weeks. And if that does happen, then the chances of the Islamic Republic falling do increase every week that this continues.
Okay, we'll continue to watch and turn to you again for your analysis. Thomas Junot, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, just a few moments ago, we took you to Richmond Hill, Ontario, where there's a massive rally taking place just north of Toronto. I want to go back there because there is such a large Iranian diaspora that lives in Richmond Hill. People are out there in support of the military operation against the Iranian regime. Our next guest is one of those individuals. Fred Nida is out there. Fred, thank you so much for making time for us today.
Thank you, Natasha. Thank you very much.
Fred, tell me,
Thank you too.
why are you out there? What motivated you to get out on the streets and attend the rally?
Today is over 250,000 people is coming for Iran going to freedom from regime Mullah, because he's 47 years, he killed the people, and last 2 weeks, almost 36,000 people. He's died just for 8 hours and two nights. That's why people is angry. I asking for Trump attack the Iran and help him to people from Iran for freedom.
Fred, I hear that, and I hear that from so many of the Iranians that we've been speaking with today. But what about the concern that the United States and Israeli strikes will lead to potential more loss of life in Iran?
Yeah, I know. People from Iran is so, he loves Iran, he loves US people, he loves Israel, he loves all country. His government, Mullah, is stupid. Always he want to kill Israel people, he want to kill US people, he want to fighting for nothing. He used the name for the Allah. He killed the people with the Allah. He do it pray with the Allah. And every single day I'm talking to you right now, he killed the young people on the jail. That's why all people is coming out. He helped him from USA. He need help for Europe and remove the mullah from my country.
Have you been able to speak to any friends and family in Iran today?
Yeah, I talked to 2 minutes ago. I talked to my cousin, and Israel is attacked to Iran. All people is happy. All people is happy from Iran. At least freedom, very soon freedom. Everybody going free, very soon.
You remain hopeful, and I hear that, but we've been here before where there's been strikes against Iran and the regime has been threatened, but yet the regime stands, and it takes out much of its rage on the Iranian people. Are you worried about what might happen?
Yes, government, he killed my brother 38 years ago, and he's 16 years old. He's 16 years old, 38 years ago. Is a mullah, he killed my brother. Right now, he killed too many people, too many young people. Girl, all special woman, special girl, he killed all girl. And too many young people is on the jail now.
Fred, I'm so sorry to hear about your brother. And if you are comfortable, why was your brother targeted?
Because he looking for democracy, same as now. He looking for democracy. Ayatollah, he don't want a democracy. He don't want a democracy. He want to push everybody to heaven, and he asking for everybody terror something, terror Israel people, terror US people, terror Europe people. He don't like it. He don't like easy life. He looking for fighting always.
What's your hope from what happens in the next few days? What are you hoping for?
And I hope Shahzadeh come in, because all 80 million people, he loves Shahzadeh Reza Shah, and Iran is going democracy. Iran has a beautiful country, beautiful people, always happy. I want to be happiness for my country.
We all want happiness, so we're all united in that desire. Fred Nida, thank you so much for your time today. Take care, sir.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. God bless you.
You too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Early this morning, the United States and Israel launched airstrikes against Iran. Multiple explosions were reported right across the country, especially in the capital of Tehran, including a potential attack on the residence of the country's supreme leader. So in response, Iran has launched its own missiles and drones against both the United States and Israeli military bases. Prime Minister Mark Carney said Ottawa supports the efforts to stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons, but he says it is not participating in the military campaign. Satellite imagery from Iran is showing extensive damage right across the country. We're seeing reports that at least 270 people have been killed and 100 more have been injured. I want to turn to CBC's Sam Sampson, who's following the developments for us. Sam, what more can you tell us about what's happening on the ground?
Well, it's getting harder and harder to get accurate communication and information from those in Iran because the country's internet connectivity has faced major disruption. I mean, some reports say it's at 4% of what it normally is. I was speaking with a man here in Edmonton, actually, who said this morning he was able to communicate with friends in Iran, and now total radio silence. So that's the situation. It's pretty hard to get information, but we have been able to connect CBC News wide with people who are on the ground who have told us there are lineups of people trying to fill up their vehicles to get gas, to get out of different cities and regions. We know that people have been lining up on highways to get out of Tehran, the capital in Iran. And that is important because we do know some of the first strikes hit the capital city, reportedly striking some leaders' offices. But despite all of this, the foreign minister of Iran told NBC News earlier today that he's trying to turn down the narrative, essentially saying, despite all of this, senior leadership, including the supreme leader, they are all alive. They have lost some people, but the supreme leader, he says, is, as far as he knows, alive. Here's more of what he told NBC.
Almost all officials are safe and sound and alive. We may have lost one or two commanders, but that is not a big problem. We are actually managing it. We are handling the situation.
So you can hear his calm tone there saying it's all okay, essentially. Now, he did also add, he's saying this attack was unprovoked and illegal. Those were his words. He also questioned why this attack happened, because if you've been paying attention to what's going on, just in the days before this, there were negotiations about what to do with Iran's nuclear program with the United States and other countries, diplomatic conversations, and there were actually plans to continue some conversations on Monday. So that's why he's saying, why did this happen? Now, earlier today, U.S. President Donald Trump, in his remarks to his country and really the world, mentioned that nuclear program and concerns about a nuclear weapon, but also mentioned that this is up now to the people of Iran to take advantage of this moment and perhaps force regime change.
Sam, what can you tell us about some of the targets in the region?
Well, like getting communication from people there, it's also hard to keep accurate information on exactly where the strikes have hit. We do know that more than 24 provinces have been affected in the country. Now, as I mentioned, let's start with the capital city, Tehran. We do know that some of the first reported strikes were there and that the officials are urging people to leave the city, even though they are trying to enforce calm. This has spread to more regions in the country of more than 90 million people. That includes the southern town of Minab. A strike reportedly hit a girls' elementary school, and state media, as reported by Reuters, has said that 85 people have been killed, dozens more injured. It's not clear how many were students at the school included in those numbers. There are also reports of strikes along the Strait of Hormuz, which is a very important region for oil transport in Iran. Overall, like you mentioned, we're hearing reports of more than 270 people dead across the country. Now, Iran has retaliated in different areas, like it said it would, on many U.S. bases and Israeli locations. Most of those attacks have been intercepted, and there have been no reports of confirmed casualties caused by those strikes, but we do know of at least one casualty because of falling debris.
CBC's Sam Sampson in Edmonton. Thank you, Sam. Okay, joining me now in studio is CBC senior correspondent Sasha Petrusik, who's been following the very latest developments from our Toronto newsroom. Really good to have you here, Sasha. For those of you at home, you'll obviously recognize Sasha for his many years of covering the Middle East, specifically from Jerusalem. So, Sasha, I want to begin by tapping into your expertise because We've heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He put out a video statement. We carried it live. He once again called on the Iranian people to seize this opportunity and overthrow the regime. And now, just moments ago, we are seeing reports, again quoting Netanyahu as saying that the evidence seems to be, signs are growing that Iran's supreme leader was killed. What are we to make of these statements from the Prime Minister?
Well, that's right. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu would like to see this. This has been something that he has been encouraging, and he would love to be able to take credit for it. In the theme, in the vein of regime change in Iran. The question is whether this would, in fact, give him and give the region and give the United States what it is looking for here, because getting rid of the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, would probably change the country from a theocratic autocracy, which it has been since the revolution decades ago. But it's not clear at all that it would actually create the kind of pro-Israel democracy that Netanyahu and others would like to see, because, of course, we have the Revolutionary Guard, many people in that. Even if the top leadership is wiped out, they're the ones with the actual physical power to govern, if you like, and all these calls for the people to get out into the streets. That's great, but what are the people supposed to do if they're not organized and not armed?
Let me ask you, Sasha, what do you know of a succession plan within the Iranian regime? So even if this 86-year-old leader gets knocked out, does the regime have a plan of who would be next in line?
Well, part of it would depend on who's alive. First of all, there has been talk that Khamenei's son might take over, but really that is a weak possibility, and it is far more likely that somebody in the military would likely go in there. There are some who are considered to be perhaps more moderate. The president of Iran, for instance, has been seen as being a little more moderate than some of the others, but it doesn't seem likely that anybody who hasn't already been labeled as part of this regime is in a position to quickly and easily take power without some kind of really drawn-out power struggle.
Okay. Leaving Iran for a moment and turning to Israel, you have so many contacts there, you know, so many people. Are you getting a sense of the reaction, the response there?
Yeah, you know, I just recently came back from Israel, and I have to tell you that almost every single day I was in contact with people there who have said, I was up half the night because there were these rumors that Iran was going to attack. This has been going on throughout February, and people are really, they are stressed. They're tense as far as that is concerned, in some ways much more so than they are about what's going on in Gaza. They have been watching the skies, and perhaps for good reason, because back in June, when Israel also attacked Iran, Iran fired back. And initially, it didn't actually score many hits. Those missiles were intercepted by Israel's very effective air defense system. But toward the end, when they started targeting more civilian areas, civilian buildings, there were more casualties, and so people are remembering how they had to keep running to those underground shelters. That is what they have been doing all day today. We've heard there have been some injuries, but so far no reports of deaths in Israel. A lot of people, I've been in touch with people there today, and they're really tired of all of this, and maybe they're looking for Iran to be defeated, but at the moment, their main concern is to keep themselves safe.
Understandable. Let's talk about who is aiding the United States and Israel in these attacks.
Well, on the surface, it seems as though the United States and Israel are on their own as far as this is concerned. We've heard from Canada, as we heard a little bit earlier, that Canada also wants to see Iran give up its nuclear program, and it hasn't exactly been thrilled with the regime there. We've heard statements from Europe condemning Iran for its retaliatory strikes today after the U.S. strikes, but they haven't jumped up to actually get involved either, the way they did in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in other conflicts. So the U.S. does seem to be on its own. Gulf states also have explicitly forbidden, generally, the United States from using its own bases in the Middle East from launching these attacks. Places like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and others, Jordan. But there's been a lot of movement through those bases. CBC News and others have been analyzing satellite pictures, and we have seen hundreds of aircraft going through those bases over the past couple of weeks. Military aircraft from the U.S. being ferried through Europe and into those areas, fighter jets, cargo planes bringing air defense systems and other bits of equipment. And it's quite possible that those bases are in fact being used, but in a kind of quiet way, in a covert way, to help out. Of course, the U.S. does have its 2 aircraft carriers, and most of these attacks are probably coming from there. But it's quite possible that the U.S. has friends in the area, or at least people who don't want to offend Donald Trump.
Let's say that they're doing all of this quietly, and the U.S. is operating mainly on its own at this point, with, of course, Israel's involvement. But if the objective is primarily the American objective, what do you think that is? What is the goal, to the best of your understanding?
That is the big problem that many people, most people that I have spoken to, military experts in the United States, in Israel itself and elsewhere, are really kind of confused about what that objective is. When talk of a new round of attacks came out, earlier in February, Donald Trump was saying that he was supporting the protesters and that regime change was what he wanted. Then it kind of drifted to pressure for Iran to get rid of its nuclear program, as the U.S. said it had obliterated back last June. And then it's drifted into other demands, mostly from Israel, that Iran give up its ballistic missiles, that Iran give up support for various proxy groups in the region, Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen. It's not clear what the goal is. And so many of these military experts are saying that is going to make this mission incredibly difficult, because even though Donald Trump is now out there saying to the Iranian people, go out there, we're helping you, this is about regime change, you need to go out there and change the government, it's not clear that that is in fact what the U.S. is going for, and therefore it's not clear when there will be success. What is success?
Exactly.
That's not clear at this point at all. And a lot of military people are saying that makes their job very, very difficult.
Sasha, what do you think is the appetite separately for the Americans and for the Israelis to get entrenched in something quite long-term, going beyond a few days, even a few weeks, that this goes on and on and on?
Well, you know, that has a lot to do with internal politics in both of those countries. I think Israel has been involved in war now for 2.5 years. I think they are prepared to drag this out. The United States, perhaps less so. This is a president who has come in saying that he wants to pull himself out of these forever wars in far parts of the country, and his movement, the MAGA movement in particular, has no appetite for this. There is no sign in anything that we have seen that the U.S., or Israel for that matter, is preparing for any kind of an extended ground war, which is what many people say might be required if you really want to push regime change to its ultimate conclusion. No sign of that whatsoever. He seems to be calling on groups inside Iran to do that. Not clear that they have the ability to do that. Also not clear that people within the Revolutionary Guard or others are willing to step aside as quickly as Donald Trump seems to want them to. So this is likely to go on for some time, certainly within Iran. Whether the U.S. is willing to actually be involved or whether it will pull out early the way it has in places like Iraq in the past, Afghanistan, we've seen those wars that go on for years and then the U.S. simply gives up. Perhaps that lesson has also been learned by some people in Iran, and they're willing to kind of wait it out themselves.
Okay, lots to watch for, but so good to get your analysis. CBC senior correspondent Sasha Petrusik in studio. Thank you,
pleasure.
Sasha. All right, folks, once again, here's a look at the podium for the Israeli Defense Forces in Israel. Now, before Israel's Prime Minister released a TV address, we were expecting to hear from officials from the IDF. We are still monitoring that podium. If a member of the IDF appears, you better believe we're going to take you there live. And again, Benjamin Netanyahu is now saying that there are growing signs that Iran's supreme leader is gone. We'll continue to watch for further details and confirmation as they come in. You're watching CBC News Network.
Canada's position on the developments in the Middle East remains clear. The Islamic Republic of Iran is the principal source of instability and terror throughout the Middle East.
That is Prime Minister Mark Carney in India reacting to the strikes on Iran by the United States and Israel. They were launched early this morning. While Carney says Ottawa supports the decision to stop Iran getting nuclear weapons, he says Canada is not participating in the military operation. And last hour, Iran released a statement saying all U.S. and Israeli military bases in the region are targets, and several blasts have been reported in the region, including in Qatar. While many people in Iran want a change in their government, pro-regime protesters in Tehran are denouncing the strikes by the United States and Israel today. Pro-regime protesters were holding flags and placards and chanting death to Israel. There's also been a mass exodus of cars on major roads leaving Tehran after today's attacks. Hello, everyone. I'm Natasha Fatah. Thank you for joining us here on CBC News Network. We will continue to bring you ongoing coverage of this major breaking news event and bring you all the details as they come in. So let's talk a bit more about what we are seeing on the ground in terms of the effect to regional stability. For that, we turn to Fawaz Gerges. He spoke with us earlier. He's the chair of Contemporary Middle Eastern Studies at London School of Economics and Political Science, and we asked him for his assessment of the situation.
It is too early to speculate on what could happen, might happen in Iran and the region. But I think this is a very consequential moment. We have seen this show before. The idea that the United States could basically bring about regime change. The idea that the United States could basically change the regional landscape. The idea that somehow air power on its own can really basically force the Iranian regime to surrender and to submit to its own demands, to American demands. What's different about what we have seen in the past few hours, actually the past year or so, is that this is a coordinated attack by the United States and Israel. This is really, historically speaking, it happened last June and it's happening now. And this is really quite very radical in the sense that the United States now joins Israel in trying to reshape the regional order. The second important point, this is not about reaching a nuclear deal with Iran. This is not about destroying the Iranian nuclear program. President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister have made it very clear. This is about regime change in Iran. They do not just want to destroy Iran's nuclear program and ballistic missiles and the security infrastructure. They want to destroy the regime itself. In fact, the first waves of American and Israeli attacks have targeted the top leadership, including the supreme leader, the president, the defense minister, and top leaders. My own assessment is that if President Trump expects the Iranian people to rise up against their regime now, this is a very delusional idea. It's delusional because this could really mean another massacre in Iran. And also because if history is a lesson, the Iranian people rally around the flag when their country is under attack, even though there are millions of Iranians who would like the regime to disappear and they would like a new government in place. So all in all, we have to wait and see. But what we are seeing now really is a very dangerous moment, not only for Iran and the Iranian people, but also for the region as a whole, because it could really mean catastrophic consequences for regional stability and security.
That was Fawaz Gerges, the chair of Contemporary Middle Eastern Studies at the London School of Economics and Political Science. And once again, here is a look at the Tel Aviv skyline. Let me bring you up to speed as to what we know at this stage. In the middle of the night, Israel and the United States carried out attacks and strikes on Iran. Iran has subsequently retaliated not only on Israeli and American units, but also causing damage in other neighboring states throughout the Gulf. The latest we've heard from the Israeli Prime Minister speaking to news organizations in Israel is that there is increasing evidence that the supreme leader of Iran has been killed. There has been no official confirmation of that. He says these are early signs, increasing signs. This would be a huge development if it does get confirmed. And this is essentially what the United States says it is fighting for. Regime change, topple the regime, change the regime, have the Iranian people seize control. Whether or not we are watching the beginning phase of that, we have yet to see. You're watching CBC News Network. Hello, everyone. I'm Natasha Fatah, and you're watching CBC News Network. And we continue our ongoing special live coverage, extended coverage for you today on the military assault on Iran. Very early this morning, the United States and Israel launched a series of strikes on that country. Analysts say the operation appears to be motivated not only by security concerns, but also a broader objective of first weakening and then potentially forcing out the regime. Explosions rocked the capital of Tehran today and across many other cities as missiles and aerial strikes hit the military, as well as government and other strategic sites. And that includes the district around the presidential palace. Reuters news agency is now reporting a senior Israeli official says Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was killed by those strikes. Meanwhile, scenes on the ground show chaos in the streets as Iranians rush to seek shelter, find their loved ones, or flee the city. In response, Iran has launched a series of retaliatory missile and drone attacks targeting U.S. military bases and Israeli positions across the Middle East, including in Gulf states that host U.S. forces. Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan all say they are intercepting missiles that have been fired from Iran. The scale of the damage across the region and the number of casualties still remain unclear. Iran's foreign affairs minister calls the push to topple the Islamic government mission impossible, adding that Iran was acting in good faith to negotiate an agreement on its nuclear program when the United States and Israel launched their attacks. He says, quote, "This is a war of choice by the United States." Now, for many of us, we woke up to the news of this assault coming directly from the U.S. President Donald Trump, who posted an 8-minute-long video on Truth Social. In it, he called on the people of Iran to seize control of their destiny and added that the lives of courageous American heroes may be lost. Here is part of his video.
We warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
U.S. President Donald Trump announcing today's assault on Iran, an operation the Pentagon has called Epic Fury. Let's turn once again to Washington, where we find CBC's Katie Nicholson, who's tracking the developments. Katie, let's start with the very latest that we're hearing from the administration.
Yes, so Axios spoke with U.S. President Trump in a 5-minute phone call this afternoon at Mar-a-Lago. Reportedly, the president told them he has off-ramps in Iran. I'm just going to read you one of the quotes quickly. I can go long and take over the whole thing or end it in 2 or 3 days and tell the Iranians, see you again in a few years if you start rebuilding, meaning their nuclear programs. He goes on to say at one point in the interview, in any case, it will take them several years to recover from this attack. So those two quotes coming from Axios, who had a 5-minute phone call with the U.S. president this afternoon. At the same time, Reuters is quoting a senior Trump official, a couple of interesting quotes from that senior Trump official. One, this official reportedly saying that the U.S. had indicators Iran intended to strike preemptively, and so the U.S. president decided not to let U.S. forces absorb attack attacks from those missiles. The source going on to tell Reuters that Trump had no choice and that there was no seriousness on the Iranian side to achieve a real deal during negotiations. That coming from a senior Trump official speaking with Reuters. Now, that report is at odds with Oman's foreign minister, who had suggested that peace was within reach yesterday as the negotiations had been ongoing. We also heard today from the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, two posts. In one, most recently, she noted that President Trump has spoken with the leaders of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte. And she also sent out another note previous to that, just making a few key points about overnight, trying to answer some questions. Essentially that Trump monitored the situation from Mar-a-Lago with members of the national security team overnight. He had been in touch with the Israeli Prime Minister by phone overnight. And the second point she wanted to hit home, and this really comes from a lot of criticism that happened after the operation in Venezuela. She noted that the Secretary of State Marco Rubio had called all members of the Gang of Eight to provide some form of congressional notification before the operation began last night. And she said that he was able to brief at least 7 of those 8 members before the attack began. Of course, this was a bone of contention after that operation in Venezuela when we heard from members of the Gang of Eight who said that they were not given a heads up in that operation. So we are also hearing from Congress today, and it really is landing along partisan lines here. In particular, Democrats are upset by what has transpired in this attack, demanding a congressional briefing. There is reportedly one being planned right now by the administration, or at least 2 briefings, one for the Senate, one for the House. Democrats are furious this decision was made without consulting Congress, without a congressional vote. Taking this type of action, they argue, falls under war powers. War powers rest with Congress. That's there in Article 1, Section 8. And the argument here is really that Democrats are making, if you are demanding regime change in another country and bombing another country, that meets that definition of war. So we are hearing from Democratic members of the House Intelligence Committee and House Armed Services Committee, including Representative Seth Moulton. Here's a little bit of how he sees this.
These are major combat operations. And under the Constitution, that means Congress must vote on whether or not we send American troops to war. It seems that the only person that Trump cares about getting permission from is Benjamin Netanyahu. He hasn't asked the American people. He hasn't asked the U.S. Congress. He just got the go-ahead from Benjamin Netanyahu, and now we're at war.
So Moulton among those Democrats demanding that Congress be recalled and this be put to a vote. And Republicans are saying, okay, bring it. It is getting a lot of support from Republican leadership and members in Congress. Here's Representative Marlin Stutzman. He's a Republican from Indiana.
This is really remarkable, and it's really that moment that I know that the many Iranian people have been waiting for, people that pay attention to Middle East, just a time where there's some sort of stability in the Middle East. This is that moment that really needed to happen for a long time. And I think that the Trump administration is making the right call. Of course, with the joint operation with Israel, is one that we know has a great chance of being very successful.
Of course, not all Republicans are on board. You have to remember that within the MAGA and America First movement, there were people who voted for Donald Trump because he said he was going to avoid foreign entanglements, no more forever wars, that sort of thing. So we are hearing from former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is posting quite a bit on social media today, a lot of outrage. This is just one of them. She says, this is not freeing the Iranian people. This is murdering their children. WTF are you insane people doing? America does not support this. So there will be divisions within Trump's base around this. But right now, Republicans in Congress largely coalescing around the president here.
And Katie, as you've been speaking, we've received a tweet or a post on X from the RCMP in Canada saying the RCMP is monitoring the situation in Iran. They say we have increased security around embassies and in affected communities. Please stay alert and report any threats to local police. So clearly, this goes far beyond what's happening in the Middle East. This affects the globe. And to that point, particularly since these actions have been taken by the U.S. administration, what are you learning from officials in your city, in Washington, about the national security threat inside the United States?
Yeah, and outside the United States, in fact, Natasha, because the State Department is putting out notices urging American nationals around the world to exercise caution wherever they are. But within D.C., I mean, the National Guard has been here since August. This morning, I took the metro in, and I've never seen so many National Guard groups down in the subway system as I did this morning. The Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, said that she's in direct coordination with federal intelligence and law enforcement, and they are very closely monitoring any kind of potential terror threats to the homeland. We are hearing from the FBI Director, Kash Patel, who also says that in a tweet or a post on X saying that they are at their counterintelligence and counterterrorism groups are operating at a high alert status right now. And we also heard from the governor of New York that they are increasing, the police are increasing their presence statewide at various religious, cultural, diplomatic sites right now, even though they have no credible intel about a threat. Everybody is on high alert. What I'm hearing from all of these different agencies, federal or state, is that they are encouraging people to be hyper vigilant, and if they see anything, to report that to the authorities right now.
CBC's Katie Nicholson live in Washington. Thank you, Katie.
You're welcome.
Israel has called its part of the operation against Iran Roaring Lion. Earlier today, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke directly to the people of Iran, echoing President Donald Trump and calling for them to unite and seize control of their destiny.
I call upon you, do not miss this operation. It is a once-in-a-generation chance, because when your moment comes, the moment when you will have to take to the streets en masse, to go out to the streets in order to get the job done and get rid of this terrible regime which is making your lives miserable. All that pain you've suffered will not be in vain, because help has arrived.
Well, that is the call coming from the Israeli Prime Minister, but Iran has responded with its own attacks that have been launched in terms of missiles and drones on U.S. and Israeli assets across the region. CBC's Megan Williams is in the United Arab Emirates with more.
I've been hearing those interceptions all day, Natasha. I think the first one was around 10:30 this morning, and then there were 3 others around 4:30 later as well. Some of the debris from those intercepted missiles fell here in Dubai on the Fairmont Palm Hotel. It set the front of that hotel ablaze. There were sirens ringing out throughout the city. Also in Abu Dhabi, one person is reportedly died because of debris that fell again after a missile was intercepted there. It's about an hour's drive from Dubai, and a person was killed when debris fell there. It started out sort of a little bit more relaxed, but I think when people began looking up in the sky, they would hear these loud booms and then look up in the sky, and you could see these puffs. They look like little clouds. People on the beach, for instance, started. There wasn't a sense of panic, but people went home, and I've heard from speaking to various people here, concern about whether sleeping tonight. They don't want to sleep too close to glass, windows. Some people are thinking about leaving taller buildings. The tallest building in the world, the Burj Khalifa, was evacuated earlier today. So there's concern, again, not so much about missiles hitting, but the debris causing damage and leading to fires and directly killing people.
And Megan, this is not normally where we find you, but I am truly grateful that you're there and able to report with us today. But have you received any direction as to what to do next?
No, I mean, some of the other places in the region have been giving, directing people in Bahrain, for instance, Kuwait, Doha. They have been telling people to to be cautious. Here in Dubai, there has been a government message just reassuring people that the government is taking care of it, that the United Arab Emirates is doing everything that it can, and it's confident that it can protect the citizens and the many non-citizens who live here. This is, of course, a huge international hub. There are many, many migrant workers from all over the world who live here. So the only real message that I've received and people who are in Dubai have received is this message of reassurance from the government. Again, there's not a sense of panic, but certainly people are concerned, and when you can see above you, after you hear these really loud booms, you can see above you missiles being intercepted. Of course, that's not the most reassuring sight in the world. So there's a sense of caution, to be sure, here. And of course, the airspace has been closed. No flights are coming in or out, and there's no sense of when that will be lifted either.
CBC's Megan Williams reporting from Dubai. I want to continue to cover this story with our next guest, who is a national security expert, Asha Castleberry-Hernandez. She's a former Biden administration appointee at the State Department. She also served the U.S. in Kuwait, Iraq, and Jordan, and joins us today from Washington. Asha, very good to have you on the show. Thank you for making time for us.
Thank you.
Asha, to the best of your interpretation, to the best of your knowledge, what is the U.S. goal today in Iran?
Today's goal was to further intimidate Iran with regards to the failure of the diplomatic talks. It evidently didn't achieve from Iran relinquishing its nuclear ambition. And also, too, it did not achieve where the United States could ease tensions between the regime as well as the Iranian people. So I think it's just using a hammer or defense to further intimidate Iran, and also, according to CENTCOM, to address the threats that are targeting both United States and allies and partners throughout the region.
Let's talk about the hammer then. Let's talk about the U.S. military capability. They've been grouping this incredible arsenal of weaponry, of military bases, getting things in order in the region for months. Talk to us about the military capability of the United States in the region.
Well, what you've seen is a build out of the military assets, U.S. military assets along the Strait of Hormuz, where they built out a aircraft strike group where you have dozens of missiles, as well as you have submarines that are located and pretty much operated by the U.S. Navy. So just built out throughout the Strait of Hormuz. And then you also have defensive capabilities that are positioned in the actual Gulf, where we have our U.S. bases. And unfortunately, what you're seeing is that now that there's a tit for tat, Iran is more engaged in targeting U.S. military bases, and especially located in Qatar, which has a very, very close proximity to Iran. And then now you evidently you're seeing with UAE and then some targets while focusing on Kuwait.
We've been reporting for at least the past 2 years the strikes on Iran and its proxies. What is Iran's military capability to respond to what the U.S. and the Israelis are doing?
Well, they have coastal missiles or guided strikers too, as well, that they can feel that they can use to strike in a defensive posture into the mainly targeting military U.S. military bases. So those are stationed along the Strait of Hormuz, and then you also have, of course, their nuclear weapons program, but not at a maximum of operational, still at a leveled out under 2,000 kilometers, which was part of the peace deal. But mainly what's extremely operational are those missiles that are stationed along the coast, and they're very operational right now. And what we're seeing, comparing now versus before, we have seen now more aggression in terms of their defensive or reaction as far as really targeting U.S. assets or the U.S. military beyond Qatar, but also other parts of the Gulf.
You know, we've been talking about these bases in the sea. We've been talking about primarily ballistic, military, drone and missile attacks. But the question then becomes, is it going to get to the point where there will be American boots on the ground in Iran? Do you anticipate that that is where we're headed?
Honestly, no. I think that it'll kick in high gear with the war powers resolution. I don't think the United States has the appetite to do so. I don't think there's domestic politics in place for President Trump to have boots on the ground. The only way I can see that happening is if it directly affects Americans in terms of mass casualty. That may be more of a consideration, but we will see with regards to the war powers resolution and the negotiations with between the Democrats and Republicans what plays out. But it will have to take a lot for the United States to have boots on the ground.
You've spent considerable time in the region. What is your sense of what Iran's capability, and when I say Iran, I mean the people of Iran, the people in that country who have been suffering under the regime, their ability to galvanize at this moment and seize control as they're being asked to by the U.S. president and the Israeli prime minister?
Well, I do feel that there's some significant limited opportunities for them to fully fight off the political regime. However, it has caught international attention from the United States and others to I guess, support them. But for the most part, they are, out of this whole entire problem set, they are the ones at a huge disadvantage. And also, too, in this region, they're interconnected with the rest of the region. So you have families and people that are connected with the Gulf region and the rest of the Arabian Peninsula that are influencing this situation. So as far as the people go, I believe that they are a huge disadvantage, and they actually want the United States to intervene. But we have to say to them, in order to really achieve peace and stability in their country, we have to be able to be in pursuit of maximal diplomacy, making sure we go back to the table, speaking with Iran, United States meeting with Iran, with Oman in the room, and using diplomacy to resolve these issues. Defense cannot work in this space because it'll be too escalatory. And right now, what we're seeing is rapid escalatory behavior happening. We need to de-escalate the situation, and hopefully the United Nations Security Council can help mobilize the world and not only addressing the Iranian people's concerns, but also help de-escalate amongst these different parties here.
Absolutely. And if I'm not mistaken, I mean, it's been a long day, but I do believe the UN Security Council is going to be meeting later on in the day, so we'll wait and see what comes of that. But in the meantime, Asha Castleberry-Hernandez, really great to speak to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, let's keep the conversation going. We have been hoping all day to speak to members of the Iranian diaspora who are holding protests across this country. We are able to get in touch with a few of them, and we're going to go now to speak to someone named Nellie. She's among those participating in one of the Toronto protests, I believe in Richmond Hill. She's an Iranian Canadian. She's at the demonstration supporting the strikes on Iran. Nellie, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, Natasha. Thank you for having me.
I can hear all that noise and that sense of celebration around you, Nellie. Talk to me about the atmosphere where you are.
I've never felt anything like this before. It's been 47 years of just tyranny. And the people, they're crying, they're dancing at the same time. And I've honestly never experienced a feeling like this.
Why is there such a surge of emotion? Help me understand.
Because it's been 47 years of a hijacked country, 47 years of not being able to live freely, of oppression, and this is possibly the end of that.
How do you feel about the fact that it is the United States and Israel carrying out the attacks?
I feel like it was the only way that it could have been done to free the people. the Islamic regime of Iran was the one that was killing my countrymen for the last 47 years. And right now, these attacks being taken, it is not war, it is a liberation of the people.
I've heard that so often today, you know, that there not only is there this sense of hopefulness and celebration, but this idea that this is a liberation. And it's so different from some of the other stories we cover about bombings taking place on countries. So talk to me about what your dream is, Nelly, for Iran. Let's say the regime is toppled. What comes next?
So right now we have King Reza Pahlavi. He has been speaking to everyone, to the world. He has been very clear about it. The message is clear. He is here so he can create that democracy. He is here. He's been saying it over and over again. He is trying to create the space for you to be able to even vote against him one day. So he is the next step. And that's what the people here are all cheering for.
And if this turns into a longer war, Nelly, of going on not only for the next few hours, but days, weeks, months of an ongoing bit of warfare in the region, do you still feel that's what it's going to take? Then that's what we have to do?
Yes, because Natasha, this war has already been happening for 47 years now. They have been funding these proxies. The war is about to actually end. It's not beginning. This is liberation. That's what that's what Iranians were trying to make the world understand, that they really are the true axis of evil. So this is truly a good day for the people, for freedom, for people who seek liberation.
Talk to me about your friends and family in Iran and if you've been able to speak to them today.
I have 80 million friends and family in Iran, Natasha. And I haven't been able to speak to anyone today, but from the videos that I have been seeing coming out, they are dancing in the streets. They are celebrating this day. And even in the 12-day war that we had going on, I heard a lot less people that actually died. I personally knew a lot less people that actually died versus when the Islamic regime actually attacked its own people and massacred many of my countrymen. I know a lot of them that died under the regime, but I didn't know anyone that died in the 12-day war.
That's such an important distinction.
And this is very targeted. So I'm obviously hoping for a lot less casualties than there needs to be, but everybody is. But it seems very targeted. Names are coming out of huge commanders, of people that need to be taken down, and the people are extremely hopeful.
We've been here before, Nelly, as you know. There have been other revolutionary, counter-revolutionary movements to get the regime out. We've seen something as incredibly moving as the Women Life Freedom Movement a few years ago after a young woman was killed. I mean, does this time feel different?
It really does. It feels like it's been building up to this moment. And in my heart, I truly believe that it is going to make a difference and my people will be free.
Your family here in Canada, have you spoken to them? And what has the conversation been like today?
This is my brother right here. He's actually standing behind me. He has a shirt that I custom made for him. Turn around, I want to show the shirt. It says in Farsi, Farokh Zad Bolan Sho, Yek Ruzi Emruze. And that this Farokh Zad is actually a legendary man that was murdered by the regime in Paris, in his home. And this shirt says, he had always been saying, Farokh Zad had always been saying that a day will come where these people will be gone, the regime will be gone, and today is that day. And this says, Farokh Zad, wake up, that day is today.
Nelly, I want to thank you so much. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, your passion, your brother. I think he's in tears as well. We really, really appreciate your time, and maybe today is that day. Thank you again.
Thank you, Natasha. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
It's our pleasure. Prime Minister Mark Carney has reacted to the strikes in Iran. He spoke earlier in the day from Mumbai, where he is on a trade mission. The Prime Minister said Canada supports the action taken by the United States.
Canada's position on the developments in the Middle East remains clear. The Islamic Republic of Iran is the principal source of instability and terror throughout the Middle East. It has one of the world's worst human rights records and must never be allowed to obtain or develop nuclear weapons. Canada supports the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. And the Canadian government urges the protection of all civilians in this conflict.
CBC's Catherine Cullen has more on the Prime Minister's reaction to the strikes and what Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre is saying about it.
The Canadian government is backing the United States. The Prime Minister says Canada supports the U.S. acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, and because of the threat the regime poses to international peace and security. Now, Mark Carney is in India as part of a 10-day international tour focused on trade, and he told the audience at a business reception that there have been decades of efforts to get Iran to stop enriching uranium, and while there's been episodic progress, Iran's efforts have continued.
Those efforts intensified in recent weeks without resolution. It's led us to this. It is a serious conflict. In a serious conflict, you have to make choices.
Choices because these strikes were clearly not what the Canadian government wanted. Just minutes before word of the attacks broke, Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand was telling journalists here in Mumbai that Canada believed the best solution would come through the negotiating table. Still, the Prime Minister says the Canadian government understood this was a possibility. He called on all parties to protect civilian lives. Even with Canada's support of the United States, the Prime Minister did say he doesn't expect Canada to actually get involved in the conflict. He also stopped short of calling for regime change, suggesting Iran could still choose to de-escalate. Though in a statement, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre did call for the people of Iran to topple the regime. Catherine Cullen, CBC News, Mumbai.
And as we've been reporting, there are several rallies right across Canada in support of the military action against Iran. One of those rallies, as you saw a moment ago, taking place in Richmond Hill, Ontario, where thousands have taken to the streets. CBC's Jennifer Yoon is there.
People have been gathering here, members of the Iranian community, rallying almost every week for months now. But today it feels more energized, cathartic. They've been asking for somebody, the United States, Canadian government, to step in and do something about what's happening in Iran. And lo and behold, that's what happened. And a lot of people here say that they are so happy to see that that happened overnight. Take a listen to what they had to say.
We were so happy. We were all jumping up and down. We are mourning for our loved ones who have been killed over a month ago. But this news this morning was another extra energy for us.
We have been waking up every night waiting for this news, quite frankly, on social media. We want to make sure that the world knows that this is a rescue mission.
So that kind of cathartic excitement about what they're seeing in their homeland also mixed in with fear, mourning certainly of the thousands who were killed in Iran in the wave of protests that we saw in the past few weeks, months, and also hope. Cautious but hope that they might see an end to this regime that has ruled over Iran for several decades now.
Let's talk about some of the local authorities and how they're reacting to the news.
Yeah, many local authorities are reacting to this because we know that the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, has had a presence in Canada. You can think of the foiled assassination attempt against former Justice Minister Irwin Cotler, for instance. Toronto's police department said in a statement that they expect to ramp up operations in places of worship as well as consular offices. Similarly, in Montreal, the police service there, the SPVM, saying that they will ramp up security in places where Iranian Canadians gather. And a similar situation in Vancouver where officers are expected to ramp up their operations, especially with protests expected there, because this is not the only place in Canada. Across Canada, in Vancouver, in Winnipeg, in Montreal, in Quebec City, Iranian Canadians are rallying and reacting to this news. Also trying to phone back home as well. We're hearing about people that aren't able to reach loved ones because of the internet being cut off at the moment. So a lot of apprehension both within the community and among local authorities on how they're monitoring and looking after the fallout of this international event.
CBC's Jennifer Yoon reporting from Richmond Hill, Ontario. Our breaking news coverage continues right after this break. You're watching CBC News Network. We continue our live, ongoing, extensive coverage of the U.S. and Israeli strikes that have been launched against the state of Iran. Multiple explosions have been reported right across the country, including in the capital, Tehran, with the potential attack on the residence of the country's supreme leader. There are multiple reports coming out that the supreme leader has been killed. This is also coming directly from the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, who's saying there is increased evidence that the supreme leader has been killed. I should also note that breaking just moments ago on NBC News in the United States, with an interview with President Donald Trump, he is also confirming that it looks very likely that the supreme leader of Iran has been killed. So that is what we are monitoring at this moment. I should also note that Iran has responded with its own series of missiles and drones against Israeli and U.S. military bases right across the region. Iran has not confirmed that the supreme leader is dead. In fact, they're saying this is inaccurate. So much is still up in the air, and we're bringing it to you live as it's coming into us. As far as our government is concerned, Prime Minister Mark Carney says Ottawa supports the efforts made by the Americans and the Israelis to knock out the Iranian regime, but that it is not involved in the attacks or any of the military action. So let's try to get clarity where there is still quite a bit of confusion. And for that, I turn to CBC senior correspondent Sasha Petrusik, who once again is joining us in the studio. Sasha, as you were getting mic'd up, I was going through the realization that this might be the moment. I mean, we don't have official confirmation. There's been no evidence of a body or remains of, or any such thing. But if you have the Israeli Prime Minister and the American President saying, we feel quite certain that Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, has been killed, what does that mean for where we are in this situation?
Well, that has been their goal, and let's keep in mind that as far as the United States and Israel is concerned, this is what they would want to see. So we're hearing this from people who have been very much hoping for, as Netanyahu says, the death of the tyrant Khamenei. So, Israel has long declared that Iran is its greatest enemy in the Middle East, and that the current regime is what it would like to see erased. So with that, though, being said, the Israelis were responsible for the actual attack on the leadership. That element of this military operation was in the hands of the Israelis. They've been doing things like this for months and years now, so they have experience. We've been told by Israeli officials that that this was actually a targeting of 5 to 10 of the top leadership in the middle of Tehran, and that part of it was successful. They are saying, as Netanyahu is saying, that there's evidence that Khamenei has been killed. In fact, one Israeli official said that his body has been identified. Now, at the same time, Iranian officials are saying that that is not true, that he is safe and sound. Those are their words. And Iranian news agencies are saying that he is steadfast and firm in command in the field, which means that he's alive. So this is still very much up in the air. It would be a major achievement as far as Israeli and American military operations are concerned, but I think we are far from having that confirmed.
Let me ask you about the intelligence gathering, because normally in the past when we've seen these types of heavy strikes, particularly in this region, they happen in overnight hours in the region. This is happening during daylight, in the morning, 8 a.m. There's been some projection that this is as a result of Israeli intelligence gathering about where the Ayatollah would be at this moment. What do you know of how they go about gathering this kind of information?
Well, Israel has quite a robust system of intelligence gathering inside Iran. It has in the past. It's targeted, top scientists in the nuclear program. It's targeted top military leaders. It's targeted leaders of these various groups in the Middle East that Iran supports. So it has a good system there. Why was it right now? Well, you're right. Most of these attacks usually start in the middle of the night when nobody is ready. But in this case, if they were targeting a meeting of the top leadership in Tehran, that would have happened in the morning. Let's not forget, Saturday morning is the beginning of the work week in Iran. So this may have been how they wanted to start their week to plan what they were going to do, perhaps even discussing a possible attack.
With all this in mind, and as you rightly point out, we don't know. But this is the message we're getting from the Israeli Prime Minister, that it seems the tyrant, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been killed. With this unfolding, what is the atmosphere like in Israel right now?
Well, I just came back from Israel not long ago, and I have to tell you that people have been on edge through most of this month of February. People every day that I spoke to would say that they have been monitoring the news and rumors and social media to find out when this attack was going to happen, not if it was going to happen. So they have been anticipating an attack on Iran and therefore an attack on Israel afterwards, which is what Iran has vowed, that there would be immediate and overwhelming retaliation. People have been running back and forth to bomb shelters in Israel. They have been worried about this because in the previous attack, the last time that Iran was sending its ballistic missiles into Israel, which was last June, they weren't so successful in going after sort of top military operations, But they did get some hits on civilian targets in Tel Aviv, in Haifa, elsewhere, and it looks like they have had some hits today as well. We're not hearing of casualties in terms of deaths, but we are hearing of injuries in Israel. So this is not finished there either.
So let's move away from the region and then go to Washington and the President of the United States, who's also released an image of him with his members of his administration looking out as Operation Epic Fury is unfolding. What's your understanding of what the goals would be here for the U.S. to strike at this moment? What are they hoping to achieve?
Well, some would argue that those images you're talking about are the goals of this operation. In other words, a show of force by the United States against another of its adversaries in the world, and Iran being there. Donald Trump has said that Iran was not serious about negotiations, which continued as recently as yesterday, that it was not about to give up its nuclear program. At different times, he has said that getting rid of that nuclear program is the main goal. At other times, he has echoed what Israel has said, which is that getting rid of Iran's other weapons, ballistic missiles and drones, that was the goal, or that the goal was to, in fact, get rid of Iran's support for various proxy groups in the region, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. It's not clear what the U.S. goal really is, and I've had many military observers say to me that that is the main problem with this whole operation, that it's not clear what they are trying to do, and therefore it will be very hard to measure when success has been achieved. If, in fact, as Donald Trump says today, the goal is, in fact, regime change, getting rid of the top leadership, and as he puts it, getting the people of Iran to take over. He's urged them to go on the streets and to finish the job, as he puts it. If that's the goal, that may not be something that's achievable in the near future, and it's something that many people are watching to see exactly how much resilience this regime actually shows, whether their missiles are well hidden, whether they'll be able to continue resisting in the hours and the days to come, in which case this could be a very long and drawn-out operation. The U.S. isn't showing any signs of using ground forces here, but at the same time, it's not clear that an air operation, which is what we've seen, can achieve any of the goals that we've talked about.
Okay, we'll continue to watch. Sasha, I wonder if you can stick around, because I think we need to go to the United Nations Security Council, where the Israeli ambassador has been speaking, and hopefully we can play it from the beginning, but let's listen in.
When a regime chants death to Israel, death to America, we take it seriously. We believe them, and we act. Our objectives are clear. First, to eliminate the immediate threat posed by the Iranian regime. Second, to dismantle its nuclear program. Third, destroy its ballistic missile production and capabilities. Fourth, neutralize naval threats. Fifth, break the terror proxy network. Today, unfortunately, we have heard condemnations from some members of this council and from the UN Secretary General. That is hypocrisy. We all know when the real escalation began. It began when the Iranian regime armed proxies across the region, when it expanded missiles and drones, when it advanced its nuclear program in violation of all its commitments, and when it brutally slaughtered its own people. Now, Israel and the US act to prevent an irreversible and immediate threat, and the condemnation is immediate. Some call this aggression, we call it necessity. We call it survival. To the brave soldiers of the US, the IDF, our Air Force, intelligence and security services, you are defending our people with courage and resolve. You stand like lions. Our entire nation stands behind you. To the brave people of Iran, we stand with you. We admire your courage. Our war is not with you, but with the murderous regime that continues to plan attacks against us and has crushed the Iranian people for almost 50 years. History has taught us what happens when declared threats are ignored, when leaders openly call for our destruction and build the means to carry it out. We do not dismiss it. We do not gamble with our survival. We act. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Pamela Falk from U.S. News and World Report. Thank you, Ambassador, for the briefing. Since you're talking about regime change, can you confirm whether or not the Iran Supreme Leader has been killed, and what happens next if so?
We will continue to target the leadership of this radical regime, and we will do whatever necessary to enable the right conditions for a new future for the people of Iran and stability for the region. Thank you.
How long is this going on?
As long as it will take to achieve the goals I just mentioned. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ambassador, the Prime Minister told the Iranian people that he will let them know when it's time for them to come on the streets. What's the end goal here for Israel?
I think everyone sees what's happening on the ground and understands that the time for the Iranian people to take control of the future is very soon. Thank you.
Mr. Ambassador. Thank you.
Okay, we've been taking you to the UN Security Council, where there has been a meeting and there has been condemnation from some of the members against the Israeli and U.S. strikes against Iran. We were taking you there to the comments from Danny Danon, the UN representative to the United Nations and Security Council. He said the condemnation that the Israelis are receiving as a result of these attacks is hypocrisy, and he says this was a necessity. This is about survival, and once again he referred to the Iranian regime as a murderous one. What is very important to know, and I'll turn to my colleague Sasha about this as well, he was asked again the critical question that we are now grappling with is Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, dead? He didn't say yes and he didn't say no. What did you make of that answer?
Yeah, clearly he's not prepared to address that right now. That could be one of two things. It could be that in that atmosphere at the UN, in the world of diplomacy, you don't say that you've just killed the leader of another member of the United Nations. But it's also quite possible that they're not prepared to confirm that right now, and that perhaps Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, perhaps even Donald Trump, have gotten a little ahead of that in terms of their own confirmations of that. Still very much up in the air, but he wasn't going to go there.
When we've been talking about the Israeli war in Gaza, we've talked about the increasing isolation of Israel and how there's been so much condemnation of some of their behavior in in Gaza. Is there fear in Israel that now with an attack on Iran that they'll be further isolated by the international community?
Could be, but I don't think that that's what most Israelis are worried about at this point. I think that they have gotten over the fact that there are certain groups, certain countries in the world that have criticized them for their actions in Gaza. I think most Israelis are okay with that. And I'm not sure that their main worry right now is their international reputation, so long as they can be successful in achieving what they want to achieve here. That's the big question, whether they will be. They would like to see regime change in Iran, but whether that's possible, whether they have gotten rid of the top leaders, and how long it will take to get real regime change on the ground is an open question. As Danny Danon said, now it's the time for the Iranian people to do something. So they're very much counting on that. And that is also an open question. What are the capabilities of the Iranian people or opposition groups there to step in and do anything, even if many of the things we've been hearing are true?
Okay. Thanks so much for sticking around for that impromptu press conference. CBC's Sasha Petrusik, senior correspondent. Always good to speak to you, sir.
My pleasure.
Okay, once again, a live look at Tel Aviv in the overnight hours as we continue to watch and see further reaction coming in. Now, a few moments ago, you heard from Danny Danon, the UN representative for Israel to the United Nations Security Council. He did not address whether or not Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been killed, but we have heard from the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, who has said that there is increasing evidence, there seems to be ongoing information that does confirm the leader has been killed. That is going to be the critical question if, in fact, this is the beginning of the end of the Iranian regime that has been in power for almost 50 years. We're going to continue to bring you live ongoing coverage right here on CBC News Network. Hello, everyone. I'm Natasha Fatah, and you're watching CBC News Network. And we are bringing you ongoing special extended coverage of the military assault on Iran. Early in the morning, the United States and Israel launched a series of strikes on that country. Analysts say the operation appears to be motivated not only by security concerns for both the U.S. and Israel, but also by a broader objective to weaken and then potentially force out the Iranian regime. Now, explosions rocked the capital of Tehran today and across many other cities in Iran as missiles and aerial strikes hit military, government, and strategic sites. That includes the district around the presidential palace. Now, one of the things that we are seeing reports on, and you can see it there in that key district of Tehran, is that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, has been killed. There has been no confirmation of that from Iranian officials. We're hearing that from the Israeli Prime Minister, who has been saying there's increasing evidence to indicate that. We're also hearing that from U.S. President Donald Trump, who's been speaking to a reporter at NBC News. We're trying to get confirmation on this. In fact, we heard moments ago from the Israeli representative to the United States, United Nations Security Council, and he would not confirm those details. So these are the scenes on the ground in Tehran. In the meantime, you can see chaos in the streets. Iranians have been rushing to seek shelter, find their loved ones, get to safety. And for some, they've been fleeing the city altogether. But the Iranian regime has been responding. They have launched a series of retaliatory missile and drone attacks targeting U.S. military bases and Israeli positions across the Middle East, including in various Gulf states that host the U.S. forces. Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan all say they are intercepting missiles that have been fired from Iran. The scale of the damage across the region and even the number of casualties remain unclear at this point. Iran's foreign affairs minister calls the push to topple the Islamist regime mission impossible. And he adds that Iran was acting in good faith when negotiating an agreement on its nuclear program with the United States and Israel when they decided to launch their own attacks. He says, quote, "This is a war of choice by the U.S." Now, the first news of today's assault came directly from the U.S. President Donald Trump in an 8-minute-long video that he put on Truth Social. In it, he called on the Iranian public to seize control of their destiny and added that the lives of courageous American heroes may be lost. Here's part of that video.
We warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
Part of the message put out by U.S. President Donald Trump early this morning, announcing today's assault on Iran, an operation that the Pentagon has deemed epic fury. Now, a few moments ago, I mentioned the UN Security Council. There they are. They're about to meet and have a special emergency summit. Now, that is set to get underway this hour. We'll be watching for any further comments that come. But as I mentioned, we've already heard from Danny Danon, the Israeli representative at this meeting. His government's actions have been condemned, and he called that condemnation hypocrisy. He said it was necessary, that they are doing it for the people of Iran, and they would expect that the international community come to their aid and their support. But we know that that's not necessarily going to be the case at this meeting, so it'll be interesting to see how things unfold there. So we'll continue to keep an eye on things happening at the UN Security Council. We should also note that today's strikes follow weeks of threats from U.S. President Donald Trump over Iran's nuclear capabilities. They also follow a third round of informal talks between the U.S. and Iran that failed to produce a diplomatic solution. Journalist Jagruti Dave is following developments for us from Washington. Jagruti, what are you hearing from the U.S. Capitol?
Well, Natasha, we've had a lot of reaction coming in from lawmakers from both sides of the aisle to these extraordinary strikes authorized by the United States President Donald Trump. And the criticism from the Democrats, and there has been substantial criticism, is that essentially Donald Trump has not got approval from Congress to conduct these strikes. They are questioning the legality and the constitutionality of these strikes. Let's listen to get a flavor of what the Democratic position on this is.
These are major combat operations. And under the Constitution, that means Congress must vote on whether or not we send American troops to war. It seems that the only person that Trump cares about getting permission from is Benjamin Netanyahu. He hasn't asked the American people. He hasn't asked the U.S. Congress. He just got the go-ahead from Benjamin Netanyahu, and now we're at war.
President Donald Trump has his supporters amongst Republicans, but there are some Republicans, such as Thomas Massey, who have sided with Democrats who are saying that they want to push forward War Powers Resolution vote in Congress to limit the president's power to act unilaterally in this way. Remember, this has been attempted in the past, but because of those slim majorities that the Republicans have in both chambers of Congress, attempts have been thwarted to try to limit the president's power with a War Powers Resolution. There are, of course, the president's supporters, notably people like Senator Lindsey Graham, who said that this will go down in history as the catalyst for the most historic change in the Middle East in 1,000 years. Let's listen to what another Republican has had to say.
This is really remarkable, and it's really that moment that I know that the many Iranian people have been waiting for, people that pay attention to Middle East, just a time where there's some sort of stability in the Middle East. This is that moment that really needed to happen for a long time. And, I think that the Trump administration is making the right call. Of course, with the joint operation with Israel is one that we know has a great chance of being very successful.
Now, House Speaker Mike Johnson did say in a statement that the Gang of Eight was briefed in detail earlier this week that military action may become necessary to protect American troops and American citizens in Iran. The Gang of Eight are the top congressional leaders that need to be notified by law if such action as has happened in Iran is to take place. And this was confirmed by the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who said that the President Trump monitored the situation overnight at Mar-a-Lago along with members of his national security team, and that prior to the attack, Secretary Rubio called all members of the Gang of Eight to provide congressional notification. He was able to reach and brief 7 of the 8 members. So complex situation. Understandably, obviously divided reactions here in Washington, and it remains to be seen how this United Nations meeting goes, because of course the president did not get international approval for these strikes. A notable difference between the US action in Iraq, where George Bush did try to seek international approval. Lots of people making those sorts of comparisons with previous US actions abroad.
Journalist Jagruti Dave in Washington, thank you. Now, Israel has called its part of the operation against Iran Roaring Lion. Earlier today, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke directly to the people of Iran, echoing U.S. President Donald Trump, calling for them to unite and seize control of their destiny.
I call upon you, do not miss this operation. It is a once-in-a-generation chance, because when your moment comes, the moment when you will have to take to the streets en masse, to go out to the streets in order to get the job done and get rid of this terrible regime which is making your lives miserable. All that pain you've suffered will not be in vain, because help has arrived.
Iran's response to the attacks has been to launch missile and drone strikes on Israeli and U.S. assets in the region. CBC's Megan Williams is in the United Arab Emirates with more.
I've been hearing those interceptions all day, Natasha. I think the first one was around 10:30 this morning, and then there were 3 others around 4:30 and later as well. Some of the debris from those intercepted missiles fell here in Dubai on the Fairmont Palm Hotel. It set the front of that hotel ablaze. There were sirens ringing out throughout the city. Also in Abu Dhabi, one person is reportedly died because of debris that fell again after a missile was intercepted there. It's about an hour's drive from Dubai, and a person was killed when debris fell there. It started out sort of a little bit more relaxed, but I think when people began looking up in the sky, they would hear these loud booms and then look up in the sky, and you could see these puffs puffs. They look like little clouds. People on the beach, for instance, started. There wasn't a sense of panic, but people went home, and I've heard from speaking to various people here, concern about where they're sleeping tonight. They don't want to sleep too close to glass, windows. Some people are thinking about leaving taller buildings. The tallest building in the world, the Burj Khalifa, was evacuated earlier today. So there's concern, again, not so much about missiles hitting, but the debris causing damage and leading to fires and directly killing people.
And Megan, this is not normally where we find you, but I am truly grateful that you're there and able to report with us today. But have you received any direction as to what to do next?
No, I mean, some of the other places in the region have been giving, directing people in Bahrain, for instance, Kuwait, Doha. They have been telling people to be cautious. Here in Dubai, there has been a government message just reassuring people that the government is taking care of it, that the United Arab Emirates is doing everything that it can, and it's confident that it can protect the citizens and the many non-citizens who live here. This is, of course, a huge international hub. There are many, many migrant workers from all over the world who live here. So the only real message that I've received and people who are in Dubai have received is this message of reassurance from the government. Again, there's not a sense of panic, but certainly people are concerned, and when you can see above you, after you hear these really loud booms, you can see above you missiles being intercepted. Of course, that's not the most reassuring sight in the world. So there's a sense of caution, to be sure, here. And of course, the airspace has been closed. No flights are coming in or out, and there's no sense of when that will be lifted either.
CBC's Megan Williams in Dubai. Let's go back to the United Nations for a moment, where Secretary General Antonio Guterres addressed the members of the Security Council, and let's listen into some of what he had to say just a few moments ago.
Directly to three areas today: the principles, the facts, and the way out. First, the principles. The UN Charter provides the foundation for the maintenance of international peace and security. Article 2 of the Charter clearly states, all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. International law and international humanitarian law must always be respected. That is why, since this morning, I have condemned the massive military strikes by the United States and Israel against Iran. And I also condemned the subsequent attacks by Iran, violating the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Bahrain, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. We are witnessing a grave threat to international peace and security. Military action carries the risk of igniting a chain of events that no one can control in the most volatile region of the world. Let me be clear, there is no viable alternative to the peaceful settlement of international disputes. Lasting peace can only be achieved through peaceful means, including genuine dialogue and negotiations. Mr. President, second, the facts. The situation on the ground is very fluid. There are many unconfirmed reports. Here is what we know. About 20 cities across Iran, including Tehran, Isfahan, Qom, Shahryar, and Tabriz, have reportedly been attacked. In Tehran, large explosions were reported in the district that includes the presidential palace and the compound of the supreme leader. Several high-ranking officials have reportedly been killed, including, according to Israeli sources, Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei that I'm not in a position to confirm. Iran's airspace has been closed and the country is under a near-total internet blackout. The attacks have reportedly caused significant civilian casualties. According to Iranian media, an airstrike killed at least 85 people and injured many more at a girls' school in Minab, Hormozgan province, and the school in Tehran was also reportedly hit, causing 2 deaths. Mr. President, military action is expanding rapidly across the region, creating an increasingly volatile and unpredictable situation and heightening the risk of miscalculation. According to Israeli sources, 89 people have been injured in Iran's subsequent strikes on Israel, and there were also impacts in the occupied West Bank. Iran has announced that in reaction to US and Israeli airstrikes, it targeted US military assets in the region. These strikes have reportedly hit civilian areas and infrastructure in the countries that I have already mentioned. Indirect impact of falling debris was also reported in Lebanon and Syria. Most Gulf states successfully intercepted the Iranian strikes. However, the UAE reported that 1 civilian was killed by debris from an intercepted missile. In Iraq, there are reports of drone and missile attacks from both sides. There are also reports that Iran is closing the Strait of Hormuz for international shipping. Mr. President, the US and Israel attacks occurred following the 3rd round of indirect talks between the US and Iran, mediated by Oman. Preparations had been made for technical talks in Vienna next week, followed by a new round of political talks. I deeply regret that this opportunity of diplomacy has been squandered. Mr. President, third, the region and the world need a way out now. I call for de-escalation and an immediate cessation of hostilities. The alternative is a potential wider conflict with grave consequences for civilians and regional stability. I strongly urge all parties to return immediately to the negotiating table, notably on the Iran nuclear program. I note that the US President has reportedly talked with leaders of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. Iran's foreign minister has reportedly spoken to his counterparts in GCC countries and Iraq, and everything must be done to prevent a further escalation. To this end, I call on all member states to strictly uphold their obligations under international law, including the UN Charter, to respect and protect civilians in accordance with international humanitarian law, and to ensure nuclear safety. Let us act responsibly and together to pull the region and our world back from the brink. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his briefing.
All right, we've been taking you to the United Nations Security Council, where we've been listening to the Secretary General Antonio Guterres make his opening remarks as the session gets underway. Of course, this emergency summit as a result of the Israeli and U.S. strikes on Iran and the subsequent response by the Iranians. We heard from Antonio Guterres clear condemnation of the strikes, and he is calling an opportunity for diplomacy by all parties to be that it has been squandered. I want to get to our next guest immediately and get his reaction to this, as he knows the United Nations and how it operates quite well. I want to welcome to the show Payam Akavan. He is a human rights chair at Massey College at the University of Toronto. He's also a former United Nations prosecutor. Payam, thank you so much for making time for us today.
Thank you, Natasha.
Payam, could I please begin by getting your reaction to what we just heard from Antonio Guterres?
Well, the Secretary General correctly pointed out that under the UN Charter, the use of force is limited to self-defense or collective security authorized under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. But on the other hand, sovereignty is not a license for mass murder. And in particular, in light of what we witnessed in January, which was the killing of an estimated at least 35,000 peaceful protesters. The people in Iran have had enough and they want an end to the Islamic Republic. So on the one hand, there are the geopolitical struggles and rivalries between Iran and Israel and the Gulf Arab states and the United States. And the Iranian people are not naive. They understand that those nations are simply pursuing their own interests. But we really need to listen to the voice of the Iranian people, and they want change. They've had enough. After 47 years of tyranny and totalitarianism, culminating in what was really an extermination of protesters in January. So we should certainly endeavor, to the extent possible, to facilitate a peaceful, nonviolent, and orderly transition to democracy. But that is the next stage for the people of Iran. And if I may also say, the end of the Islamic Republic is not the end of the story. In fact, it's just the beginning of what will be a very difficult, painful process of transforming Iran into a democratic state with the rule of law. And Iran has immense potential. We have a 2,500-year-old civilization, highly educated, youthful, and secular population, post-utopian, that reject fundamentalism, that reject terrorism and violence. And the transformation of Iran would really transform the entire Middle East.
So much I want to pull apart there, Payam. Let me ask you about these two seemingly quite opposite things. One being the desire for a peaceful transition to a democratic, secular Iran, which is what so many people in Iran want, but it coming at the hands of bombings carried out by the United States and Israel. Do the ends justify the means?
Well, it is a very good question, and there is a remarkable contradiction on the one hand between what we saw in January, which were peaceful protests, millions pouring out in the streets, calling for freedom, for justice. But on the other hand, it is very sad that it has come to what we witnessed today, a regional war in which invariably civilians are going to be killed. So, as I said, we have two processes in parallel. There are the geopolitical rivalries and struggles, this survivalist mindset, a battle to the end, a war to the end between Iran and Israel. But on the other hand, in the long term, what really matters are the aspirations of the Iranian people. What really matters is what's going to come out of the ashes of this conflict. And certainly, the sooner that this conflict is over, the better. But we must contemplate a future that goes beyond the Islamic Republic. That ship has sailed. And the reason why the people in Iran were, at least a significant proportion of them, welcoming the attacks and celebrating in the streets amidst the news of the assassination of the supreme leader is because of how much they have suffered. These are very unfortunate scenes. They're very painful scenes. So this has been a long time in the making. And right now, we really need to think about how we can achieve a better future for the people of Iran and for the region.
And I want to thank you, sir, for bringing up this ongoing issue that we're trying to get clarity on over whether Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been killed in these strikes, though the specific strike carried out by Israel. The Israelis, and certainly the Prime Minister of Israel, says they've taken out this tyrannical leader. But at the United Nations, that question was posed to Danny Danon, their UN representative, and he did not confirm or deny whether, in fact, that's true or not. But why don't we're still waiting for, of course, the Iranians are denying this, and by Iranians, I mean the regime. Let's go to the day after. Let's say this is the beginning of the end of the Iranian regime. The Ayatollah is gone. The IRGC is out of power. What takes its place? How is the infrastructure there in order for Iranians to have their own voice and say in what their future looks like?
Well, that is really the central challenge, how to, I would say, avoid a sudden collapse I was in Libya after the collapse of the Gaddafi regime in Libya, and everyone was celebrating, but then the country descended into civil war. We've seen what has happened in Iraq, what has happened in Syria. So to the extent possible, there has to be an orderly transition. You cannot simply bomb a country into democracy. It's one thing to get rid of tyrants. It's another thing to build a democratic system and culture. So this will be a generational challenge. There will need to be a transitional period in which there needs to be some degree of stability until such time as it will be possible to hold free and fair elections, until such time as it will be possible to prepare a new constitution by popular mandate, to establish an independent judiciary, a democratic legislature, institutions that the Iranian people have not yet experienced, but that is exactly their aspiration. So that is what our focus should be. How are we going to build that future? How are we going to empower the Iranian people to achieve freedom and prosperity, which will not only benefit them, but benefit the entire region? And I certainly hope that in the cynical calculation of self-interest by foreign powers and other elements, that people will not lose sight of the fact that what is moral and just and what is the aspiration of the Iranian people is also in the best interest of long-term peace and stability in the region. There is a convergence here between political realism and idealism, and I really hope that the policymakers make that connection.
Payam, let me ask you about the diaspora, which is so vast. And as you know, in Canada, we have such a thriving, brilliant, extensive Iranian diaspora and population here. Do you anticipate, if the regime falls, that many in the diaspora, those who had to flee the regime or those whose parents had to flee the regime, will return and want to rebuild? Or is this a state now for the people who've been left behind?
Well, Natasha, many of us are half-jokingly talking about packing our bags, because many of us who've lived in exile, we have embraced Canadian citizenship, and we're incredibly grateful for the opportunities and freedoms that we have here. But our hearts are with our brothers and sisters who are suffering, the young protesters who were killed in the streets, the scenes of the grieving mothers retrieving the bodies of their children in black body bags in the morgues. So we are a traumatized nation, including the diaspora. We are experiencing radical grief and now some sense of jubilation that perhaps the end is near. So I believe that many Iranians in the diaspora will go back and help rebuild Iran. And if there's one good thing inadvertently that has come out of the experience of the Islamic Republic, is both the globalization of Iranian society. We now have Iranians throughout the world, highly accomplished, highly educated, who can go back and help rebuild their country. And the extreme pain and suffering that people have experienced has created an unprecedented empathy and shared humanity among Iranians. And that has to be at the core of any attempt to build a better and different future.
Would you go back?
Oh, definitely, Natasha. I'm getting out my old Iranian passport from my childhood, from when I arrived in Canada at age 9, under the imperial government, in fact. And many of us are really talking about going back to help and rebuild our country. And in particular, I and a number of lawyers are now speaking about transitional justice. How are we going to prosecute those who are responsible for these crimes against humanity, so that instead of a cycle of revenge and killing, we will really reckon with our past and establish the rule of law. And certainly the experiences I've had as a Canadian Iranian, I think will be quite relevant to building that future.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because just on a side note, my husband and I have been watching a series of documentaries on the Nuremberg trials. And in this moment, I can't help but think, is that the goal for you and other lawyers, that there would be a legal reckoning to what has happened to the people of Iran for the past 50 years?
Well, Natasha, when I testified a month ago at the UN Human Rights Council special session on Iran, I said that Iran's Nuremberg moment has arrived. And given the scale, the extraordinary scale of the killings in January, I do think that we must have a process for bringing to justice those who have committed these unprecedented crimes. And it is said that those who forget the past are condemned to repeat it in the future. We do not want simply a recycling of tyrants in Iran. We want a genuine transformation from totalitarianism and tyranny to democracy and the rule of law. And reckoning with the past, having accountability for these crimes will be essential to ensuring that that is where our people are headed.
Payam Akhavan, a real pleasure to speak with you, sir. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Natasha.
You're welcome. Prime Minister Mark Carney is reacting to the strikes in Iran. He spoke earlier in the day from Mumbai, where he's on a trade mission. Carney said Canada supports the action taken by the United States.
Canada's position on the developments in the Middle East remains clear. The Islamic Republic of Iran is the principal source of instability and terror throughout the Middle East. It has one of the world's worst human rights records and must never be allowed to obtain or develop nuclear weapons. Canada supports the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. And the Canadian government urges the protection of all civilians in this conflict.
CBC's Catherine Cullen has more on the Prime Minister's reaction to the strikes and what Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre is saying about it.
The Canadian government is backing the United States. The Prime Minister says Canada supports the U.S. acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. and because of the threat the regime poses to international peace and security. Now, Mark Carney is in India as part of a 10-day international tour focused on trade, and he told the audience at a business reception that there have been decades of efforts to get Iran to stop enriching uranium, and while there's been episodic progress, Iran's efforts have continued.
Those efforts intensified in recent weeks without resolution. It's led us to this. It is a serious conflict. In a serious conflict, you have to make choices.
Choices because these strikes were clearly not what the Canadian government wanted. Just minutes before word of the attacks broke, Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand was telling journalists here in Mumbai that Canada believed the best solution would come through the negotiating table. Still, the Prime Minister says the Canadian government understood this was a possibility. He called on all parties to protect civilian lives. Even with Canada's support of the United States, the Prime Minister did say he doesn't expect Canada to actually get involved in the conflict. He also stopped short of calling for regime change, suggesting Iran could still choose to de-escalate. Though in a statement, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre did call for the people of Iran to topple the regime. Catherine Cullen, CBC News, Mumbai.
As we've been reporting, there are several rallies taking place right across Canada in support of the military action against Iran. One of those rallies is in Richmond Hill, Ontario, where thousands have taken to the streets. CBC's Jennifer Yoon is there.
People have been gathering here, members of the Iranian community, rallying almost every week for months now. But today it feels more energized, cathartic. They've been asking for somebody, the United States, Canadian government, to step in and do something about what's happening in Iran. And lo and behold, that's what happened. And a lot of people here say that they are so happy to see that that happened overnight. Take a listen to what they had to say.
We were so happy. We were all jumping up and down. We are mourning for our loved ones who have been killed over a month ago. But this news this morning was another extra energy for us.
We have been waking up every night waiting for this news, quite frankly, on social media. We want to make sure that the world knows that this is a rescue mission.
So that kind of cathartic excitement about what they're seeing in their homeland also mixed in with fear, mourning certainly of the thousands who were killed in Iran in the wave of protests that we saw in the past few weeks, months, and also hope. Cautious but hope that they might see an end to this regime that has ruled over Iran for several decades now.
Let's talk about some of the local authorities and how they're reacting to the news.
Yeah, many local authorities are reacting to this because we know that the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, has had a presence in Canada. You can think of the foiled assassination attempt against former Justice Minister Erwin Cotler, for instance. Toronto's police department said in a statement that they expect to ramp up operations in places of worship as well as consular offices. Similarly, in Montreal, the police service there, the SPVM, saying that they will ramp up security in places where Iranian Canadians gather. And a similar situation in Vancouver, where officers are expected to ramp up their operations, especially with protests expected there, because this is not the only place in Canada. Across Canada, in Vancouver, in Winnipeg, in Montreal, in Quebec City, Iranian Canadians are rallying and reacting to this news. Also trying to phone back home as well. We're hearing about people that aren't able to reach loved ones because of the internet being cut off at the moment. So a lot of apprehension, both within the community and among local authorities on how they're monitoring and looking after the fallout of this international event.
CBC's Jennifer Yoon in Richmond Hill, Ontario. Hundreds of people are also gathered in Montreal offering support again for the United States and its military action in Iran. Overnight, the United States and Israel carried out multiple airstrikes on Iran, including one that targeted the office of the Iranian president and the supreme leader. United States President Donald Trump said that his country has begun major combat operations, urging Iranians to overthrow their leaders once the bombing is complete. This is not the first time the U.S. has gotten involved in Iran. The country helped to overthrow its former democratically elected leader, Mohammad Mossadegh, in the early 1950s. Canada has a large Iranian diaspora, many of whom fled during the start of the country's Islamic Revolution. Okay, here's a look at the White House. And the reason why we're showing you this shot at the moment is because we've received a new post from Donald Trump on Truth Social. I'm going to read it. He's saying Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems and working closely with Israel. There was not a thing he or the other leaders who have been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We're hearing that many in the IRGC, military, and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. And as I said last night, now they have immunity. Later, they only have death. Hopefully, the IRGC and the police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. That process should soon be starting in that not only the death of Khamenei, but the country has been, in only one day, very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. That coming to us from U.S. President Donald Trump, who's just posted those comments on Truth Social. We'll continue to bring you ongoing coverage of this developing story. You're watching CBC News Network. We continue our ongoing coverage of the situation in the Middle East. As you've likely heard by now, the United States and Israel carried out airstrikes against Iran overnight and into the morning hours. Multiple explosions were reported across the country and including in the capital Tehran, including a potential attack on the residence of the country's supreme leader. In response, Iran has launched missiles and drones against Israel and U.S. military bases in the region. As far as our government is concerned, Prime Minister Mark Carney says Ottawa supports the efforts to stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons, but he says Canada is not participating in the military campaign. Let's dig deeper into the story once again with CBC senior correspondent Sasha Petrusik, who's following the developments alongside with us in studio. Sasha, good to see you again. Let's begin with a critical question of whether or not the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is alive or not. So on the one hand, we've got the Israeli prime minister saying that there does seem to be growing signs that the supreme leader is dead. U.S. President Donald Trump has said this to NBC News, now issued a lengthy statement on Truth Social saying, yep, the guy is dead. But Iran is not confirming that, and we cannot independently confirm it. So how are you interpreting this?
Well, it's an open question right now. The people who have been saying that he is dead are not only the ones who've carried out the targeted attacks on the top leadership, that is the Israeli Air Force, that they're the ones that went after a meeting of the top leadership, we're told, and that's where a number of top leaders were killed. Israeli officials on background are saying that they've identified Khamenei as one of the people who was killed. As you say, the Prime Minister of Israel is saying that it looks like he's dead. We now have statements from Donald Trump. But it's not clear. And there doesn't seem to be any evidence of that, independent evidence of that. The Iranians are pretty adamant that he is alive, that he is, in their words, safe and sound, and that he is still in charge. That's critical because this regime, this is a religious dictatorship, a theocracy, and he is not just the leader of the country who has the final word on policies every day, but he's also a symbol of this country that's been around, of the revolution, if you like, that's been around for half a century. So if he were to be killed, that would definitely be a very symbolic victory for the Americans and for the Israelis. Also a real one, because Iran would have to try to figure out who would take charge and whether the regime would collapse or whether it would just simply continue on.
What are you hearing in terms of the response throughout the region? Israel, Iran, all the Gulf states that are now pulled into this in some capacity?
Yeah, the Gulf states have been trying not to be pulled into this. They specifically, publicly said that the U.S. cannot use their own bases, that is, the U.S. bases in these different countries in the Middle East to carry out these attacks. But of course, they were bound to be pulled in because Iran has said that it would retaliate against these bases, against the Americans, and inherently against the Gulf states, who are also not exactly their friends. We have been hearing reports of attacks on Saudi Arabia, for instance, an air base there, a port near Dubai in the UAE, also a base near the Baghdad airport at this point. So all of these things are coming in. Now, these reports are coming either from the Iranians or, in many cases, on the ground as well. Not hearing of direct hits against U.S. interests there or deaths, but obviously there's a lot going on in that sense. In Israel, there have been direct hits in Tel Aviv. We've seen pictures of that on Israeli television and reports of at least one person being critically injured, a man in Tel Aviv, with several dozen more injured by shrapnel along the way. The air defense system in Israel is very good, but one of the problems with it is that when it does shoot down these ballistic missiles, there's a lot of shrapnel that also rains down, and most of the injuries that we've had, not only now, but last June, when there was a similar attack by Iran, have come from this shrapnel, not necessarily from the direct hits themselves. So still a lot going on, and it's too early to say that that either the Gulf states or Israel, that things are safe there.
And it's unclear to me at this point, Sasha, you'd probably know better. Are the strikes ongoing? Are we still seeing hits, or is there a lull right now?
Well, they're ongoing. I mean, you know, it's one of those things where I'm not sure that Iran itself has a centralized idea of exactly where they're hitting and what. Probably different teams whose job it is to hit different places. But yeah, they're ongoing. And, you know, after you launch ballistic missiles, it takes between 10 and 15 minutes, for instance, to reach Israel, which is the farthest point. But there are also drones that have been sent out. They take longer, and they could take... last time around, they were also using cruise missiles, which are even slower. So it's not, you know, it's very hard to predict when these things are being launched and from where, because Iran did learn the last time that they have to hide some of these things and the launchers from attacks like these. So I'm not sure that it's clear to anybody, you know, that anybody has a total picture of exactly what's being hit. But things are being hit, you know, even as we speak. There's alerts all the time.
Yes. Let me ask you then about the U.S. president and this lengthy statement he's put out on Truth Social. One of the final points he said is that heavy and pinpoint bombing will continue uninterrupted. That's what it is in its full length. Don't worry, folks. We don't expect you to be able to read that, but just to illustrate the detail the president has gone into, but essentially saying heavy and pinpoint bombing will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or longer, or for as long as it takes to achieve their goals. What are the goals?
That's the open question right now. You know, today the suggestion from Trump was that the goal is regime change, and he was urging the Iranian people to get out on the streets and finish the job there. But you know, over the past month, there have been a number of other goals. The goal of Iran giving up its nuclear program. There were negotiations on that going on as recently as yesterday. The goal of destroying, or Iran giving up, its ballistic missiles, which it said it would never do, but that's one of the things that Israel wants because it feels particularly threatened by Iran. And also of Iran promoting, sponsoring, funding various proxy groups throughout the region who have attacked Israel and have also attacked U.S. forces at different times. We're talking about Hezbollah in Lebanon. We're talking about Hamas in Gaza, of course, the Houthis in Yemen. So a lot of different goals, and military people that I've spoken to say that is what makes this very difficult to predict and very difficult to say how long it will last. And on top of that, really hard for military planners to know when they've actually achieved their goals if the goals themselves are not clear.
Okay. We'll keep watching, and we'll turn to you again for your analysis. Really great to have you here.
My pleasure.
CBC's Sasha Petrusik in studio with us. Well, for many years, many people in Iran have been asking for regime change in their government. Pro-regime protesters in Tehran today are denouncing the strikes by the United States and Israel. Thousands of pro-regime protesters waved Iranian flags and placards and chanted death to Israel. There has also been a mass exodus of cars on major roads leaving Tehran after today's strikes. And here is a look at Israel this hour. We continue to wait and see what will be the comments coming from further Israeli officials, although we've already heard from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier in the day, where he has confirmed to local reporters that Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei has been killed. We do not have confirmation from Iran. Hello, everyone. I'm Natasha Fatah, and you're watching CBC News Network. And we begin this hour once again with the major breaking news in the Middle East. U.S. President Donald Trump says that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is dead. In a post on Truth Social just moments ago, he wrote in part, "Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated." He goes on to say the heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Today's military assault on Iran is a critical moment with the potential to reshape the region and profoundly affect the people of Iran. This is a new video released by the U.S. military showing the impact of several of those attacks across Iran on military, government, and strategic sites. Analysts say the operation appears to be motivated not only by security concerns, but also by the broader objective of regime change.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God!
In response, Iran has launched retaliatory missile and drone attacks targeting U.S. military bases and Israeli assets across the Middle East, including in Gulf states that host U.S. forces. Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan all say they are intercepting missiles fired from Iran. The scale of the damage across the region and the number of casualties still remain unclear. Now, today's strikes follow weeks of threats from U.S. President Donald Trump over Iran's nuclear capabilities. They also follow a third round of informal talks between the U.S. and Iran that failed to produce a diplomatic solution. Journalist Jagruti Dave is following developments for us from Washington. Jagruti, what are you hearing in the U.S. Capitol?
We're hearing, Natasha, a lot of reaction from lawmakers in Congress. We're hearing a lot of criticism from Democrats, many of whom are questioning the legality and the constitutionality of such action. Let's just take a listen to what some Democrats are saying.
These are major combat operations. And under the Constitution, that means Congress must vote on whether or not we send American troops to war. It seems that the only person that Trump cares about getting permission from is Benjamin Netanyahu. He hasn't asked the American people. He hasn't asked the U.S. Congress. He just got the go-ahead from Benjamin Netanyahu, and now we're at war.
You are hearing from some Democrats calling on Congress to go through with a war powers resolution to try to limit the president's powers in taking unilateral action of this kind. Such an attempt has been attempted in the past, I should say, but failed, notably because the Republicans do hold a slim majority in both chambers. So that those attempts, even though there are some Republicans who share the Democrats' skepticism and criticism over such action, in the end, the White House prevailed in preventing that sort of vote being pushed through. But there are some Republicans, Senator Thomas Massie, who is joining the Democrats in calling for a war powers resolution. There are other Republicans, however, who are supportive of the president's actions. Senator Lindsey Graham, a longtime Trump supporter, saying that this will go down in history as a catalyst for the most historic change in the Middle East for 1,000 years. Let's take a listen to what other Republicans are saying.
This is really remarkable, and it's really that moment that I know that the many Iranian people have been waiting for. People that pay attention to Middle East, just a time where there's some sort of stability in the Middle East. This is that moment that really needed to happen for a long time, and I think that the Trump administration is making the right call. Of course, with the joint operation with Israel. Is one that we know has a great chance of being very successful.
Now, the White House has been commenting on the approval issue from Congress. Caroline Leavitt saying that President Trump monitored the situation overnight at Mar-a-Lago alongside members of his security team. And prior to the attacks, Secretary Rubio called all members of the Gang of Eight. These are the top congressional leaders who are supposed to be informed of any action as has happened with Iran. And Leavitt says that all members of the Gang of Eight were called on to provide congressional notification, and he was able to reach and brief 7 of the 8 members. And so obviously lots of reaction coming through. This is a very fast-paced scenario, and the question of the constitutionality and congressional approval all the more important if, as President Trump is saying, that the Iran's supreme leader is dead. And of course, questions that are going to be asked at this UN Emergency Security Council meeting. Of course, international approval also was not sought by the president ahead of this action. A key differing point between this action abroad by a US president and previous interventions that have taken place, for example, with Iraq.
Journalist Jagruti Dave in Washington, thank you. Staying in the United States, where demonstrations are taking to the streets, many are voicing strong support for the military action taken by the U.S., while opposing protests are condemning the attacks and warning of wider regional consequences. Journalist Steve Futterman is at a rally at Los Angeles City Hall and joins us now live. Steve, what are you hearing there on the ground?
Well, Natasha, this rally here is against the attacks. These are a coalition of left-leaning groups who have been opposed to the Trump administration's policies on many issues, ICE, immigration, and now the attacks on Iran. And they're rallying behind me. This rally has just started here at 2 o'clock local time in Los Angeles. Not a large number of people here yet. It may grow throughout the afternoon. But they are basically saying no new U.S.-Middle East war. They're carrying signs, they're protesting, and they're basically blaming the Trump administration for instigating violence in the Middle East. They're saying that this could grow into a much larger conflict. They say it's very dangerous, and they are basically opposed to what's taking place here right now. Now, there are police in the area. They're observing to make sure nothing gets out of hand. But right now, basically, it's people carrying signs. You hear the protesters chanting in the background. But basically, right now, very peaceful, no major problems. And I should point out, a very relatively small number of people here right now.
Steve, it's a complicated day. There are complicated, mixed emotions.
Oh, yes.
It's bittersweet for so many in the Iranian diaspora. What are they saying to you?
Well, there's another rally going on right now around, 20 kilometers from me in West Los Angeles, in a place that's a large enclave of Iranian Americans. They call it Tarantulas, and they are approving of the attacks. In fact, in front of the federal building there, they have taken out a pre-revolutionary Iranian flag. They're holding it in the streets. They've blocked off some streets there. There are several hundred people there. So you do have these mixed emotions. Many people opposed to the U.S. getting involved in this conflict. And then there are people who want the U.S. to take action to depose of the Iranian regime, to install or help install a new regime. So there's around 500,000 people of Iranian descent who live in the Los Angeles area, one of the largest centers of Iranian populations in North America. And so you do have these mixed emotions right now. Some of the people are against what Trump is doing, but many others are in favor of it. And they have been holding signs saying, "Make Iran great again." Of course, a takeoff on the Trump line, "Make America great again." So you're going to have these mixed emotions right now, two very different opinions being expressed here at City Hall, and of course around, as I mentioned, around 20 kilometers away at the LA Federal Building in West Los Angeles, in that area given the nickname of Tarantulas.
Journalist Steve Futterman in Los Angeles. Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, Natasha.
So we know that it was the United States and Israel that carried out those joint strikes on Iran. And for its part, Israel has called its part of the operation Roaring Lion. Earlier today, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke directly to the people of Iran, echoing what we heard from U.S. President Donald Trump, calling for Iranians to unite and seize control of their destiny.
I call upon you, do not miss this operation. It is a once-in-a-generation chance, because when your moment comes, the moment when you will have to take to the streets en masse, to go out to the streets in order to get the job done and get rid of this terrible regime which is making your lives miserable. All that pain you've suffered will not be in vain, because help has arrived.
Thomas Junot is a professor of public and international affairs at the University of Ottawa, and I asked him for his reaction to the attacks.
Only hours after this started, we don't have a clear sense of what is going on. We don't have a clear sense of where this is going. As has been widely reported, the Islamic Republic has mostly shut down the internet in Iran, so it's very difficult to get accurate reporting. How many civilian casualties so far in Iran? Not clear. What are the perspectives for survival for the Islamic Republic? For now, I think it is most likely to survive in the short term. If this is only a few days of strikes, I think it will survive. But if this goes on for weeks, as is one scenario in front of us, then the longer it goes, the more difficult it becomes for the Islamic Republic to resist what is a tremendous pressure campaign that it is under now.
We've got two different things at play here. Well, there's multiple things, but in terms of Iranian response, you've got the IRGC and then you've got the military as a separate entity. What do you know of their capabilities of pushing back and resisting this force coming from both the Americans and Israelis?
So that's an important point that you make. There are two armed forces that are distinct in Iran. There's the regular military that typically does not play a political role at all. It doesn't play an economic role like the IRGC does. It doesn't play much of a domestic security role. It is mandated with the territorial defense of the country. So it will play a role, for example, in air defenses and so on. The IRGC, which is actually smaller but much more powerful, much better equipped, it is politically extremely influential. It is economically very rich because it controls important sectors of the Iranian economy. It is really the one that is leading the defense right now against the U.S. because its mandate, as per the Iranian constitution, is the defense of the regime as opposed to the defense of the territory. So right now, what we're seeing is Iran lashing out against American military bases throughout the Middle East. So we've seen attacks on American bases in Bahrain in particular, but also in Qatar, in the UAE, in Jordan, and elsewhere. And the logic here for the Islamic Republic and the IRGC in particular is to impose costs on the U.S. directly, but also to pressure its neighbors, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, for them to suffer and then to go and pressure the U.S. to stop the campaign. This is really risky because by doing that, it is really damaging its already very low capital with these other countries in the region, with its neighbors, who are, for now, pretty much siding with the U.S. because they really resent being targeted.
Thomas Junot is a professor of public and international affairs at the University of Ottawa. Prime Minister Mark Carney has issued his reaction to the strikes in Iran. He spoke earlier in the day from Mumbai, where he is on a trade mission. Prime Minister said Canada supports the actions taken by the United States.
Canada's position on the developments in the Middle East remains clear. The Islamic Republic of Iran is the principal source of instability and terror throughout the Middle East. It has one of the world's worst human rights records and must never be allowed to obtain or develop nuclear weapons. Canada supports the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. And the Canadian government urges the protection of all civilians in this conflict.
CBC's Catherine Cullen has more on the Prime Minister's reaction to the strikes and what Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre is saying about it.
The Canadian government is backing the United States, the Prime Minister said, and because of the threat the regime poses to international peace and security. Now, Mark Carney is in India as part of a 10-day international tour focused on trade, and he told the audience at a business reception that there have been decades of efforts to get Iran to stop enriching uranium, and while there's been episodic progress, Iran's efforts have continued.
Those efforts intensified in recent weeks without resolution. It's led us to this. It is a serious conflict. In a serious conflict, you have to make choices.
Choices because these strikes were clearly not what the Canadian government wanted. Just minutes before word of the attacks broke, Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand was telling journalists here in Mumbai that Canada believed the best solution would come through the negotiating table. Still, the Prime Minister says the Canadian government understood this was a possibility. He called on all parties to protect civilian lives. Even with Canada's support of the United States, the Prime Minister did say he doesn't expect Canada to actually get involved in the conflict. He also stopped short of calling for regime change, suggesting Iran could still choose to de-escalate. Though in a statement, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre did call for the people of Iran to topple the regime. Catherine Cullen, CBC News, Mumbai.
Members of the Iranian diaspora gathering in Richmond Hill, Ontario today. That's just north of Toronto. Thousands of people are there to show solidarity with the people of Iran. Earlier in the day, we spoke with Nellie. She says the demonstrators are worried about their family and friends in Iran, but they also want a democratic future for their country.
I have 80 million friends and family in Iran, Natasha, and I haven't been able to speak to anyone today, but from the videos that I have been seeing coming out, they are dancing in the streets. They are celebrating this day. And even in the 12-day war that we had going on, I heard a lot less people that actually died. I personally knew a lot less people that actually died versus when the Islamic regime actually attacked its own people and massacred many, many of my countrymen. I know a lot of them that died under the regime, but I didn't know anyone that died in the 12-day war.
That's such an important distinction.
And this is very targeted. So I'm obviously hoping for a lot less casualties than there needs to be, but everybody is. But it seems very targeted. Names are coming out of huge commanders, of people that need to be taken down, and the people are extremely hopeful.
We've been here before, Nellie, as you know. There have been other revolutionary, counter-revolutionary movements to get the regime out. We've seen something as incredibly moving as the Women Life Freedom Movement a few years ago after a young woman was killed. I mean, does this time feel different?
It really does. It feels like it's been building up to this moment. And in my heart, I truly believe that it is going to make a difference and my people will be free.
Your family here in Canada, have you spoken to them? And what has the conversation been like today?
This is my brother right here. He's actually standing behind me. He has a shirt that I custom made for him. Turn around, I want to show the shirt. It says in Farsi, Farokh Zad Bolan Sho, Yek Ruzi Emruze. And that this Farokh Zad is actually a legendary man that was murdered by the regime in Paris, in his home. And this shirt says, he had always been saying, Farokh Zad had always been saying that a day will come where these people will be gone, the regime will be gone, and today is that day. And this says, Farokh Zad, wake up, that day is today.
Nellie is a protester in Richmond Hill, Ontario, at a rally of the Iranian diaspora celebrating the strikes on Iran. Ongoing coverage right here on CBC News Network. U.S. President Donald Trump says Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Hosseini Khamenei is dead. The Shia cleric, along with other senior leadership, were apparently killed during airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on Iran earlier in the day. Multiple explosions were reported across Iran and the capital, Tehran, including a potential attack on the residence of the country's supreme leader. In response, Iran launched missile and drone attacks against Israeli and U.S. assets in the region. Prime Minister Mark Carney says Ottawa supports the efforts to stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons, but that Canada is not participating in the military campaign. And while many people in Iran want change in the government, pro-regime protesters in Tehran are denouncing the strikes by the U.S. and Israel. Pro-regime protesters were holding flags and placards and chanting death to Israel. There's also been a mass exodus of cars on major roads leaving Tehran after today's attacks. Meanwhile, a United Nations Security Council emergency summit is currently underway. At the opening of the meeting, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres condemned the escalating military strikes in the Middle East.
We are witnessing a grave threat to international peace and security. Military action carries the risk of igniting a chain of events that no one can control in the most volatile region of the world.
That is Secretary General Antonio Guterres speaking earlier. Now let's get further analysis from Edith Lederer with the Associated Press at the United Nations. She joins us now live. Edith, good to see you. Give us a sense of what else we heard from the UN Secretary General.
The Secretary General, in addition to condemning the airstrikes by the United States and Israel, as well as the retaliatory strikes by Iran against quite a number of regional countries in the Gulf region, has also warned about the real possibility of igniting conflict in the region that could perhaps expand even elsewhere. And he said, and I quote, "Let us act responsibly and together to pull the region and our world back from the brink." He urged the Security Council to do everything possible to prevent a further escalation. And he warned, and I quote, that the alternative is a potential wider conflict with grave consequences for civilians and regional stability. So there is really a huge concern here about the spillover of this action taken by Israel and the United States into a much, much wider area.
Well, to that point, Edith, we also heard from the Secretary General, as he said in his own words, that this was an opportunity that was squandered in terms of peace and diplomacy. How were those words received by the Council?
Well, it's hard to say because members of the Council are still speaking, but certainly Russia and China were strongly condemned what Israel and the United States have done and demanded an immediate return to talks between the United States and Israel to rein in its nuclear program. The French ambassador urged Iran's leadership to return to those talks to ensure that Iran is never able to produce a nuclear weapon. And that, of course, is also a major concern for the United States, for Israel, and frankly, for quite a number of other Western and non-Western countries.
Edith Lederer of the Associated Press at the United Nations. Thank you, Edith.
Thank you so much.
Okay, folks, before we move on to the European Union, I do want to share a new post that's just come out from Air Canada seconds ago. This is important to Canadian viewers. They are saying, this is from Air Canada, due to the military situation in the Middle East, we have canceled flights from Canada to Israel until March the 8th. So for the next week, Air Canada is not flying to Israel and to Dubai until March the 3rd. They're monitoring the situation and will adjust the schedule accordingly. They're telling people go to the Air Canada website for any updates. So again, if you're flying from Canada to either Israel or Dubai in the next couple of days, you might have to rethink your plans. They're canceling those flights. So watch for further updates on that, certainly. And we know how flights have been impacted throughout the region as a result of what's been going on. The reaction continues to pour in. Let's talk about the European Union now. They are saying the strikes on Iran are being met with mix of caution and apprehension. In a statement, the EU said it is concerned about the events unfolding today and wants to maintain regional security. Now, that's Germany's foreign minister meeting with government officials. The country's chancellor released a statement saying Germany supports the right of Iranians to determine their own future. It also noted that Berlin is coordinating with the United States, Israel, and other partners in the region. Stay with us. Much more news coming up right here. We continue our ongoing live breaking coverage of the major developments both in the Middle East but around the world as a result of the coordinated strikes by the United States and Israel on the state of Iran. So much is moving. We've heard from both the Israeli Prime Minister and the U.S. President that the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei has been killed. The Iranians are denying that and saying that he's still the head of the regime. We are hearing reports from Reuters that people in cities throughout Iran are celebrating upon hearing that the U.S. president has declared that the Supreme Leader is dead. The UN Security Council is meeting as we speak, and we've heard from the Israeli representative there that any condemnation of their strikes on Iran are hypocrisy. There are counter-protests taking place in Los Angeles. Many in the Iranian diaspora celebrating what is taking place, and then anti-war protesters saying, we cannot have regime change with another war in the Middle East. There is so much to pull apart in this story and so much that we still don't know. Let's turn to someone we often turn to for clarity in moments like this, and that's our next guest, Kaveh Shahrooz. He's an Iranian-Canadian lawyer, a human rights activist, and a senior fellow at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute. Kaveh, I am very glad to see you, sir.
Good to be with you as always, Natasha.
Kaveh, big day. I'm sure your phone's been ringing off the hook. I'm sure you've been calling friends and colleagues everywhere. Talk to me about, now we're 15 hours into this thing, how you're interpreting what we've seen so far.
What a day. I woke up at 3 in the morning not knowing what's going on, just wanting to get a glass of water, and I haven't slept since. It's something that, frankly, everyone I know, all friends, all family, and friends of friends, everyone inside the country has wanted for a long time. It's very strange to say this, but people inside the country, anyone that was sick of this regime, which is the vast majority of people, they were all hoping for foreign intervention because, frankly, they felt that, they had shown that they couldn't overthrow this regime by themselves. The regime was simply too violent. And to then get this news, hopefully to be fully confirmed soon, that Ali Khamenei is dead after brutalizing the country for, 3 decades and the entire time of his time with the regime, 47 years. It's really a spectacular day. I'm hoping that, as these military actions continue, civilian casualties are, kept to an absolute minimum. And I really sincerely hope that this leads to a change in regime and a democracy for the Iranian people.
Let's say that Khamenei is dead. Then what happens, Kaveh?
Well, there are multiple scenarios that could play out. The one that I'm hoping for certainly is that people come back out in the streets. This time, the regime's apparatus of repression has been degraded. Hopefully, there will be defection among the armed forces, and the people manage to take power, and hopefully there will be, a democratic system established. That's the best case scenario and the one I'm hoping for. It's certainly in the realm of possibility. But there are other possibilities. One is that some faction of the regime negotiates with the Israelis, with the Americans, and the regime basically stays in power, and there would be some version of the Venezuela model. And the other possibility is, regrettably, civil war. There could be separatist groups across the country that feel like this might be their moment to be able to break away. Countries in the region might feel that Iran is weak, so they might be able to grab a piece of territory, and you might see mayhem play out. All these are possible at the moment, but really, I think the next 3 or 4 days will really be decisive, and it will tell us whether or not this regime stays in place or it implodes.
What's your assessment of the U.S. president and the Israeli prime minister calling on Iranians to seize this moment?
Well, I think once the bombing actually stops and people feel safe, I have no doubt that they will take to the streets again. In early January, as your viewers well know, and you well know, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, took to the streets, and they called for an end to this regime. And I know, as I said at the outset, a lot of them were hoping that there would be military action against Iran's regime to simply give them the opportunity to come back out. I don't think anyone's asking for Israeli soldiers or American soldiers to do the work for them. Iranians have shown incredible bravery. They're ready to go out there and take over their country again. And I have no doubt that they will actually heed the calls of President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Remind us, Kaveh, if you could, about the state of the economy, that the rial has been decimated, that the challenges before the strikes took place, because now they're being told, gather up supplies and get food as much as you can. It was so hard for people to do that before the strikes took place. So just put that into context for us.
Absolutely. I mean, the message has gone out that you should gather supplies for a week or so. I don't know the exact number of days, but something like that. And the message that's come back from a lot of people, you see this on social media, is that we can't even get food for one day.
Right.
There's just low availability. There's inflations through the roof. We can't afford things. The economy in Iran for 47 years has been mismanaged. There's been incredible corruption. Money has been siphoned off to pay for terrorist activity abroad. But really, in the past year or so, there has been a tailspin because of international sanctions returning, because of the anticipation of war. Inflation's through the roof. The Iranian rial is basically worthless at this point. And so again, I think part of what has motivated people to come out and face those bullets that they did is the idea that, they can't put food on the table. And on top of this, and sort of very closely connected, is that the environment is just being destroyed, such that like the country is running out of water. In Tehran, they don't have water to drink and they can't put bread on the table. So all the basic necessities of life are missing for Iranian citizens. And today, at least, they can hope that maybe tomorrow will be a little bit better.
Kaveh, I'm much like yourself, keep checking in on the phone with friends and colleagues of Iranian descent with links to the region. And while many are hopeful and optimistic, many are joyful, there's still this, at what means? At what means? Do we want to be bombed out of this regime? And what if this means more loss of life? And what if the regime stays and it takes out its rage once again on the people of Iran?
Yeah, regrettably, that is a possible scenario that could play out. So first of all, the fact that so many Iranians, both inside the country and outside the country, are happy to have two foreign governments bomb them, should tell you something about how miserable the Iranian regime has made life for Iranians. I mean, who wants to see their country bombed by foreign powers? But the fact that they want it simply means that this is better than the alternative, which is to live under the Iranian regime. Certainly, I am praying that the bombing is careful, that the bombing targets only military targets, that it leaves civilians alone. So that's certainly something that I worry about. And yeah, I mean, look, what we're entering into is a very uncertain phase. But in that uncertain phase, I think there is hope, there is possibility of a better tomorrow. Whereas staying with the status quo, staying with the Islamic Republic meant repression and meant misery and meant economic devastation, environmental devastation. And the Iranians have made it known that that's not what they want to live with, that they prefer the uncertainty that we're entering.
Let me ask you about the interests of the United States and Israel, because there is a healthy dose of skepticism, even those who are very hopeful for the future of Iran, of what U.S. foreign policy has been, specifically in the Middle East. Whether we talk about Iraq or we talk about Libya, or let's say into South Asia with Afghanistan, that there have been missteps, to put it lightly, in the past. And is there a fear that we would see a repetition of that in Iran?
Obviously, that's a fear. Look, except today, where I'm very happy with the steps that the United States and Israel have taken, I'm not really one to praise Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. I am very skeptical of their motivations, certainly. But in this case, I think they've done the right thing. Certainly, there's a possibility that something like Iraq could play out, but I think there are significant differences between Iraq in 2003 or Afghanistan in 2001 and Iran in 2026. Iran is a much more sophisticated country. Iran has a population that has, time and again said that they want rid of this regime. They've said that they want democracy. Iran has a much richer tradition of democracy, and Iran has a much wider and larger diaspora that has lived under democratic conditions. And I think a lot of them are prepared to go back and build democracy in their country. So even though there are risks, I think Iran is much better positioned than the other examples that you cited of achieving sort of the best version of regime change as opposed to the worst that we saw in the last few decades.
Kaveh, what are we not understanding about this story? So often, I go off air and people say, you're not getting it, you don't understand, and this is the real story. So let me ask you, someone we turn to often on this and that I trust, what are we missing? What's the missing part of the story that we're not getting at?
Well, Natasha, I mean, to your credit, you are probably one of the best journalists out there that's followed this story throughout the years, and I'm grateful to you. I don't think there's much that you're missing. I think probably the one thing worth knowing for your viewers is that, regrettably, there is not, a coherent opposition ready to take the lead. Now, some of your viewers will disagree with me when I say that because, over the past few months, you may have heard the name of Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi as somebody that's the leader of the opposition. That people claim that he's the undisputed leader of the opposition, but I think there are segments of the Iranian population, especially among ethnic groups, the Kurdish population, the Azeri population, and others, who would dispute whether or not he's actually the leader. So I think there are significant fractures among our democratic opposition. And I think that's something that's worth exploring. So if this regime is to fall, I think the different opposition groups really need to either sit together voluntarily or be forced basically by outside powers to sit together to come up with a plan, to come up with a coalition so that they can actually implement democracy on the ground.
Kaveh, you're a lawyer, so let me ask you this. If the regime falls, what does justice look like?
That's a great question. And I'm somebody whose family members have been slaughtered by this regime, and regrettably, I'm by no means the only one. There are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of us out there. Today, if Khamenei has been killed, regrettably, I'm very happy that he's dead, but I really wish that he'd been captured and put on, and he faced a fair trial. I think what justice will require is that these folks that have been responsible for decades of repression, decades of murder and torture and so on, that they are forced to hear the testimony of people whose lives they've destroyed, that the victims finally get a say, that the victims finally get to tell their stories, and that the folks at the upper levels of this regime, at least, are forced to hear that testimony. They are forced to face the people whose lives they've destroyed, and that they, they face imprisonment or execution or whatever the fair penalty is after a fair trial. That's what I'm hoping for.
Kaveh Shahrouz, always good to speak to you and get your very fair and thoughtful assessment. Really appreciate it, my friend.
Thank you so much, Natasha.
Well, as you heard Kaveh mention, he's one of them. Many Iranian Canadians across the country are celebrating the military strikes on Iran. CBC News spoke to people who gathered at a rally in Richmond Hill, Ontario. Here's what they told us.
We have been waking up every night waiting for this news, quite frankly, on social media. We want to make sure that the world knows that this is a rescue mission. This is not a war. This is not an attack. We've been asking, Iranians inside Iran have been asking for the help. Iranians have been hostages of the Islamic regime for the last 47 years.
All very, very hopeful that it's going to end with the regime of Iran being toppled over and the Iranian people taking over their freedom and be able to really go and cast a real vote to tell what they really want their country to be like.
Truly, truly proud of the Iranian people and how they continue to show up and support one another and just the relentless hope that they have.
There's one person that we're calling for, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, and anyone who says anything otherwise has their own agenda. I mean, take a look at this crowd right here. If you can gather anything other than hopefulness for the future, I don't think you're seeing the true reality of what's going on.
We have some brand new information for you now in terms of travel advisories. This coming directly from the Canadian government. They've put out a post on X, and the tweet says, due to ongoing military activities in the Middle East, avoid all travel to Israel, Lebanon, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, and Iraq. Avoid non-essential travel to Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and Oman. And I do want to remind you that we heard just moments ago from Air Canada, they are saying all their flights to Israel, Canada to Israel, canceled until March the 8th. All flights to Bahrain, if I'm not mistaken, Dubai, thank you. Sasha's here with me, keeping me on check. To Dubai, canceled till March 3rd. They are assessing information as it's coming in, so things are up in the air, so to speak. But if you need to find out about your travel plans, just reassess. Check with the Air Canada website and check on Travel Go See. That's the Twitter handle to find out which countries they're saying avoid all travel and avoid non-essential travel to. They're figuring it out the way we're figuring it out with minute-by-minute information. So let's turn once again to Sasha. Again, keeping me on track, our senior correspondent, Sasha Petrusek, who's in studio with me again. Sasha, so much to pull apart. Let me ask you about what we're seeing happen at the UN Security Council, because earlier you were with me when we heard from Danny Danon from Israel. Now, as we've been speaking, there are wires coming out from what the Iranian representative to the Security Council has been saying. Now, we can't confirm any of this, but here's what he's saying to the Security Council, that hundreds of civilians have been killed and injured as a result of the US and Israeli attacks today. They say specifically more than 100 children have been killed with an attack on a specific school. And they say as a result of this, responding to aggression and large-scale war, Iran is exercising its inherent and lawful right to self-defense. And they're saying that all bases, facilities, and assets of hostile force shall be regarded as legitimate military targets. None of this is surprising, but with the absence of any clear information coming from Iran, because they've cut off communication so clearly, so it's hard to get information out from sources we would trust. What do you make of what we're hearing?
Well, they would probably have the best idea in general about what's going on. Obviously, their information or what they're willing to share would be tainted by their own interests in terms of what kind of picture they're trying to paint. But much of that does, in fact, match what we have been hearing from other sources, roughly. Roughly at least about 270, 300 people killed inside Iran. That's part of what we're hearing. Yes, indeed, there was a girls' school that was hit, and at least 50 people were killed there. And you know, you can imagine the kind of situation that's on the ground in a place that is being bombed. We're just hearing now of another Israeli airstrike, a series of airstrikes across the center and the western parts of Iran, targeting ballistic missile sites, targeting air defenses, those kinds of things. So, you know, this would go along with the information we had from earlier, which is that multiple strikes all across Iran, but especially in Tehran and especially at the center of power, or what Israel figures is the center of power, which was supposed to be a meeting of the top leadership first thing this morning. So, you know, that is the picture on the ground that we have. As you say, very difficult to get reliable information out of Iran at the best of times. Today's not the best of times.
Sasha, we have less than a minute, but in the hours and days ahead, what are you watching for?
I think the big question will be how long will Iran's offensive capabilities last? Those ballistic missiles that Israel's so worried about, the Americans are too. If Iran has hidden them well, and if they can use them over the next few days, that threat, Iran's threat to the rest of the region and to Israel, is only growing, and who knows what is going to happen at that stage. That's what will be determining how long this is going to last.
Okay, we'll watch alongside with you. CBC's Sasha Petrusek, thanks so much for all your help today.
My pleasure.
All right, as we head to break, here's the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem, a place where people issued their prayers, and there are so many prayers being issued in this part of the world today. mostly for peace. However that peace is achieved is up for debate, but this is the story we've been watching for you all day on CBC News Network and will continue to do so in the days ahead.